presenting MAGI DAWN, an urban fantasy epic adventure. Book 1 in the MAGI Saga series. Written by Andrew Dobell, narrated by Vicky Ring. Chapter 1. Prologue, Cairo, Egypt. Urfin ran through the streets of Cairo, his heart pounding, his adrenaline pumping. Everything was making him jump. Every shadow in the night seemed like it was another monster about to attack him, drag him down a dark alleyway, and eat him alive. He'd been like this for the last few days as he'd rode hard through the desert to get away from. He didn't know what it was he was trying to escape, but he'd seen it, that thing, that demon. He'd seen what it had done, and now he just wanted to get away. He'd sold that damn tablet he'd found at the camp. He felt sure it was cursed. The market trader he'd sold it to had just laughed at him and made some comment about amateur tomb raiders or something. Urfin didn't care what the trader said. He knew what he'd seen, and he didn't ever want to see it again. But tonight, wandering through the dark streets, past shadowy people, his nerves had gotten the better of him. He saw danger in monsters everywhere, and in that last alleyway, something had grabbed his leg. He was sure of it, and that was the final straw. He ran around a corner and saw one of the city's Catholic churches. There, he thought, no demon would follow him in there. Urfin ran and crashed through the door, only to stumble and fall to the mosaic floor. He groaned in pain. "My son," said a friendly male voice, "what seems to be the problem?" Urfin looked up to see a priest standing beside him, looking down with concern on his face. "Oh, thank God! Please, you have to help me. The demon is after me. I'm sure of it. Please, please," he sobbed, with tears running down his cheeks. "Demon?" the priest asked. "Yes, the demon with the big horn. It's coming, Father. It's going to kill me. Please, please, can you help me?" Chapter 2. Epiphany, Manhattan, New York. Standing on the edge of the sidewalk, Amanda gazed along the street and wondered how the hell she'd ended up here. How had she ended up doing this for a living? At the time the decisions were made, the steps had seemed logical and entirely expected, given her circumstances. It had all made sense, and for months it hadn't really seemed like a steady downward spiral into the darkest pits of human existence. And yet, looking at it now, with Georgina gone, she could see it all for what it truly was. These last few months had been teeth-grindingly difficult, as she worked harder than she'd ever worked before. All to bring this chapter of her life to an end. The rain had stopped a short while ago, leaving the Manhattan streets slick with water and puddles. They were on one of the back streets, well away from the busier tourist hotspots. On a block that was well known as a red light district, there were small clusters of girls dotted here and there, eyeing any car that passed, hoping that they might slow and wind their window down to start haggling. Amanda watched a car crawl by. The man inside peered out at her, and all she felt was disgust. She was done for the night. In fact, she was done for the rest of her life. She'd never do this again. Never. On the surface, it looked like she and the other girls were making money for a quick fumble in the back of a car, or down an alleyway. But for the girls doing it, it was so much more, and infinitely worse. Amanda felt like she'd sold her soul and let these gross men soil and taint everything that she was. But it was strange, because she'd only really come to this conclusion in recent months, after Georgina stopped turning tricks and eventually moved away. Somehow, Georgina had made this life bearable. With her around, things hadn't seemed too bad. She'd been able to overlook the bad parts and focus on the things that made her happy. And Georgina had been one of those things. Until her diagnosis. That was 4 months ago. 4 long months since Georgina had stopped coming out here. and every day since then had been an utter slog. The hours crawled by, and each grubby encounter with a desperate man touching her body felt like an eternity. They were violations, and they reminded her it was this very job that had taken Georgina from her. That disease had destroyed her friend's life and shortened it significantly. But Amanda had to do it. She didn't have a choice. She was living in the U.S. illegally, and she needed money. Looking back, she wondered why she'd not cleaned dishes or something. And yet, she knew why she'd ended up doing this. She could remember the long series of events and circumstances that had led her inevitably to this place. She remembered Howie taking her in after she'd been sleeping rough on the streets for weeks. She remembered his good nature and caring attitude. She remembered hanging out at the club he worked security for and meeting Georgina. She was a regular there, and they'd become fast friends almost instantly, quickly hitting it off and seeing each other most days. Georgina became her anchor here in New York. Howie had picked her up, but Georgina had made her fly. Life was fun with Georgina, and with her, she could ignore the slow spiral down. It was only months after their first meeting that she discovered Georgina was a prostitute. And when Howie insisted Amanda pay her way, there was an obvious and quick way for her to make that money. Georgina objected, but Amanda insisted. She saw no other way that she could make that kind of money within a few hours. Georgina helped, took her under her wing and protected her, and made the entire experience bearable. She hated every second of it, but she did it anyway. She tried every trick in the book to distract herself. She'd tell herself that at least she was here, in the city of her dreams, with a friend she loved, and that made it all worth it. But not everything had been doom and gloom. She had plenty of happy memories from her time with Howie and Georgina, spending time around the city, enjoying herself. She still loved New York. Even after all this pain and anguish, she still adored this city. There was some kind of gritty neon allure to it that stole her heart every time. There was an atmosphere of possibility here that spoke to her soul and told her that even after all this, she could still make something of herself. Amanda shook her head, banishing those thoughts and memories. That part of her life was over now, and Georgina needed her. "Hey," said a male voice from close by. Amanda turned to Stuart. He stepped away from the 4 other girls he looked after to check on her. "Hi," she replied, her Irish accent coloring her words. "You okay, Red?" His nickname referred to her deep burgundy red hair that she wore long and loose. It was an almost unnaturally bright red, and despite what everyone always thought, she'd never dyed it in her life. As a child, she hated how it made her stand out, but she'd come to accept and even like it as she'd grown up. "Fine. I'm fine. I'm just, you know." "Georgina, right?" There was a sadness to his voice. Georgina's diagnosis and departure had hit them all hard. "Yeah," she admitted. "Sucks, man. She didn't deserve this." "I know." "Are you done for the night? You look like you're done. You have what you need, right?" "I've got more than enough, yeah. I've got my passport now, and I've managed to get a ticket, too." "So my man came through for you?" Amanda nodded, thinking back to the fake passport she'd picked up a few days ago. It was perfect. You couldn't tell it was fake. "Yeah, it's good. I just hope it gets me onto the plane." "It will. My man is the best." "When do you fly?" "In a couple of days," Amanda answered, feeling guilty for leaving him like Georgina had. "She'll be thrilled to see you again. She needs you, and you need her. You've not been the same since Georgie left." "Sorry," she muttered, acutely aware that she'd been melancholy these last few weeks. "No, don't. This will be good for you. You're going back home, back to Ireland. I think it's everything you need. Seriously." "I think so, too. And thank you. You've been amazing for both Georgina and me." I just wanted to help. You two were the pair that got me into this." No. I think you'll find that was all you. You and your fist got you into this mess. He smiled. Yeah, I guess. I'll still blame you, though. She shrugged. Of course you will. I bet Georgina can't wait to see her lucky charm again. Amanda smiled at Stuart's use of the nickname Georgina had given her. She really wasn't sure how lucky she actually was, given the circumstances. I've not been terribly lucky for her, though, have I? Stuart grimaced. Just get over there, Mandy. She needs you, and you need her. She's going to die. We all die, Red. But what do I do once she's gone? I'm sure you'll think of something. I have full confidence. Amanda grunted dismissively. Thanks. Look, I'm gonna head home and get out of these clothes. She glanced down at the skimpy outfit she had on, the tartan miniskirt, the black lace top beneath her denim jacket, and her thigh-high boots, and sighed. She'd burned this outfit before she left. Do you want anything before I go? There's a store back there. I can get you a drink. No, I'm good, thanks. You get going. I'll see you around. Maybe. Yeah, maybe, she smiled. Thanks, Stuart, for everything. No need to thank me. Go on. Get lost. Get out of here. Yes, sir. She spun on the spot and tottered away down the street, cursing at the ache in her feet from her ridiculous heels. Glancing back, she saw Stuart rejoin the rest of his girls. Jade was the oldest, then Jenny, Naomi, and Renee, who was the youngest. They welcomed him as he stepped up to them. As she watched, Stuart glanced back at her. She smiled. He was still as protective as ever. Continuing on her way, she lost herself in thoughts of what to pack and take with her to Ireland when she left in 2 days. As she walked past the next alleyway, something large and dark shot out from the shadows and wrapped around her, pinning her arms to her sides and crushing her body. The force of the grip almost crushed her ribcage and forced the air out of her lungs. The moment it had her, the dark shape yanked her into the alleyway, whipping her head to the side with a sudden movement. Then it let go, and she was flying along the alley. Weightless for a second, Amanda watched as the concrete below her whipped past, and then rose to meet her. She hit the ground hard. It bit into her skin, spinning her around, and suddenly she was rolling sideways, splashing through puddles of dirty water, getting bashed and bruised as she went. A brick wall brought her to a bone-crunching stop as she banged her head against it and rolled back, face down into a puddle. Ugh! Amanda groaned as 100 cuts and scrapes screamed for attention. Placing her hands on the ground in the shallow puddle, she pushed herself up, hissing at the pain. Her lank hair fell about her face into the water that rippled with drips that fell from her body. What the hell had happened? She got a leg beneath her and sat up. A deep bass growl and the dull thuds of something big stalking towards her broke through the fog of pain and confusion. Amanda looked up, straight into the face of a nightmare. What the hell had just happened? She thought, as she got a leg beneath her and sat herself up. A deep bass growl and the dull thuds of something big walking towards her broke through the fog of pain and confusion. Amanda looked up, straight into the face of a nightmare. Silhouetted against the comparatively bright main street, a huge black figure, easily twice the height of an ordinary man, stepped nimbly towards her. It looked human in basic shape, except enormous and furry. Amanda blinked, thinking her eyes were deceiving her, but the horrific vision did not go away. The creature looked like it was made of muscle, layers and layers of it beneath pitch-black skin, covered in patches of matted black hair. But that wasn't the worst of it. As it stepped into some weak light, the thing's inhuman face came into view. It looked almost bat-like with its huge ears, but that's where the similarity ended. 2 huge tusks sprouted from its wide, drooling maw, and a long, cancerous-looking horn jutted from its forehead. Amanda's eyes went as wide as dinner plates as she suddenly scrambled back along the floor, trying to get away from it, only to hit a wall.
"Where are you going, witch?" the thing rumbled. Its voice was like thunder.
What? What the fuck? Shite! What do you want?
Amanda stammered as panic rose up within her. There was no way of keeping calm this time. Being attacked by a man was one thing. Being assaulted by an impossible creature that shouldn't exist was something else entirely. She could already feel her heart pounding like a drum in her chest, like it was about to burst forth and make a run for it.
"Amanda!"
called a voice from the street as Stuart suddenly sprinted around the corner. The creature turned and looked. It was as if Stuart didn't quite register what was stood before him, like his brain couldn't quite comprehend what it was as he ran in towards her, only to come to a skidding stop right next to it as he realized the size of the thing.
"Holy shit!"
Stuart called as he looked up at the creature and stepped back from it. With a lazy movement of its huge arm, the thing slapped Stuart backwards into the wall. Amanda heard the crack of bone as his head hit the concrete.
"Stuart!"
Amanda called.
"Run!"
Stuart looked up at her and touched his fingers to the back of his head. They came away glistening in crimson.
"Stuart!"
Amanda called again, only for the creature to pull back its fist, and as he looked up at it, the thing punched him. The creature's fist was probably as big as Stuart, and ended up buried a few feet into the now ruined concrete floor and wall of the building, with Amanda's friend crushed beneath it. There was no way he could have survived that. The beast withdrew his fist from the rubble. Amanda noted the blood stain that covered it as more debris fell into place on top of her friend. "You won't best me again, witch! This time you will pay!" the thing growled at her. Amanda had no idea what it was talking about, and honestly wasn't paying much attention. Instead, a single thought ran through her mind over and over.
"I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die."
The creature lowered itself into more of a threatening pose. Its claws held wide as it looked at her. Panic and fear filled her up and bubbled over as she took in the scene. And then there was rage. A growing anger passed over her like a wave as she looked at the rubble that covered Stuart's body. The fear she had been feeling was washed away by a growing white-hot fury as she thought about the events of the past few months. Her life was pretty shitty. She'd come to America as a stowaway looking for a new life, looking for hope. She'd convinced herself that her life and her future were here. Instead, she'd ended up on the street, cold, hungry, and alone. She made friends, and if it wasn't for the kindness of strangers, she might still be there. But nothing lasted. Unable to get an average job, when she found out her new friend Georgina was a working girl, a prostitute, she had eventually fallen into that life as well, putting herself under pressure to actually earn something. She might tell anyone who asked that she liked her work, but the brutally honest truth of it was that she hated it. It made her feel used and abused. She was a thing, a sex object, and frankly, it was shit. The money helped, but this wasn't the life she wanted. This wasn't the life she'd hoped for. But what else was there? She was stuck. Even Howie, the man who had found her on the street, took pity on her and saved her by giving her a room and a place to stay, ended up reluctantly asking her to leave when she started turning tricks. She couldn't blame him for that. Despite their friendship, Howie couldn't reconcile having a working girl living with him, even if she could now pay him rent. He just didn't approve of it. She sometimes wondered how different her life might have been had she had gone to him with her money troubles instead of Georgina. Could he have gotten her a serving job? Something to give her some cash in hand. Howie was always a stickler for the rules, though, which might have been why she had gone to Georgie rather than Howie with her troubles. Unfortunately, she hadn't really spoken to Howie since. It was just another regret to add to the list. But it was the way that shitty illness had struck down Georgina that had really cut deep. She'd been given months to live at the diagnosis, which was only weeks or days by now, and there was nothing she could do to help her. And now even Stuart was dead, killed by some kind of beast or demon. The rage built within her, and as the creature lunged, rushing forward with its sword-like claws slicing towards her, Amanda held out her arms in a futile effort to protect herself and screamed, releasing that rage and throwing it out at the creature. It felt like a wave of energy exploded out of her and rushed along her arms and out. An almighty crash and explosion rocked the alleyway, and even though her eyes were closed, she could make out some kind of flare of white light beyond her eyelids. The anticipated feeling of 10-inch claws ripping into her flesh never happened, and as the sense of rippling energy continued to flow over her arms, accompanied by hissing and banging and flashes of light, Amanda opened her eyes. Electrical energy in the form of huge arcs of blinding light flowed down her arms and shot out at the beast that stood before her, blasting it in the chest. The energy leapt about in great electrical arcs, with branches slamming into walls and puddles, evaporating them with an explosion of steam and water. The rush of air kicked up papers that were burnt by the energy as they wheeled about through the air. The creature staggered, struggling to keep its balance as Amanda gazed in awe at the power that was flowing out of her. Was there golden mist hanging in the air around her? As she watched, concern grew deep inside herself, accompanied with doubt, and as those doubts increased, the energy weakened. As she watched the intensity of the lightning fade, she noticed the creature suddenly found its balance and brought its head forward again to look right back at her. She wasn't hurting it as much, and the monster was fighting back, recovering from the effects. Seeing those small red eyes focus on her and bore into her soul as the beast took a menacing step forward, caused the fear and rage to flood right back in as she let the doubt slip away. She needed to finish this and destroy the creature. "No!" she yelled. Summoning up all her strength once more, Amanda dug deep, finding reservoirs of anger and frustration, and threw it all at the beast. The energy more than doubled in ferocity, and with a final scream of unadulterated rage, she completely let loose. With an ear-rattling boom, the creature was blasted against the wall with a final powerful flare of lightning as the last reserves of anger dried up and the energy faded away, leaving her alone in the alley. The alleyway was dark, but the creature was gone, obliterated, and only a vaguely humanoid scorch mark on the wall remained of it. Having risen to her knees for that final push, Amanda sat back down, nearly collapsing from the strain of what she had just done. After taking a few moments to catch her breath, she looked at her hands as the last spluttering vestiges of energy sparked and then disappeared. What the hell had just happened? She wondered as she turned her hands over, inspecting them for marks or burns, but there were none. Looking around her, the last few bits of paper rippled to the floor, partially burnt, as the last vestiges of the golden mist that hung in the air faded from view. Had she been attacked by a monster or demon? But such things shouldn't exist. They were impossible. Monsters weren't real. It was one of those truths you learnt as a child, along with there being no Easter Bunny or Santa Claus. There were no such things as monsters or vampires or werewolves. They were old myths, stories, and not real. And yet, here she was, sitting on the wet concrete of a Manhattan alleyway, cold and damp, having just been attacked by one. But not only that, she'd somehow thrown lightning bolts at it and killed it. The world had gone mad, she thought as her eyes drifted over to the pile of bricks and rubble beneath which Stuart was buried. As she looked, she spotted a foot and a hand sticking out from the debris. She recognized the pristine white sneakers that Stuart had been wearing. Amanda's heart sank. There was little trace of the magic or the beast, but the aftermath of the confrontation was all too real. Amanda picked herself up out of the puddles, the cold water dripping from her as she stepped over to the remains of her protector and friend. She went to reach for his hand, but pulled back before she touched it. She couldn't bring herself to take it in hers. "I'm sorry," she said, whispering to him. He didn't deserve to die like this, she thought. As she stood there, the sound of police sirens rose up from the background noise until Amanda suddenly registered their approach. "Oh, crap," she cursed to herself. The shadowy figure stood on top of the apartment block over the road from the alleyway in the shadows of the building's water tank, watching as Amanda picked herself up, wobbling like a newborn fawn on her high heels, before she turned and ran as the sirens of the police approached. The figure smiled. Finally, the moment she had been waiting for all these centuries had come. Amanda had been through her epiphany, but now the real fun began. The next few years would be tough, and there was always a chance that things could go horribly wrong. The plans had been put in place, though, and everyone was ready to play their part. Amanda had run out of sight now in the alleyway below, so the figure stepped back, concentrated, and with a rush of essentia, disappeared. Internal missive within the Disciples of the Cross. To Grand Inquisitor Mary Damask. From Grand High Inquisitor Valerio Rossi. Subject: Demon sighting in New York. Inquisitor Damask, I believe you have a man in New York currently. We have had a credible sighting of a demon in Manhattan, and a description of the witch who summoned it. Notify your asset we will be monitoring the area. He needs to be ready to move as quickly as possible. Please see the attachment for details and a description of the witch. Updates to follow, VR. Chapter 3. The Inquisitor, JFK Airport. Amanda picked up her bag from the table and smiled meekly at the security guard who was standing on the other side and watching her go. Thanks, she said. The man nodded and turned to look at the other travelers behind her. Placing her roller bag on the floor and extending the handle, she walked away from the security checkpoint with a long, slow exhale. She concentrated on her breathing and did her best to calm herself down as she moved into the departure lounge. Getting through check-in and the security had been her biggest fear. She'd only picked up her fake passport not long ago before booking her flight to Ireland. Everything had gone through just fine, but she had been terrified that she would get arrested at some point as she passed through the airport. Standing at the check-in desk, asking for an earlier flight as they scanned her passport had been a moment of pure terror. What if they had found out she was living here legally? She'd be deported eventually as an illegal alien, sure, but that could take months, and Georgina had weeks or less to live. She'd kept herself under control, though, and stood there, smiling at the attendant as if this was the most normal thing in the world for her. Thank you, Alice White, the attendant had said as she'd passed her documents back to her. She had no idea why the forger had put that name in the passport, but Amanda liked it. They found her a seat on an earlier flight, and she would be boarding her plane within the next hour. When the lady at the desk had said she could go through security into the departure lounge, part of her had been convinced this was part of some kind of elaborate trap, and that the security teams were waiting for her and would detain her as she passed through. But there had been no problems at all. Her bag had been scanned, she'd walked through the metal detector, and everyone had treated her just like any other passenger. A short walk later, and Amanda sat herself down in one of the seats scattered around the departure lounge and did her best to relax. It wasn't that easy, though, and even though the worst part, and frankly, the riskiest part was over, she found herself watching the airport security guards like a hawk, keeping an eye out for any hint that they might be heading her way because her passport had been flagged somewhere. So far, no one had approached her, though, and she actually started to breathe a little easier. Looking around her, she spotted a man sitting opposite her who was peering at her over his paper. He saw her notice him, though, and looked away, focusing back to the newspaper he was reading. He was sat with a woman who was reading a novel. Was he eyeing her because she had a short black and white tartan skirt on that showed off her legs? Or was he an undercover security guard getting info on her through his hidden earpiece? She started to feel nervous again and looked around at other people. A couple more people met her gaze, and suddenly she was feeling very uncomfortable. She felt sure it was merely coincidence and that she wasn't being watched, but her mind just wouldn't let the idea go. She looked back at the man opposite her as she shifted her position and crossed her legs the other way. He was looking at her again, staring at her legs as she moved them. He was probably just being a typical man, but that doubt would not slip away just yet. The lady sitting next to the man looked up at him, followed his gaze, and looked at Amanda. Amanda looked back at her, but she'd seen Amanda looking at her traveling companion. The woman turned to the man, who looked up from Amanda's legs and back at the woman. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Grow up, you perv," she muttered as the man went back to his paper, his cheeks scarlet. Amanda smiled to herself. He was just admiring her, it seemed. She'd been attacked hours ago now, and every time she closed her eyes, her mind went straight back to that alleyway and the beast that had attacked her. Looking back at it now, surrounded by ordinary people in a busy airport, she wondered if it had all been a dream, or more accurately, a nightmare. Monsters didn't exist, and people could not throw lightning around. So what the hell had happened? Was she having a psychotic break? Was she hallucinating? Was Stuart actually dead? Amanda felt her lips quiver as the emotion of knowing Stuart was dead, and that Georgina might not be long for this world either, washed over her. Forcing herself to breathe, she pushed those emotions back down. She didn't want to start crying at the airport. She didn't want to fuss. She just wanted to get on that plane and go and see her friend. That was all that mattered. She'd think about the attack later, but not now. A short time later, Amanda checked the departure board and spotted that the gate number had appeared next to her flight. She stood and glanced at the couple sitting across from her again. The man looked up, his eyes drawn to her movements. Amanda smiled and winked at him, feeling playful. The man flushed and quickly looked back down at something in his paper that had suddenly become terribly interesting. Amanda walked away smiling to herself. She enjoyed fecking with men's minds like that. Walking through the departure lounge, she made her way towards the gate she was due to depart from, feeling relieved she would soon be in the air and away from the city. She'd always been a dreamer, with something of an overactive imagination, which was usually a great thing to have. But there were times like this when she only saw threats around every corner. But, as usual, she'd imagined it, and what she'd thought was some undercover agent was actually just a frustrated man who was enjoying the view. She'd had plenty of experience with frustrated married men during her time on the streets of New York. They weren't getting what they desired from the relationship at home, and so they came out onto the streets to find it with people like Amanda and her friends. It always amused her when they tried to hide their wedding rings. She couldn't care less if they were married. She, like any working girl, was only interested in the contents of their wallet. "Amanda," said a male voice just behind her. Amanda turned and looked at the man who had walked up to her. He was tall, with swarthy skin, and was wiry thin. He looked like he'd lived his life out in the world, and although his face was weathered, Amanda guessed he was probably in his 30s somewhere. "Yes," Amanda said without really thinking about it. The man smiled. "Excellente. Would you come with me, please?" Amanda frowned. He wasn't dressed in an airport uniform. Instead, he wore relatively dull and boring trousers, and a shirt with a long raincoat over the top. "Who are you?" Amanda asked. "I'm with the airport security, if you'd like to follow me, please," he said, moving to her side and putting his hand to the small of her back, urging her back the way she'd come. "What's this about?" Amanda asked, resisting his hand directing her where he wanted her to go. "We just need to run some additional security checks, ma'am. It's nothing serious. You'll be on your way soon enough," he said. Amanda narrowed her eyes at him. Something about this felt off and wrong. Even though she'd thought this might happen, convinced almost, something about this man didn't seem right. He had a strong Italian accent and wore a gold cross around his neck. Despite her doubts, Amanda started to move and walk in the direction he was guiding her. She could see a doorway up ahead that said staff only on it, and guessed that must be where they were heading for. "What security checks? Did I fail something?" Amanda asked, trying to keep the talking going as she tried to figure it out. "We'll talk more soon. I'm sure it's nothing to be worried about," he said, brushing off her comments. Amanda frowned again. The whole thing seemed off. They soon reached the door, and the man pulled out a key. He unlocked it easy enough and directed Amanda through to the other side. The man followed her through, shutting the door behind her. "This way," the man said. Looking down the corridor that they now stood within, a man in an airport uniform was approaching them. Was this one of this man's team, Amanda wondered? Glancing sideways, she noticed that her captor was taking pains not to look at this approaching man, and in fact, seemed to be trying to hide his face, if anything. Looking back up, the airport worker was frowning at them and watched closely as they passed each other. 2 steps beyond the worker, Amanda heard him speak up. "Hey, what are you doing back here?" the worker said. "Just dealing with a security issue," her captor said, without stopping or looking back. Amanda had to look back, though, and saw the man frown at them as they continued walking. "But security isn't back here," the man said. This really wasn't right, Amanda thought. Something was very wrong here. So she slowed down and looked up at her captor. "What's your name?" Amanda asked. "Who do you work for? Where are you taking me?" The man stopped too and looked up at her with a furious expression on his face. "Fine," the man said, and reached into his inside pocket. She hadn't thought to ask for ID, which was bloody stupid, she thought. That should have been the first thing she should have asked for, back when there were way more people about. The man withdrew his hand from his coat, but he wasn't holding his identification. Instead, he pulled out a handgun with a very long barrel on it. Amanda had never shot a gun in her life, even during her time in America. She just didn't like them and had no real idea which gun was which. Her captor aimed the weapon at the worker and fired a single shot. Amanda had braced herself for a loud bang, but instead, the noise was more of a dull mechanical sound and surprisingly quiet. Amanda suddenly knew that the long barrel on the handgun was in fact a silencer. For a moment, she wondered why they were called silencers when the gun wasn't actually silent. It was quieter than usual for sure, but not silent. The worker he'd shot dropped to the floor, gasped raggedly for a few seconds before falling still. Amanda gasped and put her hands to her face. You shot him," she stammered. Her captor grabbed her by the arm and walked her over to a side door labeled maintenance. He had a face like thunder and seemed more than a little annoyed. He opened the door and looked inside. It was dark in the small room. Backing up, the man pointed the gun at Amanda. "Put them in there," he said. "What?" Amanda asked. "The man. Drag him into the closet now," he urged her. Amanda looked at her captor's gun and then at him. He'd shot this guy so he might shoot her as well. There was no choice. She walked up to the man's body, kicked off her high heels, and grabbed his wrists. He was a lot heavier than he looked, but she put all her weight behind it and started to move him, dragging him slowly towards the door to the maintenance closet and finally inside it. Amanda let go of the body's wrists and took a moment to catch her breath. She felt shattered, but she now knew the truth. This man was not part of the airport's security. In fact, she had no idea who he was or what he wanted with her. This was all very strange, but then her barometer for what was or wasn't strange had shifted somewhat recently. What she did know for sure now, though, was that she needed to get away from this man as quickly as she could. He was dangerous, and she was likely to end up dead if she wasn't careful. She frowned then as she realized that right at that moment, the man was nowhere to be seen. Thinking she might have an opportunity here, Amanda padded silently over to the door, stepping over the corpse as she went, and tucked herself in behind the door. She balled her fist as she waited and listened. She heard footsteps approaching the door. He sighed and didn't sound too happy about something. "Amanda," he said, walking up to the door. "When you'd have finished," he began as he stepped into the doorway. The second he appeared and hesitated upon seeing that looked like an empty room at first glance, Amanda twisted around and punched him hard in the face. The man dropped his gun with a metallic clatter as Amanda stepped around the corner. He took the punch well, though, and immediately went for her. This clearly wasn't his first time getting hit. Amanda moved back, stepping nimbly over the body, but the man had forgotten about him and caught his foot on the corpse. Her captor staggered into the room and fell to his knees. Amanda rushed over to him and unconsciously channeled her rage into the punch. She might not know this man's name, but she knew enough to know she didn't like him. She swung her fist and smashed him in his face, noticing a crackle of golden energy around her hand that had not been there a heartbeat ago. As her punch connected with the man, the energy in her fist appeared to jump between them and wash over the man before fading away. Amanda jumped back in surprise. "What the feck?" she muttered to herself. She'd seen this curious golden energy before, but this was the first time she'd seen it on or around herself. Feeling flustered, she wanted to run, but forced herself to check on the man she'd just punched. He was unconscious. Smiling to herself, Amanda stepped out of the room and pulled the door shut behind her. Hopping over to her shoes, she slipped them back on and noted the small blood stain on the floor. It seemed like the bullet hadn't passed through the man, meaning he wasn't leaking blood all over the corridor. Looking at it, she also felt sure that he'd made an attempt to clean it up a bit while she'd been moving the body. Amanda paused. Should she tell someone? Should she inform security? As she stood there thinking what to do, she heard the voice on the loudspeaker announce the last call for her flight to Ireland. Although she felt terrible for doing it, she made her choice, headed back the way she'd come, back out into the departure lounge, and jogged up to her gate. She needed to get to Ireland. Someone else could clear up this mess. Anyway, the man in the closet was still alive and would likely wake up at some point soon. She didn't want to be here when that happened. Manhattan, New York. Vito stood on the New York street and rubbed his face. It was still sore after that bitch Amanda had punched him in the airport. He felt incredibly frustrated by that whole affair. He nearly had her, but now he felt like an idiot. He hadn't checked where she was flying to or what the name on her no-doubt fake passport was, so he had no way of knowing where she was flying to. So here he was, in the middle of New York, surrounded by more infuriating Yanks, watching the girls who had been working the streets with Amanda recently, according to their eyewitness. He wasn't sure which of them were Amanda's friends, but he would find out, and he would make them talk. He was looking forward to finishing this mission as soon as possible and getting back to Rome. He despised the USA with its garish, ungodly culture. The sooner he was back in the Vatican, the better. Still, there was always a silver lining in every cloud, and today's would be the enjoyment of getting these girls to tell him what he needed to know. The fact that his targets were not only prostitutes, but also American ones, just made the idea even sweeter. If this Amanda witch had any sense about her, she wouldn't have left a forwarding address with any of her former heretic friends after her summoning of the demon in the alleyway. But you never knew your luck, and it would be fun finding out. He'd also pay a visit to the alleyway to see if there were any clues there too. Maybe the grace of God would reveal something useful to him. Chapter 4. A Chance Meeting, Donegal, Ireland. It was early July, and today the sun was shining through the windows of the cottage with an inviting golden glow. But Amanda wasn't in the right mood to be out there enjoying the weather. At least, not this early in the morning. She'd take a walk shortly and get some fresh air soon. But for now, she was just enjoying her mug of hot chocolate. When she'd arrived here over a month ago, she'd found Georgina in a much worse state than she had expected. She was a shadow of her former self, and completely bedridden by then. Amanda could see it in her. She was fading fast and wouldn't be alive for much longer. Days later, she passed away. It was almost as if she'd been waiting for Amanda to come to her bedside. Georgina had told her how happy she was to have Amanda by her side and away from the streets. She made Amanda promise never to work the streets again, ever. She had the sense that Georgina felt guilty that Amanda had ended up as a working girl, but Amanda had reassured her that it was her choice and not Georgina's. She probably would have ended up doing it anyway, or something similar, or worse. Besides, she was alive, she'd survived, and she was never going back. Georgina asked after Stuart and the others. Amanda had lied. She couldn't face telling her that Stuart was dead, nor could she bring herself to tell Georgina about the strange encounters she had experienced either. It was just more stress that Georgina didn't need right now. Amanda spent her time trying to keep Georgina's spirits up and helping the nurses who visited to care for her now that she was in these final stages of her life. There was nothing that could be done. Her body was shutting down. She would die no matter what. The money Georgina had gained from the inheritance paid for everything, including this cottage and her care. She was as comfortable as she could be, and Georgina had already put the remainder into Amanda's name. Amanda could live here for as long as she wanted and never need to worry about money. Amanda had never found out who this long-lost family member was who had given Georgina this cottage and the money. But then, even Georgina didn't seem to know who it was either. It was something of a coincidence that the cottage was here in Donegal, just a few miles away from where Amanda had grown up in the orphanage. But life was full of coincidences, which only gave you a headache if you thought about them for too long. The cottage felt so quiet now, out here in the countryside of Ireland with Georgina gone. She'd been rattling about in the house for a few weeks now, but was trying to force herself to go out, to enjoy the countryside and the weather. The funeral had happened quickly, and only Amanda and the nurses were there. Georgina had been cremated as per her request. That had been a sad day. Amanda had come back to the cottage and shed quite a few tears that night. In fact, it was only in recent days that she'd started to get through a whole day without shedding a single tear. Taking a breath, she tried her best to push those thoughts to the back of her mind. This was her birthday, and she did not want to spend that day moping about. Georgina would not want that. She'd want her to have a happy day. She felt like she'd been upset ever since she'd arrived here, but it wasn't doing her any good, and her friends certainly wouldn't want her to feel this way each and every day. The problem was, she wasn't sure what to do with her life. Here she was back in Ireland, her home country, with more money than she knew how to spend, but she had no clue what she wanted to do with her life. Something she had started to do each day was to exercise. She'd taken to going for a run every day and exploring the local countryside. She'd found a very picturesque clearing in the forest the other day. There was something almost magical about that place. It felt like the kind of place fairies might gather, or was that her overactive imagination again? Well, she didn't care. All she knew was that she liked it there, and in this weather, it was a perfect sunbathing spot. After she'd finished her drink, she got herself up properly, pulling on her running clothes, which in this warm weather was only a sports bra and lycra shorts with socks and running shoes, before she stepped outside. It was mid-morning, and the sun was streaming into the valley. The cottage was close to the blue-stacked mountains in Donegal, Ireland, at the bottom of the wide depression with hills on 3 sides. From her front door, you couldn't even see the next closest house from here. A single muddy track led out of the valley with her cottage being at the end of it. Beyond that, a little way up the valley, lay the forest that Amanda enjoyed exploring. But before she went in there, she set off on her run. She took a wide arc around the valley, running up and down the slopes, pumping her legs and feeling the burn as she jogged. Her whitewashed cottage was a very idyllic-looking place. The building was L-shaped, with a thatched roof and a modest garden surrounded by a picket fence. She found it hard to believe that this was hers now, but she had the documents to prove it. She owned it. This was her home. Close to an hour later, as the sun climbed to its highest point, Amanda made her way to the edge of the woods and slowed to a walk before heading inside. She loved walking in here, making her way through the long grass, with the dappled sunlight playing over the landscape, lighting up parts of the wood while leaving other areas in the shade. The birds sang, and she could hear the movement of wildlife from time to time. Soon enough, she found her clearing again and stepped out from the tree line. Just inside the clearing was an old dead tree stump, so Amanda made her way over there and sat down. Her muscles ached, but it was a good feeling. She knew she worked hard and pushed herself to do a good run. So she closed her eyes and concentrated on slowing her breathing, forcing herself to relax. She pulled the air in through her nose and out through her mouth, moving the life-giving air through her body, slowly and methodically. As she sat there, feeling relaxed and calm, her cares floating away on the light breeze that caressed her skin and pulled at the strands of her hair, she started to feel a tingling around her head and neck. She got it occasionally when she was more relaxed. And a while ago she'd looked into it to find it was called ASMR, or Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response. It was something only some people experienced when they were in a state of relaxation and could be brought on by a lot of different stimuli. Amanda had felt it before when she'd been held in Howie's arms watching a film and he'd been playing with her hair, or when she'd had someone be particularly gentle with her when doing her hair or makeup. It wasn't in the slightest bit sexual, quite the opposite. It was calming and relaxing. It made you want to just fall asleep. Opening her eyes, Amanda started to make out a strange glowing golden mist, rising up from the ground and hanging in the air around her. She could still see the world around her. It didn't obscure anything at all, but there it was. She'd seen it before a few times recently, but never when she'd expected it to. She had no idea what it was. The first few times she'd experienced it, she'd been shocked and recoiled from it. But she knew it wasn't anything to worry about now, so she calmly accepted it. She'd hoped she'd find out what it was soon, though. Feeling totally relaxed, Amanda stepped off the tree stump and sat herself down in the grass, pulled off her trainers and socks, and then her sports bra and shorts so she could sunbathe in only her underwear. She didn't like tan lines, and she'd never seen anyone come up here, so she wasn't worried about anyone seeing her topless. She laid in the grass and enjoyed the feeling of the sun's heat on her skin. She turned every so often, but she must have nodded off because she suddenly thought she heard something. Propping herself up, she spotted someone else in the clearing. It was a man, over towards the middle, quite a distance away from her, and he showed no signs of having seen her. At first, she was offended. She felt like this was her clearing, her secret place, but she knew that was ridiculous. This was a public space. Anyone could come here. The man was going about his business and seemed to be either ignoring her or he was unaware that she was even there. What was he doing, she thought. But then, after a few seconds, it was obvious. He was doing Tai Chi or something similar. As she watched, the shock of seeing someone else here faded away to be replaced with a kind of fascination. The man looked to be in his 50s maybe and was of Chinese descent if she had to guess. His movements were calm and precise as he slowly worked through his routine, reaching and stretching. It was incredibly graceful and utterly fascinating. After a while, as she relaxed, she could feel the tingles around her forehead and temples grow again. She ended up just sitting there, watching and enjoying the show as the tingles moved through her hair and over her neck. She wasn't sure how long it went on for, and she didn't care, but after a while he stopped. It took Amanda a few moments to realize that his routine was over. She was so chilled out. She watched as he picked up a towel from the floor and started to make his way towards the far edge of the clearing. As he went, he glanced back once, looking right at her, before continuing on his way. Amanda half smiled at him as he looked, before suddenly realizing she was still topless. She laughed to herself. She'd probably scared him off. She lay back down a little while longer before pulling her top back on and making her way back home, feeling completely relaxed and calm. When she'd been in the cottage this morning, she found it tough to think of anything other than Georgina, and the cottage kind of represented her death. There was almost a miasma of sadness about the place. But on her return, that had gone. Now she looked at the small white building with its thatched roof and saw something that was hers. She saw her home, a place she could live in and enjoy. There were some sad memories attached to it still, but they no longer dominated the place. They were there should she need to remember her friend, but there were new feelings associated with it now, the main one being hope. The Chinese man had fascinated Amanda, and she wondered if he would be there again the next day. So she returned and waited, and sure enough, he came back and went through his routine once more. Amanda sat on the tree stump this time to get a better look. Again, the man's slow, measured movement served to relax her once more so she could feel those pleasant tingles. But this time, she also saw the golden mist again. But what was curious and wondrous was that as the man moved, he seemed to interact with the mist. And there were times when she felt sure that the man himself seemed infused with it and glowed slightly. As he left that day, he looked back at Amanda again and actually smiled at her. His face was friendly and kind. Later on that night, as she sat before her open fire, she decided she'd go and speak to him the next time she saw him. She didn't want to scare him off by being there every day and watching him. It seemed only right that she introduced herself and say hello. The man returned again on the third day, and after watching him run through his routine, Amanda got up and walked over as he wiped his brow with his towel. The man was short, easily under 5 feet tall, and it seemed odd to be looking down at a grown adult to talk to him. He was quite a handsome man with his bald head, mustache, and small beard at the end of his chin. He looked up at her as she approached. "Hey, hi, how are you?" she said. He smiled. "I am well, thank you," he said in heavily Chinese accented English. So, I hope you don't mind me asking, but was that Tai Chi you were doing? She asked, feeling much more nervous than she thought she would. He smiled. I see why you think that it is Tai Chi, he said with his soft Chinese accent. But no, it's not Tai Chi. I practice art of finesse. Amanda liked him right away. His voice had a calming quality to it. And she found the way he missed out words, she guessed because English probably wasn't his first language, rather cute. The art of the phoenix, that's grand. I've never heard of that before, she said. It's from Tibet, deep in mountains. I learned it from my master, graceful Venus at Red Monastery. Well, it's beautiful to watch, so it is. The man bowed slightly with a smile. I hope you don't mind me watching you, Amanda added. No, I don't mind, he said. So have you been coming to this clearing for long? She asked, wondering if she missed him during her previous visits before seeing him the other day. No, not long, but it's very relaxing, yes? Very, Amanda smiled. You know Tai Chi? He asked. Amanda smiled. I don't. I've learned a little self-defense in my time, so I have, but not Tai Chi. You want to learn? Maybe one day, she said. Tomorrow. Sorry, what? Amanda asked, suddenly realizing what he was asking her. You learn Tai Chi with me tomorrow, no? You're offering to teach me, Amanda asked, incredulous. She couldn't quite believe that he was asking her if she wanted to learn from him. Yes, he said, nodding with a smile. Well, Amanda hesitated. You say yes. You learn from me. Okay. Well, sure. Why not? Amanda said. Excellent, the man answered. Oh, I'm Amanda, by the way. Amanda Jane Page, she said, offering her hand. The man took her hand in his and bowed to her. I am Gentle Water, he said. Amanda cocked her head slightly to one side and couldn't help the brief frown that crossed her face. That's an unusual name, she said, hoping she didn't offend him with her choice of words. Yes, it's not my birth name, but it's my name from Red Monastery. I like. Amanda nodded. She liked it too, and thought it suited him well. She could already tell that he was a calm and methodical man. She liked him. I see you tomorrow at same time? He asked. Of course. She smiled and said goodbye to him. She watched him walk off before turning and setting off back to her side of the clearing and the cottage. She couldn't help the smile that played over her face as she walked. For the first time since she had returned to Ireland, she not only felt hope for the future, but she felt like she had some kind of direction. Meeting Gentle Water had come at just the right moment, and she was looking forward to seeing him again tomorrow and maybe becoming his student. Meeting him like that reminded her of meeting Alicia, her childhood friend from her days in the orphanage. She'd never known her parents, having been found as a baby on the doorstep of an orphanage and convent school, not too far from here. She was taken in by the nuns there and named Amanda Jane, after the two sisters who found her, and given the surname of Page, which was the surname of the Mother Superior, Emmanuel Page. She'd grown up within the walls of the orphanage, raised by the nuns, but she'd always been something of a free spirit and a little wild. As she grew up, it only got worse, though. She was forever getting into trouble and disobeying the nuns. Their punishments could be harsh, but Amanda didn't care. In fact, it only drove her onwards to do worse or more daring stuff. Looking back now at the child she'd been, she saw a young girl she didn't like very much. Someone who really should have known better. But at the time, she'd felt trapped in a cage. She'd spent her whole life in that place, and she longed for release. She'd run away a couple of times, but the police had always found her and brought her back. And yet, she was forever looking and planning for her escape. Living there from being a baby, Amanda knew the building very well, better than most of the nuns. and she'd found a number of places she could hide or sneak into to be by herself. One of them was a roof space that she could reach through a couple ways, the main one being up a disused chimney and through a hole partway up. If the sisters knew of this place, they'd have blocked it up, so she kept it to herself. She spent her time up there daydreaming about the places she'd visit one day when she could get out of the orphanage. The place she dreamt about most often was New York. She loved the look of the big city and collected photos of it that she pinned to the rafters up in her roof space. She spent hours laying up there, staring at those images, imagining walking those streets and looking up at those towers. Looking back, she wondered how her life would have gone had Alicia not joined the orphanage. She'd been on the road to self-destruction, she thought looking back, but Alicia had seen something in her. She'd seen that this delinquent red-headed girl was acting out and chose to take it upon herself to change things. Or at least that's what Amanda thought, looking back at things now. She couldn't know for sure, but Alicia must have had thoughts along those lines. Alicia was a model student at the school. Diligent in her work, she followed the rules but was friendly and open. She was a popular girl and seemed to befriend anybody. Amanda disliked her from the moment she met her and made a point of avoiding her, which was somewhat ironic, really. Maybe she'd sensed that Alicia would rein her in, and so she kept her distance. But once Alicia had made up her mind to befriend her, there was no stopping her. No matter how horrible she was to Alicia, she always came back, and in the end, Amanda could resist no longer. The thing was, though, that once she had let her barriers down and let Alicia get close, she found that she actually really liked the girl. She was friendly, bubbly, and against everything that Amanda had previously thought, they quickly became very close friends. The effect Alicia had on her was profound, and within weeks, her grades were up and she was no longer causing trouble. The wild side of Amanda was still there, of course, and despite the best efforts of the nuns and Alicia, who was a devout Catholic, Amanda was never interested in all that God stuff. She just found it boring and anathema to her life and her goals. She wanted to live, to enjoy life, and not spend it on her knees. She did, however, respect Alicia for her unshakable faith. It clearly had a positive impact on her and her life. In turn, Alicia herself then had a positive impact on Amanda, and for that, she was eternally grateful. When she did finally run away from the orphanage after the pressure of living there got too much for her, the one regret she had was leaving Alicia. She hadn't told anyone about her plans, not even Alicia. She didn't want to jeopardize her chances. Alicia probably had guessed where Amanda had gone, though, as she knew about her obsession with New York. Amanda had shown her the roof space with all the photos she'd cut out of books and magazines, but only after Alicia had promised never to show or tell anyone about it. One day, she wanted to return to the orphanage to find out what had happened to her friend, but not yet. She wasn't ready yet. Diary entry of Royston Kendrick, spokesperson for the Legacy Coven. Gentle Water reported in today. He's made contact with Amanda in Ireland, met her a few times over the last few days, and is starting to teach her the basics of his martial arts style. At least we can relax for a bit now. The meeting was always going to be touch and go, despite the reassurances of our friend. I must keep in regular contact with him. Chapter 5. Revelation, Donegal, Ireland. The summer had turned out to be a rather nice one with plenty of warm weather, which made a nice change to the usual rain and clouds that Ireland was more known for. Amanda lay in her bed, enjoying another lazy morning, watching the sunlight play through the gap in her curtains and create patterns on the wall. As she lay there, she heard the door to the cottage go. It was Gentle Water, heading out as he usually did in the mornings. He wasn't one for laying in his bed. It had been nearly 2 months since she had first spoken to him in the clearing, which had become the main practice area for the martial arts he was teaching her. They'd spent more time together as he taught her that the art of the Phoenix was more than just a relaxation tool. It was a whole martial art that could be used as a weapon as well. She'd soon found out that Gentle Water was staying in a hotel in the next town over, and after some thought, Amanda decided to offer him the second bedroom in her cottage. Apparently, Gentle Water had been traveling and liked the area, so he was staying locally to get a feel for the place before he found somewhere more permanent. But they were spending so much time together now, it seemed to her to just make sense that he live with her for a while. Gentle Water was unsure at first, but eventually agreed to move into the cottage, for the short term at least. As the weeks wore on, they became fast friends, with Gentle Water taking on something of a fatherly role for her. She'd never had a dad or a male role model in her life. All she'd had were nuns and the girls in her dorm. There were boys at the convent school, but they only saw each other during lessons and breaks, so she had always been somewhat starved of male role models. She didn't regret the way things had been back then, but it was nice to have someone like that in her life now at least. Gentle Water remained somewhat aloof, however. He was quiet and kept to himself, generally staying out of Amanda's way as much as possible. She wondered if he felt that he was imposing on her living space, because she didn't feel that way at all. She'd invited him to live with her, and she actually really enjoyed having him around. But she had a feeling that he was holding something back from her, hiding something, but she had no idea what it could be. Well, maybe he'd open up to her at some point, once he was ready. She didn't want to pry. Everyone had secrets after all, and they had only known each other for a few weeks. She felt she knew him well enough, though, that she had no issues with him being in the house with her. He was kind, respectful, and very gentlemanly, always going out of his way to help her and do what needed doing around the house. Amanda reached out for the glass of water by her bed, and out of the corner of her eye saw it slide across the top of the bedside table into her hand. She looked at it properly, squinting at it. Had it really just done that? It wasn't the first time. In fact, strange things had been happening to her for years. Things she couldn't explain, but were always subtle and often happened just out of the corner of her eyes, so she wasn't sure if it had really happened or not, like this glass moving by itself. But since the attack in New York, the frequency of them had changed dramatically. Before that day, they were sporadic, maybe 2 or 3 times a year, 4 or 5 occasionally, but they were always subtle, and she was never sure if she'd just imagined it. Now, though, they were happening daily, often several times a day, and they seemed to be growing in frequency. Just last night, she had seen the gold mist again and had moved a coffee mug to her hand, right next to Gentle Water. She was sure he must have seen it, but when she asked, he said he hadn't seen anything and brushed it off. Sometimes they freaked her out, but they were becoming so common now that she'd actually just started to accept them. Sitting up, she took a gulp of her drink and padded around to the bathroom. Pulling off her nightclothes, she jumped into the shower and enjoyed the soothing feeling of water hammering against her skin. Getting used to Gentle Water being in the house had been interesting. She'd been so used to living alone both in New York in her apartment and now here that she would often walk about either nude or just in her underwear, such as from the shower. She'd only forgotten herself once and probably given Gentle Water something of an eyeful as she stepped out of the bathroom wearing nothing but a towel on her head. He'd been so quiet that morning that she'd forgotten he was living with her. She apologized, of course, but he laughed it off. Finishing up, she reached for the towel and once again felt sure that the thing had just leapt to her hand. Blinking the water out of her eyes, she looked at it with a frown. This was getting silly. Exiting the shower, she dried herself and got dressed, pulling on a pair of cropped leggings and fitted strappy top. They'd be sparring and training today, so she often wore fitness or fitted clothing, as it was just easier to move about in. A drink and a slice of toast, and 2 more instances of objects moving on their own later, and she was out the door and jogging up the slope towards the tree line. She soon made it through the trees to the clearing and wandered into the open space, spotting gentle water up ahead. As she walked towards him, something looked odd. His position on the ground looked a long way off, and yet he looked like he was closer than that. The perspective of the whole scene seemed off around her mentor. She continued forward, and suddenly her brain made sense of what she was seeing. She stopped, frozen in place, struggling to fully comprehend what she was looking at. Gentle Water was sitting cross-legged and floating several feet off the floor. "The feck?" she whispered. Gentle Water opened his eyes and looked at her. He smiled, a warm, friendly smile that softened her shock.
"Don't be afraid. I explain everything,"
he said as he put his feet down and stood on the floor finally. "What is going on?" she asked. "What are you?" Gentle Water smiled.
"We are Magi,"
pronouncing the last word with a hard G, so it sounded like Ma-Guy. "We?" Amanda asked.
"That's right. You can use magic. Real magic. Not card tricks or stage, but real-life magic."
"Feck off," Amanda said. "That's rubbish."
"I have seen you use it. I know you see things. I come here to find you, help you because you are Magi."
Again with that strange word. Magic.
"You know what I speak of. You can move things with your mind. You see things like glowing mist, yes?"
Amanda nodded. "Well, yeah, I suppose."
"Magic,"
he said. It's just, I can't believe it. It's not possible. Magic can't be."
"Real? But it is. Search inside your soul. Find truth. You know I write. I know what you have seen. I know about alleyway in New York. I know about attack there. You are Magi, Amanda. So am I. Let me show you."
There was a brief rush of air and a flash of light behind her eyelids as she felt something, some kind of energy surge within her, and suddenly they were on top of one of the turrets of Edinburgh Castle. And the feeling that up was down briefly made Amanda crouch, scared that she was about to tip over. But the sensation was gone just as quickly as it had appeared. "Holy shite!" Amanda cursed. She reached out and touched the stone of the castle to make sure it was real. "How did you—" There was another flash, another whip of wind, and the feeling of dislocation, and they were stood atop the biggest pyramid at Giza in Egypt. The heat here was oppressive. It felt as if they'd just appeared in an oven. Amanda stumbled and fell to her knees, gripping the sandstone beneath her with her hands. "This can't be real. This is crazy," she said.
"This is magic, and you will do this too one day,"
Gentle Water said from where he stood next to her. The energy surged once more, and they stood on the roof of the Freedom Tower in New York. Okay, I get it. It's real," Amanda said, feeling more than a little overwhelmed by what she was experiencing, not to mention nauseous. Gentle Water smiled again, and with another surge of energy, they were back in the clearing. Kneeling on the ground, Amanda had never felt so pleased to be back in Ireland. She dropped to the floor entirely, resting her head against the dew-covered grass for a moment as the strange feeling of dizziness faded.
"Are you okay?"
Gentle Water asked. Yeah, I'm grand," she said as she stood back up, feeling slightly better. "Okay, so magic is real. What does that mean for me?"
"You are Magi,"
he answered her. "Why do you keep saying it like that? I've heard the word before, but isn't it pronounced Magi?" The generic word, yes, but not when referring to us. We have own word for what we are. The word is said MAGI, he answered her.
Okay, Grand, I understand that. But what does that mean? Are there lots of us? Who are these MAGI?
The MAGI have been around for thousands of years, Amanda. Hidden in shadows, fighting the darkness, protecting humanity. The main faction, my faction, is called Arcadians. We are a global organization. We protect the Riven.
Riven?
Humans with no magic, he answered her. We fight the nomads. Nomads are dark magi, evil magi, who serve ancient beings called archons, who live in abyss, the spirit world.
Okay, so two factions, the Arcadians and the nomads, and they're at war?
That's right, yes. There is also other group, younger group, who fight all other magi, only 2,000 years old. They are disciples of the Cross or Inquisition.
The Inquisition, as in the Catholic Inquisition?
Yes, they are based in Vatican, led by disciple Simon Peter.
The Simon Peter, the Jesus disciple? Amanda asked, shocked at the meaning of this revelation.
Yes.
But he would be nearly 2,000 years old.
Gentle Water nodded at her, his eyes twinkling as he spoke. He is young. We know magi that are thousands of years older than him. Some magi can live for a very long time.
So Jesus was real. God is real.
No, Jesus, we think, was just a magus who started a cult. When you're old enough to see religions and civilizations rise and fall, then you realize truth of world.
Magus?
Singular version of magi, he explained.
Ah, she said in understanding.
Amanda was feeling bewildered by what Gentle Water was telling her, but also fascinated. Having grown up in a Catholic convent school, she'd been taught Bible studies throughout her childhood, and now she was being told they were not entirely accurate. She supposed, given the miracles that Jesus was supposed to have enacted, that if he were a magi, then that would make a lot of sense.
So were all Jesus' disciples magi? Were they like a group of magi?
Maybe. Magi often group together for safety. We call these groups covens. Some larger groups we call houses. The Arcadians have ruling council too.
Do the nomads have one? Like a council of evil?
Gentle Water smiled. No, nomads don't work together well. They have covens, but not council, he said.
Gentle Water led her over to a rug on the floor nearby and sat down with her. As they moved, Amanda thought over what he'd said. So there were 3 factions of magi, the Arcadians, the nomads, and the Inquisition. And it sounded like they didn't really get on with each other. Thinking about her recent experiences, though, something didn't fit. She had been attacked by something that was not human in New York. Surely that wasn't a magus. She looked up at Gentle Water and frowned as she thought how to phrase the question. He said he knew of the attack in the alleyway, she remembered. So, what attacked me in New York? She asked.
Ah, that was Scion, he said, pronouncing it Scion. Many thousands of years ago, when Archons still on Earth, they each create servants, a bloodline of creatures, transformed humans into monsters, vampires, werewolves, and other beasts. All are real. Some still serve archons or nomads, but all are real. You were attacked by Horlak. He very old Scion. Lucky you go through Epiphany.
Epiphany? Amanda asked.
Yes, your magical awakening when you realize magic is real and gain new understanding. You mean when I fired lightning at him? That was my epiphany. Yes, epiphanies often take form of great magic. Wow, that was lucky. So I was attacked by a scion in the alleyway. So I'm guessing that man in the airport was an Inquisitor, given the cross he was wearing at the time, she thought out loud to herself. She noticed Gentle Water nod as she spoke. This is a lot to take in, she said. I know. Sorry. No, that's fine. I'll think it through later. So can I use magic? Yes, magic is powered by essentia, magical energy, which you see as glowing mist. You are already strong in magic, Amanda. You just need to accept it and learn to use it. I teach you. That would be awesome, Amanda smiled back at him. So what kind of stuff can I do? All kind of things. You can make thing appear, travel great distance in blink of an eye, throw fire and lightning, and heal any wound or illness. Almost anything possible, Amanda, he explained. Anything is possible. I still need to get my head around this, she said, thinking through what this meant. It sounded like she'd been subconsciously using magic for a while, until her epiphany when, as Gentle Water put it, she was finally able to use her magic for real, and she'd killed that scion before coming to Ireland. A connection was made in her mind then, and her giddy smile started to fade as a realization started to form in her mind. She looked up at Gentle Water. So I could use magic from the moment of my epiphany. Correct, young one. And I could heal illness with it. That is true. Ah, shite, Amanda said as the realization that she could have saved her friend Georgina settled in. She had the ability to use magic when she had arrived in Ireland. Had she realized it, had she pursued it and tried to harness the magic within her, could she have saved her friend? What is wrong? Gentle Water asked. I could have saved her. If I'd known, if I'd realized, maybe I could have done something. She decided to put her experience in the alleyway to one side when she got to Ireland. She'd chosen not to tell Georgina and to instead just be there for her. She'd been passive rather than active. She could have done something, but didn't, and now her friend was dead. Amanda, you not know then. You not understand magic. You must not blame yourself, her mentor said, and yet she couldn't help it. She could have saved her. She had that chance. But now, that chance was gone, and so was her friend. But I did have that chance. Then learn from it. Take that pain, hold it close, and learn from it. Grand Inquisitor Marcus's report on Horlak's disappearance, July 1204 A.D. It seems my old enemy, my nemesis, has disappeared. I tracked him and his forces to Constantinople, but it seems that he disappeared during the chaos of that glorious siege. I don't believe my old foe has been killed. I feel it in my bones that he's still alive somewhere. I shall not rest until he is found by the honor of the disciples of the cross. I swear this with God as my witness. Chapter 6. Aquisition, Cairo, Egypt. Wandering through the markets in Cairo, Stephen really could not be happier. The place was amazing. It was filled with hundreds of stalls selling all kinds of weird and wonderful stuff. Everything from beautiful carpets and clothing to spices and foods, many of which he'd never seen before. The air was filled with rich aromas that assaulted his senses, and every turn revealed a new scent. He was here with his parents, and it was funny to watch the locals spot them and try to sell them something. They stood out from the crowd with their Western clothes and pale skins. A couple of people had already attempted to buy his mother. He had no idea if they were serious or if they were just having fun, playing up to the stereotypes which they surely knew about. Cairo was a curious mix of the old and new. One moment, they were looking at a wood-framed stall selling brightly colored spices from terracotta pots, a scene that had probably remained unchanged for hundreds of years. And then suddenly, the stallholder would pull out their ringing mobile phone, or Stephen would spot a fast food restaurant on the other side of the stall. The mix of cultures was fascinating. As they wandered, Stephen was looking for some kind of souvenir to take home, something he could show his friends, something that would fit their interests. Stephen's father worked for the Natural History Museum in London, and he was always bringing strange new artifacts home or photos of the museum's latest acquisition. Having been surrounded by mystical artifacts his whole life, Stephen had grown up with a fascination with myth, legend, and magic. He was convinced that there was something to these stories from around the world, that there was an element of truth in there, and after that séance he'd had with his 3 friends the other week, he'd become even more sure of it. He wished he could have brought Ben, Francesca, and Liz with him. They would have loved it here, especially the girls, who were more into the occult than he even was. Their friendship grew from a couple of chance encounters and was based on a mutual interest in science fiction, fantasy, and the occult. Ben, a local kid who lived in a council estate not too far from Stephen, although to look at where he lived, it might as well be a world away, had caught him reading a comic. Ben was a huge comic book geek, something he kept hidden from his mates on his estate, and he seemed almost relieved to find someone he could share his interest with. They practically never mixed while in school, as their friendship circles were just too different. But outside of school, they were close mates. His friendship with Fran and her sister Liz came about sometime after befriending Ben when he'd been forced to partner up with Fran during a science class. He'd been daydreaming during one of the lessons and had been doodling in his notebook, sketching out pentagrams and stuff. Francesca noticed them and started to ask questions. Turned out that the girl he'd considered to be a bit odd and not someone he was interested in was also into her myths and legends. He always remembered her looking at his sketches and calling them cool. Her comment and the way she looked at him at that moment changed the way he viewed her. When he'd first met up with Fran and Ben outside of school, she brought her sister Liz along with her too. They were identical twins, but could not have been much different in appearance. Fran had dyed her hair copper and wore it in loose waves that fell over her shoulders. That night, she also wore a short, ripped denim skirt and several layers of old tops beneath a denim jacket that had seen better days. She walked confidently in her high heels and laddered tights and greeted them warmly. By comparison, Liz was dressed in leggings, a warm high-neck sweater, long coat and sneakers, and wore her long blonde hair loose and straight. It was only in their faces that you could see any resemblance between them. They'd met up regularly ever since and were good friends by now. As they talked more about their interests, he remembered Fran saying that she and Liz could sometimes make things move with their minds, like some kind of telekinesis. He and Ben had laughed at the idea, of course, but didn't dismiss it. And when the opportunity presented itself, they set up some candles and tried to mimic the séance-like situation that the girls had been in when this phenomenon had first happened. When that first candle had risen up and floated before them, suddenly the idea of magic or psychic powers didn't seem quite so far-fetched or quite so funny. They'd repeated the exercise a few times now, and Fran said that she and Liz were practicing their ability whenever they could. More recently, the girls were able to move bigger things more easily and had scared Ben and Stephen a couple of times now. such as when he'd pissed Fran off and she unconsciously moved a car right next to her as she'd shouted at him. Stephen was of the private opinion that the girls were more powerful than they let on. Maybe even they weren't fully aware of the full extent of their powers. Whatever the case, woe betide anyone who really made them angry, because they'd probably end up as a stain on the wall. The girls were convinced it was some kind of magic. Ben, on the other hand, thought it was some kind of psychic ability. Stephen wasn't sure what it was, but he felt sure there must be an explanation for it. They were always looking for magical books and any resources they could find, visiting a couple of magic shops in London that seemed a little more real and often carried strange and curious items in tomes. When he told his friends he was visiting Egypt, he promised them he'd be on the lookout for anything strange and interesting, and he'd been looking forward to exploring these markets to see what he could find. He'd heard tales of tomb robbers selling their wares through markets like this one, and hoped to find something of interest. He found a few stalls already that were selling so-called artifacts, but nothing really leapt out at him or looked really authentic. Spotting another stall covered with more trinkets, he stepped over to it, his parents just behind him, and started to look over the items for sale. He spotted the usual miniature pyramids, busts of Nefertiti, Tutankhamun's mask, and statues of the gods of ancient Egypt, but again, nothing of great interest. Stephen sighed, smiled at the vendor, and turned away.
"You not find anything you like?"
the vendor called after him. "No, sorry," Stephen said, looking back.
"I have more. Come round, you see,"
he said, waving Stephen around the side of the stall. He glanced at his parents, who smiled and watched, urging him to go and have a look. Feeling more confident, he moved around to where the trader sat behind the stall. He had a small table set out with a range of items on it, from tiny bits of jewelry to a huge stone slab that was covered in detailed carvings. This last item caught Stephen's eye, and he felt immediately drawn to it. Kneeling down, he got a better look at it and noticed right away that the carvings on the stone's surface were not Egyptian, and there were no hieroglyphs on it at all. But as he looked closer, hidden in the reliefs, he could clearly make out some curious runes that he did not recognize. On the side facing him, the main carving was centered on a book that seemed to be radiating some kind of energy that was flowing to the several people that were sitting around the edges of the scene while another man was reading from the book. Stephen had no idea what that meant, but it completely captured his interest.
"You interested? You buy?"
the vendor asked. Looking up at the man, Stephen did his best not to look too interested.
"Maybe. How much?" "For you, 7,000,
the man said.
7,000,
Stephen said incredulously.
"You mean Egyptian pounds, right?"
Stephen's dad said from behind him, asking the trader.
Yes,
the trader said.
"That's like 300 British pounds,
his dad whispered to Stephen.
Oh,
Stephen said. That didn't sound quite so bad, but it was still more than he wanted to spend. He didn't have 300 on him, but he was curious to see what he could get the man down to. Maybe his dad would help him buy it. Looking back at the trader, Stephen thought before responding. No, I can't pay that. How about 3,000?
No way. 6,000 maybe.
Stephen liked this bargaining, so he narrowed his eyes in a show of thought before answering.
3,500,
he said. The trader had dropped to 6,000 easily, so he was clearly seeing what he could get away with. Stephen knew he needed to drive a hard bargain, but wanted to show he was willing to move. The man thought about his offer.
5,
the man said.
3,750,
Stephen shot back, quick as lightning.
Okay, 4,000, but no more. That is last offer,
the trader said. That meant it was nearly 200 for the item, which was still too much. Stephen looked up at his dad, who crouched down and whispered to him.
"Agree to 4, and I'll pay half for you," he said.
His parents had given him 150 British pounds to spend in the market, so he'd still have some left over, and Stephen was more than happy to share the item with his dad, who also looked interested in it as well. Turning back to the trader, Stephen offered his hand. "Deal," he said. The trader shook it with a huge smile.
Excellent, excellent. Here, I wrap, yes?
The trader offered while he and his dad sorted their money out and handed it over. Taking the stone slab in his hands, Stephen was surprised how heavy it was. But holding it only cemented his idea that this was something special. He was sure he could feel it, the power that it contained. He couldn't wait to show it to his friends back home. Transcript from Witch Trial of Francis Chastain, France, 1448. Subject continued to wail and scream. Brother Machias was unable to bring forth any further details from the warlock. We deemed it necessary to use more coercive tactics and applied the use of the devices. The subject then began to talk. I asked the name of the witch who we had observed as having been there with him that night, but again he protested, saying he would rather die. He went on to say she would find him and make him suffer. We applied the devices again, and in time he offered us the name of Yasmin the Dark. Despite further applications of the devices, we could get nothing further from him, and he was placed in his cell. The following morning Francis was dead. What little remained of him was splattered up one wall. The duty guard heard nothing all night, and no one had been granted entry. Chapter 7. Investigation, Cairo, Egypt. Vito scowled at nothing and everything. He might only be a little over 1,000 miles from Rome, better than being 4,000 when he was in New York, but it was still too far for him, and the heat here was ridiculous. It got hot in Italy, but nothing like this. How did people live here? That wasn't even the worst of it, though. There were far too many Muslims here for Vito's liking. Vito hated all other religions, including the many heathen variations of Christianity, for spreading their lies about what they thought to be the truth. Only the Vatican held the ultimate truth with their revered leader, Simon Peter, and the blessings of God that he and those others lucky enough to be graced by God's power could use. With but a brief silent prayer to God, Vito, like many others in the disciples, could enact miracles, not unlike Jesus and Mary before them. But they weren't the only people with powers, and it was missions like the one he'd completed in New York that reminded him that the devil's work was all around them. They lived in a world surrounded by the devil's servants, the witches and warlocks that called themselves Arcadians and nomads. They didn't even realize it themselves half the time, but they were using the devil's power when they worked their magic. The witch in New York had escaped him, and he had no idea which flight she had boarded. They found out later, of course, through their access to the airport security cameras, and tracked the witch to Ireland. But they lost her somewhere in Donegal. By then, though, Vito had been reassigned to a related case here in Egypt. His visit to the Vatican had been brief and was merely a quick stop to talk to his mentor before he was sent on his way once more. He related the whole story to his mentor, Mary Damask. He cringed as he told her about his failure to apprehend the witch Amanda. Mary could be a cruel mentor when she wanted to be, but it seemed like the trail was not yet dead. They had just lost Amanda in Ireland, which was not good, but it appeared that another lead had opened up, this time in Egypt. A report had come in from a priest in Cairo that a man had visited his church, raving about a demon he'd seen in the desert. The description of a huge black creature with a single horn matched that of the demon in New York. Not only that, But when Vito had visited the alleyway where the attack had taken place, he'd called on the grace of God to tell him more about the demon that had been here, and the main image he'd picked up was that of a desert filled with dry, dusty sands. Everything seemed to fit, and this time Vito was determined to succeed and follow the trail wherever it led. He already visited the priest, who recognized Vito as an official from the Vatican and been incredibly helpful. It seemed that the man, a Bedouin from the Sahara called Urfin, had arrived at the church in a state of distress. He was raving about a demon with a single horn which was hunting him. Further discussion had revealed that Urfin had stolen an artifact from a camp that he'd found out in the desert, an artifact that the man believed had belonged to the demon and who wanted it back. Unfortunately, Urfin had said he'd sold it to a trader on the market for 1,000 Egyptian pounds, but that was all the priest had gotten from the man. He'd not pushed any further because the priest had no desire to hunt for the tablet. He was only interested in the well-being of the man. An admirable position, but also entirely unhelpful in Vito's investigation. Luckily, the priest knew of the place the man was staying at here in the city, so Vito had made his way over and now stood outside the building on the opposite side of the street, getting a good look at it. It was no good, though. He needed to have a look inside without attracting any undue attention. So he reached up for the cross that hung about his neck and offered a silent prayer to God Almighty. He felt the rush of divine power fill him up, and suddenly he could see inside the building. He was looking at the inside of the dusty entrance and reception, and if he looked back out through the front door, he could see himself on the opposite side of the street, in his trousers and shirt, leant up against the building to keep himself steady. Using an extra set of eyes or ears could be disorienting. Vito moved his vision and took a look at the open logbook on the other side of the counter. There was a computer here, but it was old and not even on. Instead, the owner seemed to prefer pen and paper, which Vito was thankful for. A quick scan of the open book soon gave Vito all the information he needed. Urfin was 2 floors up. Vito also noticed that there was a note next to the man's listing, which mentioned that the church Urfin had visited was paying for the room. Vito smiled and sent his senses straight up 2 floors and found himself in an empty room. With his point of view being entirely incorporeal, he was able to send his senses through the walls as if they weren't even there. Vito then sent his vision sideways and went room to room, looking for the Bedouin. It didn't take him long to track the man down. He was sitting in a chair, watching an old cathode ray television with an abysmal picture. The man looked tired and troubled, but also unarmed. Back on the street, Vito opened his eyes, but left his senses where they were so he could keep an eye on his target. Vito crossed the road, taking care to dodge the horrific driving of the locals, and moved towards the entrance to the hotel. The key to getting past receptions and such unchallenged was to look like you owned the place and knew where you were going. So Vito ignored the man at the reception desk and made straight for the stairs and started up them unchallenged. Half a minute later, Vito was approaching the door to the hotel room his senses were in, and so far, the man had not moved other than to adjust his sitting position. Vito didn't hesitate, walked straight up to the door, and gave it a solid kick. His strength fueled by the grace of God. The door slammed open easily, smashing against the wall, as Vito strode in and slammed the door shut behind him. Urfin jumped out of his chair and looked up at Vito in shock.
Who are you? What is the meaning of this?
Urfin asked in his native Arabic. Vito knew the language as well as any native and understood him perfectly.
I'm here to ask you some questions,
Vito answered, also in Arabic.
I'm a friend of the priest.
The man looked confused.
But you broke down my door. Just making sure you understand our relationship, Irfan. So to be clear, you answer my questions. You don't ask me questions. Understand? But who are you?
The man asked. Vito shot forward, moving quickly, and delivered a solid punch to the face of the Bedouin, knocking him back onto his bed. The man yelped and groaned. Vito gave him a few seconds to recover before speaking again.
I said no questions,
Vito said, having taken a few steps back to put some distance between them. With a quick, silent prayer to God, Vito reached back as if to take something out of his waistband and summoned his gun to his hand.
Irfan,
Vito asked, but the man didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly got to his feet and made to lunge for Vito, but stopped partway when he saw the gun that Vito had raised and pointed at him. Irfan raised his hands in surrender and then sat back on the bed, a look of defeat spreading across his face.
Ask your questions,
the man said.
I only wanted to know one thing. Where is the tablet you stole and subsequently sold? Who did you sell it to?
Stop. Rewind that, Vito said, looking over the shoulder of one of the techs who worked in the Vatican. Several of them had been assigned to him as they hunted through hours of CCTV footage from cameras all over Cairo, with a particular focus on the airport and the main train terminals. It was long, tedious work, but it had to be done. Vito watched them disappointedly as they scanned through the sped-up footage, hunting for family groups that matched the description that they had from the market trader. Just like Irfan, the trader had opened up to Vito after very little pressure and described the family, including the blonde-haired boy of about 16 years of age who had led the negotiations on the item's price. Vito found it curious that the buyer had actually been the boy rather than the father, but had learned a long time ago not to be surprised by the things he found out in this line of work. So far, they tagged several groups of 3 who matched the look of the family they were hunting for. And as the tech before him moved the recording back as another group of 3 came into view, walking through the airport, Vito gave the trio a good long hard look. They were the best match yet.
Okay, follow them. They look alright to me. Let's find out who they are,
he said, and set 2 of the tech guys on them. Within half an hour, he had the flight and the names of the family members in the video. As the tech guys followed them through the airport and departure lounge, they watched the boy, who they now knew was called Stephen, open his hand luggage and lift out a large and clearly heavy object wrapped in rags that fitted the description of the artifact. The boy then went on to unwrap it enough to convince Vito that they had their family. Vito stood and smiled at the screen with the frozen image of Stephen gazing in awe at the artifact he had bought from the trader in Cairo.
Successful hunt.
Vito turned to see his superior and mentor, Mary Damask, standing beside him. He'd not noticed her approach, but then he'd been so focused on the task at hand that he wasn't exactly surprised. Mary was shorter than he was and sported a severe black bob cut of hair and a somber face. She was a powerful woman in more ways than one, not least of which was the fact that she was the first, and so far, only woman that had been appointed to the rank of Grand Inquisitor and had been admitted into the conclave. She was ambitious and calculating, and Vito felt reasonably certain that she had her eyes on the seat of Grand High Inquisitor, the highest rank within the Inquisition below Simon Peter.
Barry, I think we have our target.
Excellent, Mary smiled. Notes on the Warlord Horlak and the Siege of Constantinople by Kalmar the Elder, scribe and poet. 10th of April, 1204. The bloodiest of the demon Horlak was like nothing I had ever seen before during my time as the scribe of my master. I have seen many strange things in his employ, but what I saw that day chilled me to my very bones. This Horlak was like something from the pit. Nothing could stand against it. It killed everyone in its path. Death has come to Constantinople. May God have mercy on our souls. Chapter 8. Apprenticeship, Donegal, Ireland. Amanda stood balanced on one foot, her other foot tucked up beneath her, her knee turned out to the side, her hands held out wide as she let the feeling of essentia flow through her. The energy filled her up, making her feel alive and vital, but also connected to everything around her. It was a state of oneness with everything that she had never felt before her true training with gentle water had begun. These last few weeks had been filled with wonder and amazement every day as she learnt to harness and use her magic under the careful tutelage of gentle water. She felt like she'd come a long way, and yet she knew she still had so much to learn. A little under 50 logs, each one between 6 and 10 inches in diameter, had been rammed into the earth so that the tops of them were about 3 feet off the ground. They were spaced about 2 feet apart from each other in a rough circle, with Amanda standing on top of one of the logs along the edge. Gentle Water stood on the other side.
Ready?
Gentle Water asked. Amanda opened her eyes, bringing her hand round before her, clenching her right hand into a fist, and placing it into the palm of her other hand. She gave a slight bow to her mentor, indicating her readiness.
Then we begin,
Gentle Water said. Amanda reached out with her mind, pulled on the ebb and flow of essentia, and gave herself some added awareness by bending the forces of fate to her favor. With a smile, she hopped from one stake to the next with little effort, approaching her mentor. Within seconds, she was before him and defending herself against a punch, which she deflected away from herself. It was like a dance, although one that was rife with danger and risk. One misstep, and she would tumble between the stakes to a rough landing, something she had done a few times already. But by using her magic, she was able to keep an awareness of where the tops of the logs were and make sure she stepped on them. Amanda hopped from one stake to the next, deflecting Gentle Water's attacks and throwing her own back at him. She was getting used to the apparatus now, having used it for several weeks, and was able to throw in the occasional kick as well. Gentle Water was amazing to watch. His movements were graceful and precise, allowing him to move across the tops of the stakes as if he were fighting on the ground. Gentle Water pressed the attack, forcing her back and towards the edge of the stakes. Amanda tried to move to the side to bring herself around him and give herself some room, but he anticipated her movement and blocked her, throwing strike after strike at her. Seconds later, she found herself on the edge of the apparatus as Gentle Water sent one final punch at her. Moments before it hit, Amanda sensed a surge of essentia around Gentle Water as he was pulling some of the local energy into him. And with her magical sight, she could see the golden mist flow into his hand, making it glow before he threw his punch. Gentle Water's fist caught her at the base of her ribcage. As the strike connected, the essentia in his fist rushed into her. They'd traded punches before many times in their sparring sessions. It was an accepted hazard of their training, but this one felt very different. Pain lanced through her body as if she'd been struck by a powerful electrical bolt, and she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Falling from the stake, Amanda landed on her back and had the air knocked out of her with a grunt of pain. For a few seconds, she struggled to breathe before she finally sucked in some air and started to calm herself down. Her sternum ached like crazy, though. As she sat up, Gentle Water, who had already jumped down, knelt down next to her.
Are you okay?
He asked, concern in his voice.
I shouldn't have hurt you too much.
You didn't. Don't worry. Oh, I'm grand, so I am, she reassured him.
He hadn't really done any major damage to her, but she felt sure she'd have a nasty bruise there later on.
What the bloody hell was that?
Gentle Water smiled.
It's a Sentia strike,
he said.
A Sentia can not only be used as fuel for magic, it can also be used for attack and defense. Concentrated Sentia, release suddenly through punch or kick, and disrupt flow of Sentia through body. It hurts. It also damages Aegis.
She'd already learnt about the Aegis. Invisible to the Riven humans, it was the magical shield that all Magi used as their primary line of defense against magic and harm. In their basic form, they were a hardened shell of Sentia around the Magi that protected them against magical attacks. Any unwanted magic thrown at the Magus would be deflected away by this barrier. And Aegis wasn't invulnerable, though, as any magical attack also damaged the Aegis, meaning it had to be maintained to keep functioning as protection. Amanda was already capable of creating her own Aegis and had started to experiment with adding a force field element to it. Her basic Aegis would only stop magic. A mundane, non-magical bullet would pass right through it and still kill her unless she augmented the Aegis with further effects, such as a force field to deflect gunfire and things.
I think I'll have a nasty mark there later,
Amanda said, rubbing the area he'd hit her.
I heal you?
Gentle Water asked. Each time she'd been healed, she always thought back to the realization that this is exactly what she could have done for Georgina, that she could have saved her friend. This idea haunted her even now, weeks later, and she doubted she'd ever really forget about it. But whenever she did remember it, she also remembered Gentle Water's words about using that pain. They were words that she had really taken to heart, and within hours of talking about it, she'd made a choice. She'd chosen to act. She didn't want to be passive anymore. She wanted to push herself and move forward. She felt a determination within herself now, a slowly growing fire of passion and determination to make it on her own.
No, I'll be fine,
she said, and pulled herself up. He'd healed her a few times now when she'd hurt herself during their training. Seeing how the magic he summoned could knit together cuts and make bruises fade to nothing was fascinating. He told her how all things had a sentia within them. It was a fundamental building block of the universe, the legendary fifth element, the quinta essentia, or quintessence that Riven alchemists had theorized about for millennia. Inanimate objects all had a sentia within them. They had to, otherwise they wouldn't exist. But anything living, from humans to cats, right down to plants and trees, had a flow of essentia moving through them. It was that flow that gave them life. The difference between a Riven and a Magus was that a Riven could not access that flow or control it. A Magus could, through their anima mundi, their life force, or, for want of a better word, their soul. "So, tell me about this Ascentia strike," Amanda asked.
Of course. Follow me,
he said, and led her through the clearing, away from the stakes and towards the tree line.
You pull Ascentia to you, just like when you use a magic. You send it to fist, and when you hit, you release. When you hit living being, the Ascentia in strike disrupt flow of Ascentia through body, hurting them more,
he said.
Watch.
They reached the edge of the clearing, and Gentle Water walked over to a nearby tree. He dropped into a fighting stance. As she watched, she saw him work his magic, and the Ascentia around him rush into him. The effect was always beautiful to observe. Usually, the golden mist hung in the air and flowed around lazily, occasionally rushing when something living passed by, creating small ripples or minor whirlpools. But magic had a much more dramatic effect on it, making it suddenly surge in, creating powerful whirls and eddies in the mist, while also causing it to fluoresce and glow, as it did now as Gentle Water pulled the Ascentia into his hand. With her magical sight, she could see his fist start to glow, and then suddenly he let his punch fly. Bark and splinters of wood flew everywhere as his fist smashed straight through the side of the tree trunk. She also noticed the flow of Ascentia through the tree judder and ripple, like the surface of a pond that had just had a stone dropped into it. The flow stabilized through the rest of the tree over the next few seconds, but the area around the broken trunk seemed eerily static, and only slowly started to flow once more. "Wow, that was impressive, so it was," Amanda said.
Ascentia strikes can be powerful and a primary weapon of Magi. You need to study this, he said.
"Of course, Gentle Water," she said, and moved in to get a closer look at the tree.
Are you thirsty?
He asked, wiping his forehead with his arm. "I am a bit," she said.
I get us drink,
he said, and turned to walk away.
Practice, Amanda. Always practice,
he called out. Looking down at her own fist, Amanda calmed herself and concentrated on pulling some Ascentia into herself. She'd done it many times and found it almost second nature. Having a store of excess Ascentia within you was always a good idea as a magus. It turned your body into a battery and gave you a quick access to greater levels of magical energy for bigger effects. She could release it easily enough, too, but to release it through her fist in a sudden wave of power was something new to her. With her fist glowing, she focused and released the Ascentia, trying to make the whole lot rush out of her fist at once. It kind of worked. So Amanda tried it again, and after several attempts, felt sure she had it. Looking up at the tree, Amanda stepped over to it and narrowed her eyes. With a thought, she pulled the Ascentia into her fist, making it glow in her magical sight. And then, taking a deep breath, she flung her fist forward and released Ascentia. Amanda's fist slammed into the tree trunk and came to a sudden, bone-crunching stop. She knew right away that she had not done it right. The sound of her bones snapping and the incredibly intense pain that exploded in her hand told her everything she needed to know. As she looked at her hand, she dropped to her knees and let out a shriek of anguish. Suddenly, a wave of nausea swept over her, and she heaved her breakfast onto the grass before her dizziness took over and everything went black. Opening her eyes, Amanda found herself on her bed back at the cottage as the fog of unconsciousness faded away. She felt groggy, but was slowly coming to her senses. As clarity started to return, a dull ache grew in her hand, and she suddenly remembered the idiotic action she had taken by punching a tree with all her strength. She lifted her hand and took a look at it, expecting to see a bandage or scars, but instead found nothing of the kind. Her hand looked as good as new, as if nothing had ever happened to it. Amanda raised her eyebrows. She closed her fingers and made a fist before re-releasing it. There was a stiffness and an ache there, but it was fading fast. Gentle Water walked into the room carrying 2 glasses of water.
Ah, you're awake. How you feel?
He asked. I think I'm fine, actually, she said. Sorry, that was a silly thing to do.
It is understandable. No harm done, and you're okay.
I am, she agreed, sitting up fully and swinging her legs over the side of the bed. She flexed her hand once more before taking the glass from him. Her grip seemed unchanged, and by now even the ache had gone. If she didn't know any better, she would have thought she dreamed it. "You ported us here?" she asked, using the MAGI word for teleportation.
Yes,
He said.
I leave you for a moment. Have rest. Feel better.
He said, smiling as he walked out of the room. Taking another sip of her drink, Amanda sat back against her headboard and flexed her hand again, holding it up before her. The world was full of wonder and magic now, literally so. Her ability with magic had progressed to the point where she knew exactly what time it was and where on the earth she was at any given time, and she knew she'd only been unconscious for a few minutes at most. But in that time, Gentle Water had ported them from the clearing back here and magically healed her hand before going to get a couple of drinks. She shook her head in astonishment. She wondered if she'd ever get used to this. She also felt incredibly grateful to her mentor for healing her yet again. She was lucky to have him. It kind of reminded her of Howie and how he'd taken her in during her time of need a couple of years ago. She'd run away from the orphanage at 17, having finally had enough of their rules and with a desperate need to see the world. Somehow, following a series of lucky breaks, she managed to stow away on a cargo ship bound for New York. Back then, she'd taken it in stride, although she'd also recognized just how lucky she'd been. Now, though, as a Magi, and knowing that her magic had manifested as luck and good fortune for her and those close to her before her epiphany, she had a new perspective on things. Her successful trip across the Atlantic was almost certainly due to her unconscious magic, but even with that luck, it didn't mean she'd had an easy time of it. Her good fortune only took her so far. Once in New York, her money soon ran out, and within days she was sleeping rough with the other hobos. She'd curl up on benches or beneath elevated roads, but she often got moved on or came into conflict with the other guys out there on the streets. Eventually, she ended up finding a large stoop before an apartment building that had a little corner that was somewhat out of view and not in the way of the residents. It had been created by an air conditioning and heating unit that stuck out into the upper level of the stoop. At night, her alcove was hidden enough to be dark, and she could curl up there beneath boxes and other rubbish she collected. If she were lucky, the fan in the unit she was next to was on and would kick out some heat. She got her best night's sleep there since she'd been forced onto the streets. Some of the residents noticed her and gave her dirty looks, including a large, broad-shouldered black guy with close-cropped hair. About a week into her stay on the stoop, the rain came thundering down, and even though she was under cover, she was still cold and damp and sat there shivering. The black man ran up from the street and shook off his coat under cover of the ledge above the stoop, his eyes flicking up at her for a moment. She watched him closely, her fingers on the shiv she had made after waking up in the subway one night to find a man standing over her, his hands between her legs and pawing at her chest. She kicked him and ran, and the next day made herself a homemade knife, a shiv, as they were generally known. The man moved to head into the apartment, but hesitated, teetering on the edge of indecision for a moment, nearly heading inside a couple more times before he stepped back out and moved closer to her.
"Hey, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind,"
he started. Anger flashed within her, and she quickly interrupted him. "No, I won't fucking move on, you bloody gobshite. It's lashing down out there, and it's fucking freezing. Now piss off," she blurted out. The man raised his hands and recoiled from her outburst slightly.
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you, but yeah, it's cold. So I was wondering if you wanted to come in and get a hot chocolate or something."
Amanda was stunned by the man's offer and just stared at him for a good few seconds. Suddenly, tears filled her eyes as emotion got the better of her. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" she asked, suddenly unsure if he'd actually said what she thought he said. He repeated his offer to her again with a warm smile and gestured her into the building. "Oh, sure," she said, before hesitating and gripping her shiv again. She frowned at him then. "You'd best not try any funny business. I have a knife, you know," she warned him. But she needn't have worried. His name was Howard Galton, although he insisted she call him Howie, and his intentions toward her were entirely honorable. They ended up sitting on his sofa, drinking hot chocolate, munching on cookies, and they were soon deep in conversation. They'd gotten along famously, and when the end of the night came, he offered her his sofa for the night. Within days, she'd moved into the spare room. She'd soon cleaned herself up, and they were on their way to becoming good friends. Howie was a doorman at a local nightclub called the Dark Side of the Moon, and she was soon spending some of her evenings there and getting to know some of the regulars. Her life had changed dramatically over the course of a few days. In many ways, Howie had saved her, not unlike gentle water had today, and in a more profound way several weeks ago when he'd taken her on as his apprentice. Of course, looking back now, she wondered how much of a part her magic had played in that lucky break with Howie. She supposed she'd never know. From the book A History of the Dark Nomads by Trevelyan. The earliest known record of Yasmin the Dark comes from the legend of Red Yasmin in northern Italy around 900 years ago. An eyewitness reported seeing Yasmin, a known local girl of about 13 years, walking through the town in the dead of night, covered from head to toe in blood. She was never seen again after that, but her parents and 3 brothers were found mutilated in their family home, their chests cut open and their hearts ripped out. A set of bloody footprints, clearly those of a child, led out of the house and into the night. It was said that Yasmin was beaten and abused as a child, and the villagers distrusted the family due to their violent ways. Many locals thought they had received their just deserts. The hearts of Yasmin's family were never found. Chapter 9. Visits Rome, Italy. Raffaella sat on the edge of the bed and pulled the stocking the rest of the way up her leg, before clipping the ends of the suspender straps to the top of it. She looked at herself in the mirror. The lingerie set accentuated her body in just the right ways to make her visitor, who was due here in about 10 minutes, go wild with desire. Reaching down to the bed, she took hold of her nun's habit and slipped herself into it. She had it made with a hidden zip in the front so she could remove it easily, as well as open it slightly to allow cheeky glimpses of what was beneath. Her body was just one of many methods she used to get the information she wanted. It was also the most fun way. She could use her magic, of course, to pluck the answers she and her mistress needed from the heads of her victims, and often did. But there was a risk involved with that, and it didn't serve to corrupt those she wanted in her debt either. Raffaella stood at medium height, although the heels she wore added a few inches to that, with long, jet-black hair with a severe fringe, and just for tonight, ruby red lips that glistened in the hotel room's harsh light. She twisted to the left and right, checking over her look in the mirror one last time. Happy with her look, she moved into the small living area attached to the bedroom and sat herself down on one of the chairs beside the window that looked out over the city. In the distance, she could make out the Vatican easily. It was lit up like a gaudy Christmas tree by hundreds of lights and positively glowed. She'd be back there later, she thought. Suddenly, a sentience surged close by, and with a whip-crack of rushing air, 2 figures appeared in the room with her that had not been there 1 second before. She looked up surprised before quickly standing up and fixing her eyes on the floor in deference once she saw who it was.
Well, Yasmin, I had no idea you were coming to see me tonight. To what do I owe the pleasure?
She said, using the required honorific for her mentor and superior.
Raffaella, it's always a pleasure to see you,
Yasmin said, her voice languid and sensual.
How was life in the Vatican?
Raffaella looked up at her mistress. Yasmin was stunning. She was tall, perhaps about 6 feet, with a lithe, taut body that was clad entirely in a black, form-fitting outfit that had a slightly shiny wet look to it. Only her hands and face were uncovered, and the edges of the outfit she wore looked like liquid with runnels of black reaching down onto her hands and up her neck. Falling from her shoulders and billowing over the ground was a black mist that she wore almost like a cloak. The effect was quite intimidating. Focusing on her face, Raffaella enjoyed the rather cool beauty of her mistress. She was a good-looking woman, striking really, and looked like she was made from harsh, straight lines. There was little about Yasmin that was soft or kind, which was how she liked it, obviously. The woman behind Yasmin was Kez, Yasmin's personal assistant and closest confidant. She ran errands for Yasmin and generally got her hands grubby doing her dirty work for her. Kez sported a long, ragged, patched-up, layered cloak that covered her entire body with a voluminous hood that looked like it had been worn for centuries. She was pale, with thin off-white hair, somewhat oversized eyes, sharp features, and 2 scars that ran parallel from her hairline down through her eye sockets to her jaw. Together, the pair were a terrifying sight, not least because Raffaella knew just how powerful Yasmin was.
Life is good, thank you, my Bao,
she said. She wondered how long this meeting might go on for. She didn't want Yasmin scaring off her visitor.
I wanted to hear more on the report you made about the Inquisitor visiting New York,
Yasmin said.
But of course,
she said. She'd only sent in the report a few days ago, so Raffaella had wondered if this visit was related to that at all. But this was unusual. If Yasmin were curious about some detail or other, usually Raffaella would get either a request for clarification or, on rare occasions, she might get a visit from Kez or one of the other nomads in Yasmin's Dark Knight's coven. For Yasmin herself to visit, meant there was something significant in there that required her personal attention. Mary Damask sent Fido De Luca to investigate a report by someone to the church that they had seen a demon in an alleyway in New York. The assumption the Inquisition made was that a young magi had summoned the demon. Naturally, the Inquisition's bias led them to certain conclusions, but it does seem that a scion attacked a girl, possibly a magi, in an alleyway. "We don't know why," she said. "But that wasn't all, was it?" "No, the Inquisition had a good description of the girl, who they believed to be a witch, to use their terminology. So they were monitoring the transport hubs and found her at JFK Airport. Their asset, Fido, made his way there and confronted the witch, but she got away." "So what do we know about this witch? The description mentioned red hair," Yasmin said. Rafaela noticed how Yasmin watched her very carefully, listening intently, but keeping her face completely neutral, never betraying any emotion at all. "That's right. The report described her as having long, bright red hair and was of a slim but busty build. She stood out, in other words. I have a little more information on her now, though, which would have been in my next report to you, from interrogations that Fido carried out on her friends in New York. They know her name to be Amanda Jane Page." As she said the name, she noticed Yasmin's eyes widen ever so slightly, the first and barest trace of genuine emotion that Yasmin had displayed during this visit. "You're sure of this?" Yasmin asked, relaxing slightly it seemed, looking away from Rafaela in thought. "Absolutely. It wasn't the name she used on her passport, though. On her flight to Ireland, that was—" "I know what that was," Yasmin said, interrupting her. Yasmin turned back to her and smiled. "Rafaela," she said, and stepped in close to her, taking Rafaela's jaw between her fingers and thumb. "Thank you. You have done well," she said, and kissed her on the lips. A long, slow, but gentle kiss before she pulled away. "My pleasure, my ball," Rafaela answered her. Energy surged through the room once more, and with another whip-snap of air filling the void they left behind, the two women were gone, leaving Rafaela alone. Rafaela raised her eyebrows. She wasn't sure what that was about, but it sounded like this Amanda meant something to Yasmin. Whatever it was, Rafaela did not envy the girl. Moving to a nearby mirror, Rafaela checked her makeup, and with a quick working of magic, fixed it back up, removing the smudge of lipstick from the kiss. There was a sudden knock at the door. Rafaela smiled. This would be her visitor. Walking around, she unlocked the door and swung it wide, making sure to show off her lingerie as she did so. The man on the other side of the door looked down at her, taking in her long, slender legs and the swell of her breast with a hungry lick of his lips. "Oh, my child, you look radiant," he said. Rafaela smiled. It seemed her outfit had indeed had the desired effect.
"Thank you," she said. "But I'm even better to touch. Please, won't you come in, Cardinal?"
Lucian walked along the plain concrete corridor of his sepulchre with Rawl by his side. He was still annoyed by Akiwa's outburst in the meeting earlier today, but it was just another in a long line of insubordinate comments and actions by his coven-mate. One day, he would need to either act on his clear dislike of Lucian or shut the fuck up. Apart from that, though, the meeting went well. There had been no further issues or incursions by Arcadian magi since the report that his mentor Nymira had given him recently. The event had gone unnoticed to Lucian and his people, it was so subtle, But it seemed like the Inquisition had heard about it and sent in one of their men to check it out. Apparently, someone had been attacked in an alleyway by a rogue scion. Unfortunately for the scion, that person had gone through their epiphany during the attack and blown the stupid fucking monster to hell. Serves the fucker right, he thought. According to Nymira's sources in the Vatican, the girl skipped town and was somewhere else in the world now. Just as well, really, he thought. He couldn't be bothered with inducting someone into the Nomads right now. He was just too busy with other things and didn't want to be dealing with some mewling whelp who would probably dislike the way Lucian worked. Whatever, he didn't give a fuck. He had operations to coordinate, product to shift, supply lines to manage, and also run a nightclub as well. Sometimes he wondered if he hadn't taken on more than he could handle, but he was the king of New York, so it kind of came with the territory. Lucian reached the corridor that led to his private quarters and strode down it. "What does that man think he doing saying stupid shit like that? Me got too much shit to be dealing with these days without a batty whore like him fucking things up all the time," he complained, his strong Jamaican accent coloring his words. Rawl didn't answer, but that was fine with Lucian. He was just venting anyway. He needed to have a rant to get things off his chest so he could concentrate on the night ahead. The club, which was a few floors above where they were right now, had opened up and people were already filling the place up. Lucian didn't usually get involved with the details of managing the Pit nightclub, leaving that to his initiated Riven instead, but he always liked to have a general overview of how things were going. Reaching the door to his private quarters, Lucian walked in followed by Rawl, who closed the door behind him. The place was dark and unlit for the most part. An awareness that someone wanted to talk to him through one of his mental links blossomed to life in his mind. Lucian, like most Magi, had established mental links with all of his coven, even Aqua, so that they could communicate telepathically with each other over great distances. Once the link had been made, you need only send out a request to the person you wanted to speak to, and provided they accepted the link, you could talk using only your thoughts. Such links didn't allow either Magi to bypass the other's aegis with their magic, though, so it didn't compromise either Magi's defenses to have a link with someone. The link request was from Aaronovitch, the most computer-savvy of Lucian's coven. Lucian opened the link. "Wagwan?" Lucian asked. "We have an aegis breach on the club. Something or someone with enough power to punch a hole in it did just that," Maddox said. He sounded stressed and worried. "When did this happen?" Lucian asked. "A few months ago. I'm with Lex. We're trying to hunt them down now," he said.
"Lucian, why, it's such a pleasure to see you again."
Lucian turned to look in the direction of the sensuous feminine voice as Rawl reached for a sidelight that allowed them to see who was talking to them. Lucian didn't need to see, however. The voice was one he'd heard before and knew well. The illumination from the light in the kitchenette that Rawl had turned on only confirmed his suspicions. Yasmin's slender form stood in the dusky light of the living space. She stood before his sofa, which she lowered herself into and crossed her lithe legs as she looked over at him from beneath her long, dark, wavy hair, shot through with an occasional purple streak. "Cancel the alert. I have it under control," Lucian sent through the link before closing it as Maddox started to protest. Lucian didn't want to have to deal with anyone else right now, nor with a potentially hostile archmagus in his home. This wasn't the first time he'd met Yasmin, and of course, he, like most nomads, knew the stories of her. The situation was precarious. He didn't want to appear weak, and yet he certainly didn't want to piss Yasmin off. That would be a death sentence for him. He'd seen how this played out, he thought. "The pleasure is all mine," Lucian said. "How can I help you tonight?" Yasmin spread her arms over the back of the seat.
Oh, it's quite simple, really. Just lower your aegis and let me have a look inside that head of yours, she said.
"Excuse me?" Lucian asked, not quite sure if he'd heard her right.
I'm not going to repeat myself, Lucian,
she answered. To his right, Rawl moved suddenly. Lucian's apprentice drew his double-ended sword in a threatening motion. "He will do no such thing," Rawl spat in anger.
And who is this?
Yasmin asked Lucian. "Rawl," Lucian said in a low warning tone to his apprentice, but Rawl ignored him. "I'll show you who I am," Rawl said, and sprinted forward, slashing his blade through the air before him. Yasmin lifted a finger. The essentia she shifted was intense, and suddenly Rawl flew backwards across the room, slamming into the back wall a good 4 feet above the ground, and stayed there.
You must learn to control your attack dogs, Lucian,
Yasmin said.
Now, what's it to be? Comply willingly, or make me do it by force? Either's fine, she said to him.
Lucian closed his eyes. He knew he had no choice. She could kill him in a second if she liked, and frankly, he wanted to live another day. So, with a sigh, he cancelled his aegis. "Go ahead," he said. A sentia flared. Suddenly, the whole world turned white, and his mind was flooded with intense pain, like a really heavy and powerful headache that made it feel like his head was about to explode. He had no idea how long it went on for, or what Yasmin was doing in his head. The screaming pain seemed to last forever, until it suddenly ended, and Lucian found himself on his knees in the middle of his living space. Yasmin was gone, and Rawl lay crumpled on the floor, alive but unconscious. The last remnants of the pain in his head faded away, leaving only a throbbing headache. He still had no idea what Yasmin had been looking for, but as long as she didn't return for another go, he couldn't care less. He did not want to go through that again. Notes from a speech by Louisa Hunt, Magi Scholar from the Ordo Obscura Coven. The barrier stopping us from crossing into the etheric realm is as strong as it ever was. It seems the Earth's spirit world will be forever barred to the Magi after being so cruelly taken from us by the Archons. Of course, the nomads and other Magi continue to taunt us with stories of those who have made the crossing, but we in the Ordo Obscura will need to see some concrete proof before we agree that anyone has managed to do the impossible. One story that continues to raise its ugly head is that of a Shaitan, the nomad who is most famous for apparently crossing into the abyss and returning. Although where he is now, no one knows. I personally think it's more likely it's a hoax and he never even existed. We may be called the Arcadians, but I have my doubts we will ever return to the fields of Arcadia. Chapter 10. Body and Spirit, Donegal, Ireland.
I must say, Amanda, I am impressed with your progress. You have come long way in very short time. You already strong in magic when I meet you, but you learn in months what it take others years. You are officially rank of knight now, he said.
Amanda couldn't help the smile that played over her face. She wasn't quite sure how to handle the compliments other than to thank him, but to know she'd come so far in what apparently a very short time was thrilling to know. Gentle Water had talked about the ranks of Magi before. Apparently, you started off as an apprentice, before moving on to being an adept, and then a knight, a sage, a master, and then finally an archmaster. There were very few archmasters, and they were incredibly powerful and old, so Gentlewater had explained. He'd also said that reaching the rank of master was pretty much impossible inside of a normal human lifespan. Only those magi who were long-lived or immortal could attain such ranks. Needless to say, Amanda wasn't thinking that far ahead anyway. She was already having fun at the level she was at, and still, Gentlewater was teaching her new things and showing her what she could actually do with her magic. "I couldn't have done it without you, though," Amanda said warmly to her mentor. They were sitting inside the cottage, close to the warm fire. It was morning, and the cottage was still heating up. She'd heard Gentlewater moving about the place, and decided that she didn't want to just lay in bed today, so she got up and curled up in one of the chairs before the now roaring fire. Gentlewater had brought a mug of cocoa over and joined her.
Thank you. You would have done fine with any number of mentors, Amanda. But it's an honor and a pleasure to have you as my apprentice, he said.
"So what's the plan for today, then?" Amanda asked, taking a sip from the mug she held in both hands.
Later on, we head out and go for a walk. There is place local to here that I show you. But before, I want to talk to you about body modification, he said.
"Oh, really?" Amanda asked. It sounded like a strange topic of discussion for this early in the morning.
You see me heal you, yes?
He said. "Of course," Amanda answered.
Well, that's just using magic to make your body back to original state. But magic can do more. Magic can enhance, transform beyond anything imaginable. From simple spot and blemish removal to making body stronger, faster, tougher. Maybe have vision of a cat or eagle or both. You can transform into other people. Man, woman, anyone, even animal or anything you imagine, he said.
Amanda's eyebrows had risen halfway up her forehead as he'd spoken to her as she'd started to imagine the possibilities. The limit of magic, it seemed, once she was of rank high enough to do these things, was literally her imagination. It was like wish fulfillment. She could potentially have anything. She'd learnt some time ago that magi had little use for a job or other ways of acquiring money when, with a quick working of magic, she could conjure as much cash as she needed. But then, why would she need money when she could conjure anything she wanted from thin air anyway? Amanda was still getting used to this profound mental shift and what she could actually do. Thinking through what Gentlewater had said, though, she thought it would be fun to spend a day as a man sometime, or perhaps an eagle soaring over the earth. She could experience all kinds of wondrous things. As she absent-mindedly rubbed her face, her fingers played across a zit on her face, and Gentlewater's words suddenly resonated through her mind. "So, I could spend a moment in the mirror each morning and remove spots and things." Gentlewater nodded.
You can, yes. But if you enhance appearance, be careful. It's easy to take too far and look quite strange. It happened many times before.
Images she'd seen in the tabloids of plastic surgeries gone wrong flashed through her mind, and she understood right away the pitfalls of such magic. "I understand," she said, finishing her drink. "Let me go and get ready. A walk sounds like just what I need," she said, rising from her chair and heading to the bathroom. She was soon standing, looking at her skin in the harsh, unforgiving light of the bathroom mirror and studying her face. There were a number of blemishes she wanted to get rid of, not least of which was the unsightly spot that sat on her chin, all red and angry. Calming herself, Amanda concentrated and started to will Essentia to bend to her desire. and as she watched, the spot faded away to nothing. Reaching up, Amanda touched her face where the spot had once been, and sure enough, it was gone. "Huh, crazy," she said to herself. She couldn't help but smile at this wonderful revelation as she got herself into the shower. She was soon dressed and back out in the main cottage where Gentle Water was waiting for her.
Are you ready for walk?
He asked. Of course, she said, and followed him out of the house as he started to make his way north rather than east towards the forest. So, with all the magi able to change and enhance their bodies and appearance, are any of them fat or ugly? She asked. It was something that had occurred to her in the shower that most magi, she guessed, would look young and at least fairly good-looking, if not outright beauties. Surely no magi would live their life as a morbidly obese person if they could just make it disappear with a thought. Gentle Water smiled.
Many do look good, yes, but not all.
Okay, Amanda said. I suppose beauty really is in the eye of the beholder after all, she mused. Continuing on, they were soon over the hill and moving through the Irish countryside, keeping a distance from the occasional house or cottage they could see.
So, in few days, I take you to my coven, the Legacy, in Paris,
Gentle Water said to her in a conversational tone. Oh, wow, excellent, she said. I've never been to Paris before.
I'm sure you will have good time,
he said. You bet, Amanda answered. Gentle Water had spoken to her about his coven before. She knew they were based in Paris and were involved in supporting smaller covens across Europe from those who would harm humanity. She'd wanted to go there sooner, but Gentle Water had said that she was better off learning her craft here, somewhere familiar to her, so that she could concentrate better and focus on her learning before becoming distracted by the bright lights of the city and the new experiences that the Legacy would offer her. She understood, but she'd been aching to go and meet more magi for months now.
Royston told me that there will be party or ball in Paris that you can go to, he said.
A ball? Well, then I'll need a suitable dress, she said. She guessed she would be able to go shopping in Paris for that, though, so she wasn't too worried. Instead, she was just thrilled and excited that she would finally get to see more of the world. She felt sure that another reason why Gentle Water was keeping her here was to protect her. By staying here in rural Donegal, they could remain relatively hidden and not get involved in any trouble. As they crested the next hill, Amanda found herself looking down into a lush, verdant valley, at the bottom of which was an ancient stone circle that seemed quite untouched by modern hands. It was an impressive sight, but there was more going on here too. Amanda could feel a surge in the local essentia here, like a rushing of power that had started to ripple through her as she climbed the hill. With a quick and simple thought, Amanda pushed her vision into the magical spectrum, and suddenly the vista before her changed. Not too far away to her left was a fast-moving current of essentia surging through the air and rushing past her. Off over the top of the standing stones, where another river of energy, the same as the one closest to her, crossed its path. Where they crossed, directly above the stone circle, the essentia glowed with a strength and brightness she could practically feel. Looking closer, she could see the golden glowing essentia here starting to stick together and drip like lava from the rivers of energy to collect in a pool right where the stone circle was. What is this place? Amanda asked.
The essentia streams are ley lines, rivers of magical energy that go all around world. Where lines cross, create pooling, reservoirs of essentia. Magic is easier here, and barrier to abyss thinner.
Gentle Water's teachings had covered the basics of the spirit world, or etheric realm as it was more properly called, as opposed to the material realm which they were in now. The etheric realm was separated from the material world by a barrier called Acheron, or more commonly, the null realm. Millennia ago, the Magi were able to cross that barrier and visit the land in the etheric realm, which the Magi had once called Arcadia, but it was cut off from the Magi by the Archons when they retreated to their fortress to sleep away the centuries. The formerly beautiful Arcadia was slowly corrupted and transformed by the Archons' continued presence and turned into a hellish landscape known as the Abyss. Few had ever seen it, let alone visited, but the stories of people making the crossing were many. The closest a Magi could get to the etheric realm now was to make small realms, null realms within the barrier of Acheron itself, but they were difficult to make and harder to maintain. The only other alternate realm that she'd learnt about was Sheol, or the land of the dead, where you went when you died, or more accurately, where your anima mundi, or life force, went. She hadn't learned much about that place, but did occasionally wonder if Georgina and Stuart might be there. For now, the loss of her friends was still too raw, but maybe one day she would take a look there. "It's amazing," she said, looking out at the surging forces of magic and feeling their life-giving properties. Being so close to the ley line was a thrilling experience. "It seems like the world has grown so much since becoming a magus. Not only do we have Magi here in this realm, but there are 2 other etheric realms as well. 2 other worlds for us to explore," she said.
"One day, maybe. Also, there is outer space,"
he said, pointing up. Amanda blinked. "You mean there's Magi in space?" she said, slowly looking up into the azure sky.
"Indeed. Have been for thousands of years," he said.
"Wow," Amanda said. "I'd love to go there."
"One day, but one thing at a time. Let us stay here on ground for time being, yes?"
Amanda took a breath and let it out slowly. Gentle Water was right. She was getting way ahead of herself here. The idea of visiting other realms and deep space was a lovely ambition to have, but her home was here, and she was only really just learning of the endless potential of the magical world around her. Taking things slowly, one step at a time, and at least for the time being, staying grounded, was probably a wise idea.
"Okay, shall we run through some magic?"
"Sure," Amanda said brightly, turning to her mentor. They did this most days now, running through some of the more common effect that she would be using, getting them to be second nature to her. Suddenly, without warning, Gentle Water unleashed a minor bolt of Ascentia at her. It wouldn't kill her or seriously hurt her, but they could sting like crazy, and he did it for a reason. One of the most basic workings of magic was the ability to create a shield. The Magi referred to them as an aegis, and they were basically hardened Ascentia that a magus would surround herself with to protect her from magical attack. Out of everything she'd learnt, this one effect could save her life more than anything else. Or so Gentle Water had been keen to drill into her. He'd taken to throwing Ascentia bolts at her at entirely random moments, such as over breakfast or when they were watching the TV. It felt like a game at times, but Amanda knew its true and life-saving purpose. With barely a thought, Amanda's aegis snapped into place as she pumped it full of Ascentia, strengthening it. Gentle Water's bolt of magical energy hit the shield harmlessly.
"Excellent. Now, link with me," he said.
Concentrating again, Amanda wished a connection to Gentle Water into existence, linking her mind to his. He accepted it, creating the link. With another thought, She sent a pulse of thought along the link, effectively letting him know she was trying to connect him. He smiled and opened the link.
Thank you, Amanda.
He sent her through the link.
Now fetch me my coffee mug from the cottage.
Sure thing, she said, concentrating again on being in the cottage rather than here. The essentia around her swirled and rushed into her, and with a flash of light behind her eyes, she found herself suddenly stood in the kitchen of the cottage. She spotted her mentor's mug, picked it up, and poured it back to him, appearing in the same spot she'd been stood in 2 seconds before, except she was holding his mug. Gentle Waters smiled.
Excellent work,
he said. Hold on, she said, and worked her magic again, porting the mug back to the cottage without her. It disappeared from her hand with a thwip.
Impressive, most impressive,
he said. Amanda smiled. Thank you, Darth Vader, she said with a smile. Gentle Water frowned in confusion. Forget it, Amanda said, waving away his unvoiced question. He shrugged.
Okay, that do for now,
he said. Okay, she said, and turned back to the vista before her. I think I'll just sit here a while and enjoy the view. It sounds like my life is about to get a good deal more complicated in the weeks to come, Amanda said. Interview with a top Nephilim model. Sounds like Nephilim has really changed your life. It has. Since joining the Nephilim modeling agency, my life has become like something you read about in the fashion magazines. I travel the world, meet some of the most fabulous people ever. It's great. We saw you out with the other night in Milan. Anything going on? Oh, you know, we met at a party and hooked up for a wild night out. He's great, you know. Nothing like the media likes to portray him. He's filming another action film right now. He says he'll try to get me a part. Really? Wow. You're really living the high life. I really am. I mean, I grew up with nothing. Absolutely nothing. We had no money, no new clothes, not even any makeup. Can you imagine me with no makeup on? Do you see your family? No, I don't care to. They've brought me nothing but misery. Now I have everything I could ever want. Designer clothes, fast cars, anything. Drugs? Look, you have to fit in. You have to do what everyone else is doing. So what if there's some smack on offer at these parties? It helps you to have a good time. Get over it. Chapter 11. Angel, Syndicate Island. Excellent, good work, Angel, Aisha said to her from where he sat behind his desk. Aisha was a youngish Indian man, somewhat attractive, and also Angel's manager. She hated him and his condescending attitude towards her. She desperately wanted to lash out and crack his head open on that ostentatious desk of his. But she didn't. Instead, she just smiled. Not that he could see it. He wasn't even looking at her. "Thank you, sir," she said. "Is there anything else?" "Just the usual cataloging of the new Scion recruits. I'll send the files over to your office shortly," he said, waving his hand about impatiently, clearly wanting this conversation to finish. Angel nodded, although she wondered why she bothered and made her way out of the office. She walked in her usual fashion, swinging her hips in an effort to gain some attention from him. She glanced back at him from the door, but he wasn't looking at her. He was one of the few people who were immune to her charms. But then she wasn't using any magic on him. She couldn't. Aisha was a magus like Angel was, and if she started to throw her magic around too much, he'd begin to suspect that she wasn't who she was supposed to be. It annoyed her, but she was making inroads with others who would better serve her needs anyway. Stepping out of Aisha's office, she walked along the corridor, noting the occasional admiring glances from some of the other people she passed, making a mental note of who was looking at her in case they might be useful to her later on. On her left, the wall of the corridor ended to be replaced with floor-to-ceiling plexiglass window, giving her a magnificent view of the west side of the tropical island she was on. The Syndicate complex was huge, dominating this small privately owned island that was conveniently not on any maps, and also well away from any shipping lanes. The weather out there was hot and humid, like most days, but the air-conditioned interior of the Syndicate complex kept the employees at a constant comfortable temperature. She soon reached her office door and walked inside, seeing the new pile of files on her desk right away. Aisha wasn't hanging around, it seemed. Angel sighed. She knew it was a means to an end doing this, but there were times when working undercover was a real drag. She moved around her office, dropped into her cool, comfortable office chair, and crossed her legs. These files weren't needed right away. She could do the work anytime she wanted. She'd entered enough of these to know they were not a top priority. Grabbing the mouse for the computer, she unlocked the screen with her password and checked the latest data mining program for results. She'd gotten a few more passwords out of it, which would give her access to a few more files that she shouldn't be able to see. She had a quick scan through them, but there was nothing about them that suggested that this data might give her any additional clues as to the whereabouts of the Lazarus Scroll. Angel pressed her lips together in consternation and checked her private emails. She noticed the coded message from her coven right away and opened the email up to have a look at it. From what she could understand from the code, it seemed that her coven had heard about a new artifact that both the Inquisition and Yasmin were hunting down. She wasn't much interested in what the Inquisition was after. They were always chasing after shadows. But Yasmin was a different matter altogether. If she were hunting something down, then this would be a significant find. Yasmin didn't hunt down trivial artifacts. Angel sat back and stretched one leg out, rotating her foot to stretch it as she thought this through. It had been a while since she had been in direct contact with her coven, so it would be worth taking a trip back to Milan to make sure everything was running okay at Nephilim, and to make sure her coven were behaving themselves. Plus, she felt like she needed a break anyway. But that meant she needed to get a leave of absence approved, and she would need to use a plane. She hated the idea of sitting for hours on a flight when she was perfectly capable of porting to Italy from here. But she needed to maintain her persona as an apprentice Magi. She didn't want to raise any suspicions at this stage of her infiltration. So she thought through the people she was cultivating, and the only one that sprung to mind was Ian. Well, she said to herself, let's go suck some cock. She rose from her chair and made her way over to her mirror to check herself before she left the office. Angel was of average height, with long blonde hair that fell over her shoulders. She was a businesswoman, both in her investigation of the Syndicate and in her usual life back in Milan running Nephilim Industries. For Angel, sex was one of her primary weapons. She used it to get what she wanted, to blackmail people, and to gain a hold over them, especially here, where she needed to maintain her cover that she was a mere apprentice magus. Sure, she could use her significant magical ability to gain some of what she needed, but she'd be discovered quickly and would then have every scion, magus, and initiated riven in the complex after her within moments. Besides, people were weak, hormone-filled animals, and it didn't take much to get them to give in to their more basic needs. All it took was a little push, and suddenly they were doing something that they knew they shouldn't, and knew would get them into trouble. A short pencil skirt that hugged her hips and a thin fitted blouse was more than enough to get most men and a surprising amount of women to give in to their desires. That, and a discreet magical little nudge here and there. Besides, she loved sex, always had. So, This way, she got to choose the cutest coworkers in the most advantageous positions, seduce them, fuck their brains out, and then blackmail them to get what she wanted. She got to have some fun and move forward in her mission all at the same time. She used these little indiscretions wisely, recording them when she could so she could blackmail the target later. She had a few lower-level managers in her pocket already, who were more than willing to do as she asked, as long as Angel kept their little liaison secret. Ian was a new one, and the highest up the chain she had dared go so far. She doubted she'd need to go any higher for now. He was only one step below the board of directors, and most of them routinely carried magical items on them to protect themselves. She'd find one she could seduce at some point, but she'd need to avoid the Magi and Scions and keep to the Riven board members. For now, Ian would do, and she was perfectly happy with her look. She thought what she could do and then smiled as a cheeky idea sprung into her mind. Lifting her skirt, she pulled her knickers off and rolled them into a ball in her hand before walking out into the hallway. Ian's office wasn't far and was closer to the executive boardrooms. She smiled at the few people she saw, keeping her hand closed tightly around her rolled-up underwear until she reached the room Ian was in and knocked on the door that led directly into his office, ignoring the secretary's side room that was attached to it.
"Come in," he called. "It's open." Angel opened the door and stood in the doorway, her hands behind her back.
Good morning, Ian,
She purred.
"Angel,"
He exclaimed, flushing slightly.
"it's good to see you. How may I help you today?"
He sounded nervous, but she couldn't blame him, really.
Oh, I need a favor,
She said.
Nothing huge, but needs approval from senior management.
"Oh, well, depends on what it is, really,"
He said, starting to regain his composure as he slipped back into his business voice. With a quick thought, and working of magic so minor and subtle that few would detect it, certainly not a Riven like Ian, she turned on the camera she had previously hidden in here and set it recording.
Well, let me try and convince you,
She said, and flicked her hand out. Angel's underwear, which she had removed back in her office, flew through the air to land perfectly on the desk before him. His eyes widened like plates as he looked down at the lacy black and purple panties. He croaked.
Sir, your 10:30 just arrived,
Said the voice of his secretary through his phone. Ian cursed to himself and grabbed Angel's underwear off his desk as he looked up at her clearly in a state of confusion as what to do next. Angel closed and locked the door behind her. The secretary was in the adjoining room and couldn't see what was happening. Angel smiled at him and whispered.
Cancel it.
She saw him shift about in his seat uncomfortably, unsure what he should do.
Unless you want your wife to see that footage I showed you,
She said. Ian stabbed the intercom on his phone.
Something's come up. Get him to come back later. I'll need to have some time undisturbed in here,"
He said, and then cut off the link before secretary could protest. He looked up, slightly angry at her now.
Don't be like that.
She purred.
I'm going to make this worth your while. Believe me,
She said as she reached the adjoining door to his secretary's office and turned the lock.
"What are you doing?"
He asked.
making sure we're not disturbed.
She said.
"Why?"
I need authorized time off in a plane to Europe today.
"And why would I do that?"
He asked. Angel undid a button on her shirt.
You know why.
Ian sighed.
"I could get into trouble over this."
No, you won't. You're going to authorize that flight for me, and then, well, we'll see, won't we?
She could see the cogs turning in his head. As she pulled her shirt open further, she could see his interest in her grow. He was flushing a little, too.
"All right, hold on,"
He answered and tapped away on his computer.
Angel walked around his desk and watched him approve her request. She smiled at him.
Thank you.
So, how will you make this worth my while?
He asked. She gave him a wicked grin. Her phone pinged as Angel strode along the corridor, away from Ian's office, having left him satisfied, but wanting more. The new file she'd recorded and saved to the cloud was another useful nail in his coffin as well. Seducing these idiots wasn't the most efficient way for her to get what she wanted, but it did mean she could move about amongst the Magi within the syndicate, unseen, and that was invaluable. Checking her phone, the message alerted her that the plane was ready and waiting for her. So she made her way through the complex and out towards the private airstrip that the syndicate maintained. The money that the syndicate controlled was incredible. They ran multinationals around the world and could influence governments and private corporations anywhere. All of it under the direction of the founder of the syndicate, Mr. Black. Angel still wasn't exactly sure what the purpose of the syndicate was, but they employed Ribbon, Magi, and Scion alike, building their empire and their control. One day she hoped to find out the truth, but until then, she'd keep building her power base and her library of blackmailed material. The flight to Italy was long and tedious, and just so much slower than porting, but she had her cover to maintain. The moment she was clear of the plane, however, she ported from the airport and appeared in her office in Milan. The room looked exactly as she remembered it from when she'd been here last. She sat in her chair and enjoyed its familiar feel. It felt good to release the grip she kept on her magic when she was at the Syndicate Island. Keeping up the ruse of her being a mere apprentice when she was nearing the level of master was a lot of work. If she were finally able to find and lay her hands on the Lazarus Scroll, though, and discover what the syndicate was involved in, then perhaps it would be worth it. In her mind, the presence of someone wanting to open a link with her suddenly made itself known to her. It was her coven mate.
You're back. May I come in?
Of course, Angel said. Magic flared, and suddenly, a girl of about 6 or 7 years of age, in a cute pink dress with flowers on it, appeared in her office. Cherub, Angel smiled. You sensed my return.
Always, my belle. I take it my report on the activities of Yasmin took your interest,
she said in her sing-song voice. Angel only smiled.
Then I'll be happy to fill you in on the details we know. Our contact has informed us that Yasmin has made a rare trip to personally handle something that's come to light. He's still looking into it, but we know that it's linked to an artifact that the Vatican is chasing. We suspect that Yasmin is after the same thing. So if Yasmin is handling this personally, I think we can assume this could be big.
Do we know anything about what this artifact is?
Apparently, Yasmin had organized a dig in the Egyptian desert overseen by one of her younger apprentices, Amy Bergman. It seems that they not only found the artifact, but also woke something up, which killed the entire dig team, Amy as well. The artifact is some kind of large stone slab and is now in the hands of a British family somewhere in London. It may be that Yasmin merely wants her property back, given that it was stolen from her dig, but I think there's more to it than that.
An unknown artifact in London, Angel said, thinking. Well, there's only a few places in that city a Ribbon could take such an item if they wanted it identified. An old diary entry of Emmanuel Page, Mother Superior of St. Mary's Orphanage. She's been gone for a week now, and there's no trace of her at all. The full extent of her planning has come to light, including the money she took from my office and the food from the kitchens. This wasn't some random teenage impulse. This was planned for well in advance. We put the word out the moment we knew she'd left the premises and filed a missing person report with the police shortly after that. But she's long gone by now. She could be anywhere in the world if she were smart enough. And if I know Amanda as well as I think I do, then I doubt she'll be in Ireland any more. And I have no idea if I will ever see her again. Chapter 12. Orphanage, Donegal, Ireland. It was a lovely, balmy day as Amanda walked up the driveway and approached the collection of buildings that loomed up in front of her. They were old black stone buildings with green moss and lichen threading its way through the brickwork. The place looked like it used to be some kind of stately home, but the sign out front instead declared it to be the St. Mary's Convent School and Orphanage of Donegal. Amanda paused for a moment and just looked up at the place. She had a lot of memories of this building, but returning to it after leaving at 17, after so much had happened to her, felt strange. She'd only really been away for a little over 2 years, but it seemed like a lifetime. The place felt different now. It was a part of her past, not her future. But she couldn't leave for Paris without at least paying a visit. She felt like she needed some kind of closure on this chapter of her life, and she was also hoping that Alicia was still here. That, of course, would be a long shot, but at the very least, she might be able to find out where Alicia had gone. Had she found a home somewhere maybe, a family to take her in, or perhaps she joined the convent. She said a few times over the years that she wanted to join the ranks of the sisters. Whatever direction Alicia had taken, Amanda hoped to find out today. Amanda walked into the main front entrance to the school and found herself in the reception area. She'd seen it when she'd lived here, but it had not been a room she'd come to often. Filled with well-cared-for seating, tables with magazines upon them, and pictures hanging from the wood-paneled walls, they clearly wanted to impress anyone who came here. The room gave the place a stately elegance and instilled a sense of history to the school, which had been here for quite a long time. To her left, sitting behind a dark wooden desk, was a woman in a beige cardigan buttoned all the way up, the collar of her white blouse folded over the top of the neckline. She peered at Amanda over the rims of her glasses, which were perched on the end of her nose. Amanda walked towards her and noted how the woman obviously let her eyes look Amanda up and down with a very disapproving look on her face. Amanda wore ripped jeans that were covered in holes and hugged her legs quite tightly, along with a white fitted top with a smiling pumpkin stretched over her chest. She finished the look off with a denim jacket and a pair of sneakers. The receptionist probably thought she looked scruffy, but Amanda didn't care. She felt comfortable, and that was way more important than what some self-righteous woman thought of her.
"Can I help you, dear? Are you lost?"
"I'm not lost. I was in the area and wanted to come and visit," she said casually.
"Well, I don't know what you think this place is, but you can't just waltz in here for a visit," she said.
"Sorry, I know, but I used to be a pupil here. I was an orphan, and I moved out a couple of years ago," Amanda explained.
"Oh, so one of our success stories,"
the woman said, her tone warming up a touch. Amanda smiled. "I guess so."
"Well, this is a working school, so I don't know if there will be anyone available to come and see you. But take a seat and I'll see what I can do," she said.
Amanda thanked her and walked away from the desk and wandered between the furniture. After a moment, she suddenly spotted some school photos framed on the wall. She remembered posing for these each year with the entire school. They were always a welcome break from schoolwork. Walking over, she noted the years on them and found the last one she would have been included in and started to hunt for herself. It didn't take long. She stood out from the crowd with her red hair. It took her a little longer to find the dark-haired Alicia, but she did soon enough and smiled at the memory of her. Hearing some movement behind her, she looked over to see a young man had walked in and approached the receptionist. They talked and looked in her direction. Amanda smiled and waved, which seemed to annoy the receptionist. The young man started to head over to her. Amanda smiled. He was a good-looking guy, and she enjoyed watching him move. Part of her was really quite tempted to flirt with him a bit. It had been a while since she had been with a man, and to be honest, although she was far from being a virgin anymore, she didn't really count any of her sexual encounters to date as anything meaningful. In fact, she usually just did her best to forget them. As he approached, she caught his eye and held the look for a moment, only for him to walk into the corner of a chair and hurt his leg. She smiled to herself. Slick, she thought. "How are ya? I'm well," he said when he finally approached her, offering his hand. "Will ya?" Amanda joked. Unsure how she should answer. Amanda smiled and shook his hand. "Sorry. Hi, I'm Amanda. Nice to meet you." "So I hear you're a former pupil here?" he asked. "And orphan, yes. I was in the area and thought I'd pop by, so I did. I lived here for 17 years, she said. "That's quite a while. So you have a family now?" "I suppose so. It's been a rocky ride, but I found my way," she said, catching him giving her an admiring glance as well. She smiled. Dragging him to the nearest broom cupboard for a quickie was an inviting thought. But she was here to see some old friends, not to have a quick ride with the first attractive man she laid her eyes on. "That's great. So did you want to see anyone specifically?" "Well, I'd like to go and see Emmanuel Page and say hello, but that's over in the convent, so I'm just interested in remembering the way things were and seeing some familiar faces," she said. "Well, we can't just go wandering about the school, but we could head over to the staff room and get a drink. Maybe you'll see someone there." "Sounds good," Amanda smiled, and followed him out of the reception, along a few corridors, and into the staff room. Will led her over to the coffee machine and poured her a drink. It wasn't very hot, and it tasted a little bitter. But what did she expect in a teacher's staff room, she thought. "Is that you, Amanda?" said a man behind her. Turning around, she looked up into a kindly face of her old geography teacher, perhaps her favorite teacher going through the school. The school part of the complex was not only staffed by the nuns, who were both the spiritual leaders for the children, but also teachers. There was also a regular staff of employed teachers who worked here on a daily basis. Amanda never really liked any of the classes she had with the nuns, instead, always preferring the outside staff, with Mr. Croft being her favorite. "Mr. Croft," she said with a smile, "I was hoping to see you." "How come you're back here? Did you not have enough of us?" "I was in the area and wanted to come and say hi," she said. "In the area? You've been gone for over a year." "Yeah, I know. I do be thinking of you every day, though, to be sure." "So don't hold out on me. Did you get to New York?" he asked. Amanda couldn't help the smile that spread across her face. "I did. It was amazing." She had no plans to tell him the truth of what had happened in New York, instead preferring to stick to telling him how wonderful she thought it was. She waxed lyrical for a while about the more enjoyable aspects of New York and enjoyed the smile on Mr. Croft's face, ending up sat on some seats at the edge of the room. As they talked, Mr. Croft opened up his lunchbox and tucked into a sandwich that he plucked from inside. Amanda couldn't help but notice the shiny white packet of salt and vinegar flavor Burton's fish and chips. Mr. Croft had introduced her to them back in school, and it had been years since she'd had any. They were her favorite snack growing up, but were difficult to find. Mr. Croft usually got his shipped over from a friend in England and shared them with her from time to time. She looked back up at him, and it was clear he'd noticed her looking at them. Do you want them?" Amanda smiled. "Only if you don't mind," she said, feeling her stomach grumble. "I've just had a load delivered. I'll get them online these days. Go on, have 'em," he said, picking them up and handing them to her. "Thank you," Amanda said as she opened them up, smelling the wonderful salty aroma from them before plucking one of the fish-shaped baked bites and popping it into her mouth. For a moment, she was in heaven as that wonderful, salty, savory goodness filled her mouth. She closed her eyes and just enjoyed it for a moment, before looking back up at her old teacher.
"That good, eh?"
he said. "You have no idea," answered, popping another couple of them into her mouth. They chatted and smiled for a while as Amanda finished the snack until she noticed someone walk in wearing a gray nun's coif, a gray cardigan, skirt, tights, and very sensible shoes. She didn't look up at Amanda, but Amanda knew right away who she was. Excusing herself from the attentions of the two men, she wandered over and came up next to the young woman, her heart fluttering with nerves. "Alicia," Amanda said. The young woman looked up, and it took her about a second for her to realize who she was looking at.
"Oh my goodness, Amanda, is it you?"
she asked. Amanda smiled at her old friend. "It is," she said, and quickly pulled her in for a hug as tears welled up in her eyes. They hugged for a long moment before Alicia pulled away, tears streaming down her face. Amanda had started to tear up as well and sniffed them back. "Don't you get me started," she said.
"I'm sorry, I had no idea you were coming,"
Alicia said.
"You just disappeared. Manty, oh my gosh, it's great to see you.
How long are you staying for?" "I have a couple of hours, I think," she said. Alicia steeled herself and sniffed back the tears. "Okay, bear with me one moment. I'll get cover for my shifts," she said and disappeared off.
"I still can't believe you actually made it to New York,"
Alicia said. "People were looking for you for days."
"You have no idea what chaos you caused,"
Alicia said. "I'm sorry, I am, but I had to do it. I was dying here. I needed to see the world," she said. "I know," Alicia answered. "I knew you wouldn't stay. It was only a matter of time." "You seem to have done okay for yourself, though. I see you're joining the convent," she said, pointing up to her headdress. "It's my calling," she answered, "just like New York was yours." "Are you enjoying it?" "Yeah, it's great. I've done my 6-month postulancy, and I'm partway through my 2 years at Novitate, so it's a fairly long process." "As long as you're happy then, that's okay by me." "I knew you'd think it was strange. You never did like the nuns very much, did you?" Amanda shook her head. Alicia was right about that. She found them to be incredibly infuriating and small-minded. But then, her life was just on a very different course than Alicia's was. The pair of them headed outside and walked around the grounds, talking, remembering their time together in the school growing up, and laughing. It was like nothing had changed, and yet so much had changed. Amanda's life was so very different now, and looking at her friend, she knew she would probably not see much of her after this. The world of the Magi was a dangerous one, and she would not want to expose Alicia to it. Alicia took her to see the Mother Superior, who greeted her warmly and asked how she was. She always had a cordial relationship with Emmanuel, but they had never been close. She'd been brought up by a number of nuns during her life, but she never really saw any of them as her mother. They weren't incredibly affectionate, and Amanda often had the feeling that she was more of an annoyance than anything else. Maybe that was the reason that she didn't much like most of the nuns that lived here. Later, they sat in an empty classroom overlooking the central recreation area. It was break time, and the courtyard below was swarming with kids from the senior school. Alicia walked over and looked out the window that Amanda sat next to. "Actually, you were always into that weird stuff, weren't you? Didn't the sisters catch you with an Ouija board once?" Amanda smiled and nodded. "They did, yeah, that was grand. The looks on their faces were classic. Why do you ask?" "I've got these 4 pupils in my class and they worry me. You can see them down there in the black clothing." Amanda saw them right away. They were maybe 17 or 18 years old, which put them in the school's sixth form, so they could wear whatever they liked. There was no school uniform for the sixth formers. Amanda smiled. They were goths or emos, or whatever the term for them was these days. But they all wore black or dark-colored clothing and stood out from the crowd. "The one with the long hair, he's Scott. His girlfriend is Christina," she said. Scott wore a black leather jacket and jeans with chains hanging from them, while Christina favored a long black dress and an equally as long velvet coat, both of which complemented her white skin and black eyeliner. Alicia continued to point out Tormo, who also wore a large leather jacket with clasps all over it, jeans, and huge jackboots, while the last of the four, Jake, was the least alternative of the four in just jeans and a t-shirt. "They're only goths, Alicia, nothing to worry about," she said. "Maybe, but Jake used to be a straight-A student until he got caught up with them, and I've already caught them with a Ouija board, so—" She looked at Amanda and then away. "I know I'm worrying over nothing," she said. Amanda didn't think it was anything, but to be safe, she dropped her vision into the magical spectrum and took a look at them. There were no concentrations of essentia around them at all, and they were certainly not magi, who, unless they suppressed it, were easy to spot. She looked back up to Alicia. "What do you want me to do?" "They'll be in my class next, so they'll be busy. Take my skeleton key and just check out their rooms for me. You know what to look for better than I do." Amanda smiled. It was somewhat ridiculous, but she wanted to be there for her friend, so she agreed. There was nothing in the rooms for Alicia to be worried about, magical or otherwise. They were merely into some alternative culture and music. Out of the three of them, Christina seemed to be the one who was most into witchcraft, but it was all harmless stuff and nothing to do with real magic. Amanda walked around the small dorm room, being careful not to disturb anything, and used her magical sight to give the room a sweep, just in case there was anything magical in here. But she saw nothing with any kind of magical residue. Like the other rooms, Christina's was covered with posters of goth or heavy metal bands, as well as similarly themed film posters. A perennial favorite, The Crow, made an appearance in more than one of the dorms, with Brandon Lee staring out at Amanda with that brooding look of his. Most of the occult paraphernalia was in Christina's room, though, with books on witchcraft lining her shelves, and Ouija boards hidden under the bed, all of it utterly mundane and harmless. Amanda sat on the bed and found herself filled with memories of her time here. She'd had a similar room to this one when she'd been here in the later years, and seeing Christina's dorm brought all those memories back. It was close to the end of Alicia's lesson by now, so Amanda left the room behind, making sure nothing had been moved, and locked it behind her. Amanda met Alicia later on in the reception area, sitting before the fireplace, which someone had now lit. The warmth of the flames was making Amanda feel very cozy, and she was looking forward to returning to the cottage soon. "So there's nothing for me to be worried about?" Alicia asked. "Nothing at all, but if you do find anything that does concern you, I mean really concerns you, then please get in touch. You have my number. You can call any time, okay?" Alicia smiled. "Thank you," she said. "I know I worry too much, but I just want to help my pupils and get them the best start in life." "I know," Amanda said, "and I know the kids won't see it, at least not yet, but they will understand it one day." "I hope so, and don't you worry. I'll get a message to you if I discover anything that worries me," she said. Amanda smiled. "Good. Now I'm afraid I have to get going, but please do keep in touch, won't you?" "I will," Alicia said. With a warm smile, Amanda leaned in to give her friend a goodbye hug. Alicia walked her out of the building and waved to her as Amanda set off along the driveway. Putting her hand into her pocket, she felt the empty packet of Burton's fish and chips and pulled it out to look at it. They were a real blast from the past, she thought. He'd said he bought them online, she thought. She'd have to look into that. Partway along, once she was out of sight of the house, she turned into the trees and walked up into the woods. Coming to a stop, she looked around her. Feeling confident she was alone, she pulled on the threads of Essentia. She'd only poured it a few times by herself, and she was still getting used to it. But even though it felt a little strange, it thrilled her even more. Essentia surged, and with a whip-crack of shifting air, she was gone. Diary of Ethel Peters, Howie's neighbor. I got a good look at her today, and I'm sure it was the tramp from the stoop outside. It looks like Howard has taken her in. I noticed she was sleeping at the entrance to the building a few days ago for several nights in a row. She always gave me a slightly scared look. But we can't have homeless people cluttering up the place, which was why I mentioned it at the last Residents Association meeting. I think Howard was there that night as well. The chairman said he'd do something, but what can he do now that Howard's letting her live with him? She's a pretty girl, lovely long red hair. She looks a lot better now she's cleaned herself up a bit, but I don't like the idea of her living next door to me. I'll mention it to the chairman when I see him next. See if anything can be done. Chapter 13. Broken, London, England. Liz sat back with a sigh, leaning against the sofa to let the blood start to circulate back into her legs. She'd been sat on them for the past hour, going through any and all the rituals they could find to try and tap into the magic that they believed the stone tablet held. But so far, nothing had worked, and they had just finished their final ritual. "Well," said Fran, sitting to Liz's right, "that's it. That's everything we know, and nothing worked." "Damn it. I felt sure something would work. It might not actually be magical, you know," Fran suggested. "Sure, you might be right, but it is disappointing. I was convinced there was something special about this thing." "Well, if there is, it's a little beyond us, I think," Fran said. Fran turned to look at her sister. "You okay?" Liz nodded. She was fine. She'd just been catching her breath and watching Fran and Stephen try to figure out what they might have been doing wrong. Ben sat to her left, also looking a little dejected and bored. They were in the front room of Stephen's parents' house as they were out today, and it made for the perfect opportunity to test out a few of their theories on the tablet. This was the first time that Liz had really had a chance to look at it properly. The artifact had been kept in Stephen's house, in his dad's office for safekeeping, and although she'd seen it a couple of times before, those had only been very brief encounters. Today they had all finally been able to get a good long look at the item. It was certainly a mystical-looking thing, but there was a mundanity to it that had made Liz doubt just how magical it might be. Lifting herself up, Liz sat on the sofa and enjoyed the comfort of the soft furnishing. She always liked coming to Stephen's house. His parents were well off, and they lived in a large gated property in a very nice part of town. It made her kind of dread going home to their 2-bedroom apartment with their mom. It wasn't like she could criticize their mother, though. Bringing up 2 girls on her own was tough, but she worked hard at her 2 jobs to bring home the money to keep them going. The downside of that was that they hardly saw their mom, so they had to learn to be reasonably self-sufficient. These days, they usually washed their own clothes and made their own meals most of the time. They wanted to lighten the load for their mom as much as they could, so that when she got home, she didn't need to do much and she could relax. As she sat there, lost in her own little world, Ben got up off the floor and sat beside her. She turned and smiled at him and gave him a quick kiss. They'd just started dating and it was still early days, but she was enjoying the ride nonetheless. Fran had been pushing for her and Ben to get together for a while now, but Liz had felt nervous. She'd never had a boyfriend before and wasn't sure what to do or how it should go. Fran had shared her own experiences, of course. Fran had already had a number of boyfriends and had been offering advice to Liz since she'd finally said yes to Ben.
Well, that was a great big waste of time.
Keeping his voice low so as not to be overheard by the other two.
Not really. It just means we know what doesn't work. There's bound to be lots of other things we can try,
she said with a smile. Ben, out of all of them, was the least interested in all this magical stuff. He went along with it and knew that it sometimes worked, but it seemed to make him nervous, like he was somewhat afraid of it. He was more interested in the latest sci-fi film or comic book, an interest he shared with Stephen more than the girls. Liz had read a few of his comics now, though, and sat through a few films. She enjoyed them, but like her sister, she was more focused on the occult side of things.
I suppose,
Ben said, sitting back. Liz smiled and shook her head slightly before looking up at Stephen and Fran.
So do we have time for anything else?
She asked. Stephen checked the clock.
Probably not. I think we should get packed up, and then we can have a hunt online to see if we can find anything else out. I don't want my folks walking in on us doing this,
he said. Everyone nodded. Stephen then set everyone to a job like putting stuff away, taking some of the occult items and moving them back up to Stephen's room. Liz finished her errands quickly and returned to the living room where Stephen was picking up the last few things, leaving only the stone slab on the floor. He looked over at Liz, then down at the tablet, and then back up at Liz.
Do you think you can move? No, actually, it's okay. Move the tablet back?
Liz asked.
Well, yeah, but it's heavy.
Are you sure you can manage it?
Sure,
Liz said with a smile. Okay, I'll be back in a moment if you find it a struggle, he said and moved out of the room. Liz reached down and started to lift it, only to find the thing was much heavier than she had thought it would be. She lowered herself down, got a better grip on it, and lifted the artifact up. She couldn't help but gaze at it and marvel at some of the carvings. It was incredibly intricate. She started to walk towards the study in the next room, but quickly realized she didn't have the hold on it she thought she had. Shifting her hand, she attempted to get a better grip, only for one of the protuberances in the carvings to dig into her hand. She yelped as the artifact slipped from her hands and watched in horror as it dropped towards the floor. It felt like the world had suddenly slowed down as she watched it fall, twisting in the air as it went.
Shit,
she hissed. With a bang that reverberated through the house, the tablet hit the floor flat. Liz stared down at it, her eyes wide with shock. There was a huge crack that ran right across the middle of the item, splitting it in two. She'd broken it. As she stared down, horror turned to regret, and tears started to well up in her eyes, blurring her vision.
What was that?
Stephen said, appearing at the living room door. Liz looked up at him. I'm so sorry, she said, feeling terrible.
You didn't,
he said.
Oh God, no. Oh shit. Oh crap. You dropped it.
Liz could only nod at Stephen as she stood there, wanting nothing more than the earth to just swallow her up and end her humiliation.
How could you? Fucking hell. My dad's going to kill me,
he ranted.
I'm sorry. It was a mistake,
she said.
It was too heavy, and it was digging into my hands.
She tried to explain as she looked down at the palms of her hands. She could barely make out any details at all, though, through the tears streaming down her face. Stephen moved up and looked down at the smashed artifact.
Damn it! It's really messed up,
he said, crouching over it. Fran appeared at the door. What happened? She asked and stepped up to Liz, hugging her close. It's okay. What was that noise? She asked as Ben walked in as well.
I dropped it,
Liz said. Dropped what? Fran asked.
The tablet. I broke it.
Oh, crap. Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm okay," she said. "Stephen, I'm really sorry," she said, but Stephen waved his hand and shushed her. Liz stammered, not sure what to make of his reaction. "There's something here," Stephen said. "Where?" Fran asked.
Inside the tablet. There's something hidden in there.
"Come here, have a look," he said, his voice full of wonder. Frowning at the change of tone in Stephen's voice, Liz moved around and had a look down at the artifact as Stephen pulled on one end of the broken tablet. The top half slid away easily to reveal something metallic inside. It looked like it was made out of gold, and it had been entombed inside this tablet the whole time. "Oh my God," Fran said in amazement. "Liz, you found something."
What is it?
Ben asked.
I have no idea,
Stephen said, taking hold of the golden item and pulling it. It slid out of the tablet smoothly until Stephen was holding it in his hands. Moving it over to a nearby table, Stephen placed it down and started to get a better look at it. Liz eyed it as well and came to a number of conclusions right away. The first one being that it looked like a book, but a book made from gold. It looked like the main bulk of the object consisted of numerous golden pages, held together on one side by 3 golden rings that fed through holes on the sheets of metal. Placed centrally on the cover was a large red gemstone, a ruby maybe. Around it were intricately carved patterns and designs, as well as several strange runes. Stephen fingered the corners of the cover page and lifted it up. "Careful," Fran whispered. "Don't worry," Stephen said as he lifted the page. The action of the book was smooth and just as easy to open as turning the page of a paper book. Within each side of each page was divided into 2 columns and filled with text. There were clearly 2 different languages written here, and Liz wondered if this might be just 2 versions of the same text. The first language style was known as cuneiform and was wedge-shaped, but the other she had never seen before. It was a sinuous swirling text, which had a kind of beauty to it. As Stephen flicked through, it was clear that each page was basically the same layout, with no pictures or illustrations. "This looks like it's worth a lot of money, dude," Ben said. "What do we do with it?" Fran asked. "I want to study it," Stephen answered her, still fascinated with the book. "I'll hide it from my parents. They don't need to know about it."
What about the tablet?
Liz asked. "Don't worry, I'll—" He paused and looked back at the mess on the floor, and then looked over at the cat, which was still curled up on a seat a short distance away.
We could make it look like the cat knocked it off or something,
he said. "Great idea," Fran said.
"I'll just hide the book first,"
Stephen said, closing it carefully.
"I'm really sorry, Stephen,"
Liz said as he picked up the golden book.
"Don't apologize. If you hadn't dropped it, we would never have found this.
So we're cool, okay?" Liz smiled, starting to feel a little better. A passage from an unknown diary. Poor Raven. He was beside himself today, knowing he was about to meet her. I think he finds it all a little too much. I know I find it confusing, and I'm the one to blame. Chapter 14. Legacy, Paris, France. As the flash of light faded from her eyes, the noise and smells of the city assaulted Amanda's senses. They were stood in a back alleyway in Paris, surrounded by dirt and dumpsters filled with bin bags. The stench of rotting food was quite intense, and a brief wave of nausea passed over her. She held it together, though, and pinched her nose, looking around to make sure she wasn't getting dirty by brushing up against something. She wore a fitted gray turtleneck sweater, a short pleated tartan black and white skirt, tights, and tall velvet boots which so far had avoided the grime in the alleyway.
"What is it about manga in alleyways?"
she said, her voice sounding all nasally due to the grip she had on her nose.
"We're always in them."
Gentle Waters smiled at her but didn't answer. She knew the answer to the question just as well as he did. They were a necessary evil when you wanted to port around a city. You needed somewhere to appear that was out of sight.
"Are we close, GW?"
Amanda asked.
"Yes, we are,"
Gentlewater answered. He used to frown when she shortened his name or used a nickname, but he was getting used to it now. He led the way along the alleyway, past more boxes and black bin bags filled with garbage, and stepped out onto the bustling Parisian street. Cars honked their horns as they fought their way along the city street, while cyclists weaved between the vehicles. People were everywhere, walking in every direction, going about their business. Going from the calm environment of the Irish countryside to a busy urban street came with a certain amount of culture shock.
"Fuck me, it's busy,"
she said, enjoying the view. The whole scene reminded her of her time in New York, and part of her longed to return there sometime. Now she was a magus. She wanted to return there and not have to worry about how she lived. She wouldn't be fighting for scraps anymore. She could buy any house or apartment she liked, and finally enjoy the city a bit more. For now, she had other things to think about, though.
"There is Legacy House,"
Gentlewater said, pointing to a building across the street. The large 3-story house was box-like, with a pitched roof and surrounded by a tall brick wall, which gave the place plenty of privacy. It wasn't like New York here. The buildings only went up a few stories, so they didn't need to worry so much about being overlooked. As they approached, Amanda started to feel the essentia that was at work here and shifted her vision so she could see the magical energy. The building glowed brightly and was clearly well protected. Powerful aegis enveloped the whole house and garden, and no doubt had an entire range of effects built in. This was a well-protected coven house, which made sense given the status of the coven it was home to. "Are they expecting us?" Amanda asked.
"Of course, they know we're here already,"
he said. "Really? You know that?"
"No maggots get this close to Legacy House with them not knowing,"
he said. Of course, makes sense. Amanda mused to herself. She followed him over the street, keeping pace with her mentor as he led her up to a small door-sized metal gate. Without hesitating, Gentlewater reached for the latch and opened it without issue. Amanda could see the waves and ripples of essentia cascading over him and then parting to allow him entry. Amanda followed and could feel the energy play over her, making her hair stand on end. Once again, the essentia seemed to welcome her, allowing her to pass through the aegis and into the garden. On this side of the gate, the noise of the city faded away to almost nothing, and the weather seemed more pleasant in here. The energy and kineticism of Paris fell away to be replaced with a calm peacefulness as they walked up the garden path after closing the gate behind them. The main front door of the building stood before them. It was wooden with big iron hinges and painted a deep, strong blood red. Looking up at the house, Amanda made out 3 floors above her, and the whole place almost pulsed with powerful magic. Amanda paused, feeling a little overwhelmed and slightly scared. Gentlewater stepped up next to her.
"Are you okay?"
Amanda smiled. "I am. I'm just a little, nervous, I suppose. I've only really met one magus before," she said.
"You met Inquisitor at airport,"
he corrected her. "Yeah, Okay, fair play to ya, but I didn't know who he was, so that doesn't count, she said.
Everyone here friends. You'll be okay,
he reassured her. Amanda took a breath and pushed the feeling of nerves away. She wanted to enjoy this moment. She'd learnt so much since becoming a magus, but now she was taking her first steps into this world from her isolation in Ireland. Gentle water had taught her so much, and yet she still had so much more to learn. Amanda forced herself forward and stepped up to the door. She noticed that there was something metallic inlaid into the wood at about head height and took a closer look at it. Made from a lattice of steel, it was about the size of a football, circular, and in the shape of a serpent eating its own tail.
What's that?
Amanda asked.
That is Ouroboros, a symbol meaning cyclicality, unity, or infinity. It also legacy logo,
he said. It's a bit ugly is what it is, Amanda said, wrinkling her nose up at it. She disregarded it, though, and reached up, taking hold of the ring of metal that was held in the mouth of a metal lion's head on the door, and knocked. The report was loud from a knocker, and as she finished, she stepped back and waited. Moments later, the door opened, and a rather handsome man stood in the entrance. He was tall, with long black hair, a regal expression on his face, and a powerful nose. His swarthy skin had a roughness to it that suggested years out in the wilderness, and he wore simple baggy combat trousers, boots, a vest top, and little else. The man smiled right away, radiating warmth. Gentle Water, what's up, Sheban? How you doing?
I am well, Raven. It's been too long,
her mentor answered. Too right it has. He smiled and looked over at Amanda. And you must be Amanda. She smiled. She liked him already. He was a fit man. The muscles on his arms were well defined, and he had a lean look to him, like a spring filled with energy and ready to leap into action. Nice to meet you, she said, offering her hand. Raven took it and lifted it to his mouth. He kissed her hand with a smile. The pleasure is all mine, Miss Page, he said, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. Then he let her go and stepped back. Come in. You must be eager to see the place, Amanda. I bet Gentle Water has been telling you all about it, he said. Amanda smiled at the subtle dig at Gentle Water's usual laconic attitude. He often didn't speak much, preferring to keep quiet when talking was not needed. He told me a bit, yes, but I am keen to have a look around, she said. Then by all means, go, have a look. I'm sure Gentle Water can show you the place. And when you've finished, come back to Royston's office. He'd like to meet you too, he said. Amanda nodded. She'd heard of Royston. He was the Legacy's current coven leader, something which rotated every few years. Raven left them to it, so Amanda turned back to Gentle Water and smiled. He's nice, she said. Gentle Water had told her of some of the people she was likely to meet at the Legacy House, including Royston, Raven, and others. As far as she was aware, Raven was a few hundred years old and had grown up as a Native American back when they were known as Red Indians by the frontiersmen of the Old West. She hoped she'd see him again today.
So, shall we look around house?
He asked. Amanda smiled, nodded, and followed her mentor's lead into the room to the left of the door they came in. They found themselves in a large, well-appointed room. It looked like some lavish mansion with wooden Art Nouveau chairs and tables. Amazing oil paintings in gilded frames adorned the walls, and polished, delicate-looking ornaments stood regally on top of the tables. Amanda spotted a fish tank off to her right and wandered over. She came to an abrupt stop a short distance from it as she noticed there was a miniature blue whale in it, breaching and then splashing back down. "What?" Amanda said to herself in wonderment. She got closer and saw dolphins and sharks and all manner of sea creatures in there, swimming back and forth. "Jesus, this is fucking crazy," she muttered.
Magic,
Gentle Water said from close by. "Is there more stuff like that in here?" she asked.
lots more.
They moved across the room and into another even larger chamber at the end of this one. Again, Amanda paused and looked back the way she'd come, and then out the windows, checking what she was seeing until felt sure she was right. She looked over at Gentle Water. "It's bigger on the inside, isn't it?" Her mentor smiled.
Well done,
he said. Amanda shook her head and kept walking, marveling at the fantastic room she was in. As they entered the next one, she spotted someone sitting on one of the seats. It was a woman, at least a few years older than Amanda, with long wavy brown hair. She looked up and smiled. Amanda was about to smile back and walk over when a dark shape slipped past her feet.
Excuse me, young lady,
the cat said. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said, and moved out of the way only to stop and think about what had just happened. She looked over to Gentle Water. "Did the cat just speak to me?"
Yes,
he said.
"Oh, good, as long as I'm not imagining it."
"Don't worry, that was just Merlin," said the lady in the room, who was up and approaching them now. She wore a long, flowing, brightly patterned dress and a charming smile. "I'm Maria," she said, and embraced Amanda gently, placing a kiss on her cheek. "You must be Amanda, Gentle Water's new apprentice we've been hearing about," she said. Amanda smiled back. "That's right," she said. "And how are you finding it, this house, I mean? It's your first time here, right?" Amanda nodded.
"That's amazing. There's so much to see in here."
"I'm glad you like it," she said, and then turned to Gentle Water. "The boys are in the kitchen. You might want to introduce her to them," she said.
of course.
Gentle Water said.
Shall we?
Amanda nodded and said farewell to Maria as they moved to their right and the door over there. Passing through a few more rooms, they soon reached a room at the back of the house and turned right. As they approached, Amanda could hear a group of men talking in the next room.
"Unfortunately, I don't think there will be any female gargoyles at the party,"
said a deep male voice with an American accent.
"Maybe I can find you a rock with a hole in it,"
he continued, laughing.
Cute. I'll be running security here, though, and I have no desire to watch you try to seduce some poor, unsuspecting girl,
replied the deepest and roughest voice Amanda had ever heard. It didn't even sound human, more like two huge boulders grinding together.
"Seduce? Huh, that's a joke. Zane's idea of a chat-up line is, 'You don't sweat much for a fat lass,'"
said a man with a softer American accent.
"Says, 'Mister, come look at my guns,'"
said the first voice.
Jesus Christ, I'm going to faint from all the testosterone in here,
said a fourth voice. This one was more nasally and had a British accent.
"Ooh, careful, guys. Wouldn't want to upset Loomis's hormone treatments,"
said the first voice again. Laughter broke out as Amanda followed Gentle Water into the room. She couldn't get a clear view of the men in here at first, but as they spotted Gentle Water, a cheer went up.
"Hey, it's my main man. You're back already?"
Welcome back.
Amanda stepped out from behind him and smiled at the men in here. The deep American voice belonged to a tall, broad black man with tribal tattoos climbing up his neck and wearing all black clothing. The other American voice belonged to a pale man with a short cropped dark hair and a long black trench coat, while the British voice belonged to a thin man, older than the others, with a pale complexion and slicked back black hair. Before anyone got to say hello to her, though, Amanda looked right and for a moment thought she saw Horlak, the scion who attacked her in the alleyway, standing there in the kitchen. Her reaction was immediate as terror shot through her, and she stumbled back into the countertop, grabbing it to steady herself. The thing moved, looking surprised, and as she got a second look at it, she realized it wasn't Horlak at all, but it was a scion, a huge one that looked like it was carved from stone, with a leonine face and 2 huge bat-like wings sprouting from its back.
Holy fuck,
said Amanda, as adrenaline shot through her body as if she just jumped into an ice bath, making her heart rate skyrocket. Gentle Water and the others leapt to her aid and helped her up.
Are you okay?
Gentle Water asked.
Whoa there. Let's help you up. It's only Balor. He won't hurt you,
the big man said. Shit. Okay, stand up, Trenchcoat said, joining in. I'm sorry, Amanda said. I just wasn't expecting. She cut herself off and pointed up at the scion. Scared the bejesus out of me, so you did.
She attacked by Scion werewolf during Epiphany,
Gentle Water said.
First time see Scion after that,
Gentle Water explained.
I'm sorry,
the scion said. No, Amanda said. It's not your fault, please, don't apologize. I need to get used to these things, she said, standing to her full height. Taking a breath, Amanda composed herself, stepped forward, and offered her hand to the hulking form before her. Hi, I'm Amanda, she said. The scion hesitated for a moment before it reached forward, gently took her hand in its massive claw, and tenderly shook it.
Call me Balor,
it rumbled. Balor, sorry for the reaction just then. I just wasn't expecting to see something like you in the kitchen, she said.
Understandable. No need to apologize.
May I break up this lovin' and say hi? I'm Zane,
said the large black man. He shook her hand with vigor. From the other side of the kitchen, the Caucasian man in the trench coat waved. Orion, he said, introducing himself.
Loomis,
said the British one.
Don't sound too happy about it,
Zane said to Loomis.
She'll die of boredom just standing there.
Lovely to meet you all, Amanda said, smiling warmly at them as her thundering heart started to slow down.
Are you sure it's lovely? I mean, come on, look at Loomis here. I'm not sure lovely is the right word,
Zane said. Oh my god, you're so funny. Oh shit, there goes a kidney, Loomis said sarcastically. Hey, well, you're some of the first MAGI I've met since Gentle Water found me.
He told you to lower your expectations, right?
Orion said. Well, honestly, I had no idea what to expect. She liked these guys. Their smiles and easy banter endeared them to her right away. She felt like she could hang out with them and have some fun times.
She's disappointed,
Zane said, winking at her and then turning to his friends.
I blame you,
he said to Loomis.
These guys do some of more dangerous mission for Legacy,
Gentle Water explained.
We get to do the fun stuff,
Zane cut in excitedly. Yeah, you're a regular James Bond, Loomis commented, and then turned to Amanda. He's modest too, if you hadn't noticed. Amanda smiled back. There's nothing wrong with being confident, she said.
Oh, I like you already,
Zane said, grinning from ear to ear as he stepped up next to her and put his arm around her shoulders.
Oh, bloody hell, now you've got it done it,
Loomis said.
His head would never fit out that door now.
We'll never hear the end of this,
Orion groaned.
Want to join the team?
Zane asked her, letting go of her shoulders.
I sense a vacancy is about to open up.
Not today,
Gentle Water said.
Royston expecting us.
Ah, well, you best not keep the boss man waiting,
Zane said. Amanda walked through the kitchen behind her mentor towards the opposite door. I'll catch you all later, guys, she said. See ya. Laters.
Goodbye, Amanda,
Baylor said.
Call me,
Zane said, making a telephone shape with his hand. Amanda giggled as she left the room. She'd be sure to come and find these guys again soon. Eventually, she followed her mentor into a library. It was a large 2-story affair with racks of books lining the walls and some comfortable-looking leather seats in the middle of the wood panel floor. Sitting in one of those chairs was another woman Amanda had not seen before. She rose from her chair on seeing Gentle Water and Amanda walk in, and with a courteous smile walked over. She was a slim beauty in a long black dress that hugged her curvy frame, with long raven black hair that fell in perfectly controlled waves, surrounding a pale face with deep red lips. Her dusky eyes had a fierce quality to them that suggested a predator, but Amanda felt no threat from her.
Ah, Maya, nice to see you,
Gentle Water said. Bonjour, Gentle Water, Maya said. Even though she used the French for hello, her accent was soft and cultured, suggesting that Maya had spent plenty of time abroad to mellow her underlying French accent. And this must be Amanda, she said, offering her hand. Amanda took it, and Maya air-kissed her beside each cheek. We have heard so much about you, mademoiselle. It's lovely to meet you too. This is an impressive library you have here, Amanda said, marveling at the endless lines of books. Thank you. The Coven has been collecting them for centuries now. There's not a lot of fiction, but there's plenty of other volumes here to keep you occupied. I look forward to having a look, so I will. Have you been showing Amanda around? Maya asked.
Yes,
Gentle Water answered. We met Zane, Orion, Loomis, and Balor in the kitchen, Amanda said. And you're still here. Glad they didn't scare you off, Maya joked. Amanda smiled. It seemed like this woman, who projected an air of calm detachment, had a keen sense of humor too. There was something about her, though, that felt somewhat familiar, as if they knew each other. But Amanda was fairly sure she'd never met Maya before.
We go see Royston next,
Gentle Water said. Well, don't let me hold you up. Royston is a busy man. I'm sure he'll be waiting for you, Maya said. Lovely to meet you, Amanda said, smiling, and they left the library behind, making their way back around to the front entrance and down through the middle of the building to a door. Gentle Water knocked, and a man inside invited them in. The office was well appointed, with a large ornate oak desk that dominated the far side of the room, with several chairs in front of it, and a seating area to Amanda's left as she walked in. She recognized Raven standing to the left of the desk, while an older man with gray receding hair in a shirt and trousers stood behind it as they entered. Amanda, finally! Welcome to the Legacy. It's such a pleasure to meet you. How are you finding it so far? Royston asked as he walked around to greet her, offering his hand. Amanda took it, and he placed his other hand on the back of hers as he gently shook it with a smile. It's been great. Everyone has been very friendly. I had a bit of a shock when I saw Balor for the first time, but everything was okay. I'm glad, yes. Balor can be a scary sight sometimes, but he's a gentle giant to us Arcadians. We have a room ready for you upstairs, which we'll show you later. But tell me, how's your training going? He asked as he walked back around his desk. It's been grand, to be sure, thank you, Amanda answered. Gentle Water has been a wonderful mentor. He's also reached the rank of knight, she said with a smile. Knight? Already? Royston asked in surprise, looking at Gentle Water.
Yes, she fast learner,
Gentle Water said. You're not kidding. Well, you are doing great then, he said, indicating that Amanda should sit down. Thank you, Amanda said, feeling a slight flush of embarrassment as she lowered herself into one of the seats opposite Royston. So correct me if I'm wrong, but you have already encountered a scion, other than Balor, I mean. Yes, I was attacked in New York by one who Gentle Water called Horlock. Indeed. He's been missing for hundreds of years, but his legend is well known amongst the Magi. And then in the airport, I had to fight off an Inquisitor, she said. I had heard the reports of this. You have had a lucky escape, young lady. Not many Magi would survive an Inquisitor attack so soon after their epiphany. You clearly know how to look after yourself."
"Heh, well, it's no bother."
Amanda blushed, feeling a little embarrassed by the compliment. "I've had some self-defense training, so I have. You don't survive the streets of New York if you can't look after yourself." "Well, I was about to send Raven here off on a routine mission to London. It seems that a nomad we're aware of has been sniffing around some of the magic shops over there, and we thought we'd check it out. Would you like to join him? I'm sure Gentle Water can sort your room out for you while you're away." Amanda raised her eyebrows in slight surprise and smiled. A mission so soon, she thought, and she got to spend time with Raven, who she really rather liked the look of. She looked over at Gentle Water.
"Can I?"
"You not need my permission, Amanda. You capable maggots make own choices,"
he said to her. Amanda looked back at Royston.
"Then yes, I would love to,"
she said with a big grin, feeling a rush of excitement in her chest. Finally, after all her time training, she was actually doing what she had silently promised to Georgina after realizing she could have healed her back in Ireland. She was acting. She was doing something.
"Excellent. Then it's settled. Raven, you may leave at your leisure," Royston said.
Can I ask, is the ball still happening tonight?"
Amanda asked.
"It is indeed," Royston said. 8 p.m. at the Musée d'Orsay. We'll be porting over there from here."
Amanda turned to look at Gentle Water.
"I haven't had a chance to get a dress,"
she said.
"Will I get time?"
She finished, looking back to Royston.
"I suspect so," Royston said.
"Leave with me,"
Gentle Water said. Amanda smiled.
"Oh, okay, sure."
"So," Raven said, looking over at Amanda,
"are you ready?"
"I am,"
she said, raising from her seat.
"Then let's not waste any time,"
Raven said, and offered her his hand. Stepping forward, Amanda took his hand in hers, feeling the sudden buildup of Essentia around him. With a flash and now familiar feeling of dislocation, they were suddenly in another backstreet, but the feel of the city was different again. Following Raven out of the alleyway, Amanda knew she was in the heart of London, England, her magical insight mentally pinpointing her location. Amanda felt the magic flare around Raven, and a link request from him blossomed in her mind. She accepted it.
"Thanks,"
Raven said through his mental link.
"No bother,"
Amanda answered without speaking.
"So what's the plan?"
"We're going to pay a few places a visit and try to figure out what this nomad is doing. They've been spotted in a few places now, mainly the few reputable magic shops that also deal in magical artifacts."
"What, like 4 + swords +1?
Amanda smiled.
"Something like that."
Raven smiled.
"I didn't peg you as a gamer."
"When you're raised in an orphanage where role-playing games are banned, you just know the kids are going to find a way to play them, right?"
"I suppose so. Well, there's many magical items out there, some more powerful than others. And there's a thriving black market that trades in them, mainly run by independent Riven and the small organizations they create. Some of the world's magic shops pick these items up and sell them on. As a result, some of the shopkeepers know a thing or two about real magic, which makes them a valuable and accessible resource for anyone wanting some advice."
"So is this nomad after some advice, or are they hunting someone who is?"
"Maybe we'll find that out today,"
Raven said. They walked along the streets of Soho, along small, single-vehicle wide roads that crisscrossed this part of the city until Amanda spotted a shop in the corner of a left-hand bend that proclaimed itself to be the magician's hat.
"Follow me,"
Raven said.
"Is this a real magic shop?"
Amanda asked.
"I mean, does a magi run it?"
"No, Mr. Travers is not a magus, but he is an initiated Riven, so he knows what to look for. He's a useful informant to have."
"Sure,"
Amanda said, as she suddenly noticed a small flare of magic from within the shop.
"What the?"
Raven stopped in his tracks and put a hand out to stop Amanda too, as the door to the shop opened and 4 teenagers ran out of the building, led by a blonde-haired youth. Amanda noticed right away that there was a strong concentration of essentia coming from them, but it was proving difficult to pinpoint it. She could feel it. She knew it was there, but she couldn't see it. They were on the opposite side of the street from Amanda, and they watched them run by, only to notice another flare of essentia from within the shop, and then simultaneously a little way in front of the gang up a side street. As they watched, a woman with long blonde hair stepped out of a side street, right in front of the kids. Amanda's magical sight picked up the obvious glow of concentrated essentia coming from within her that marked her as a magus. The kids came to a sudden stop, looking terrified while the blonde woman stared at them, her expression smug. "Angel," Raven muttered and started to stride over to her. Amanda followed. Amanda noticed essentia stir around Angel, and the lead boy suddenly grabbed his throat. He seemed to be struggling to breathe. "Hey!" Raven called out as Angel started to step towards the 4 kids. Angel looked up with a startled expression, clearly surprised to see Raven and Amanda. The 4 teenagers looked around too, obviously scared half to death. As they crossed the street, Angel's look of surprise vanished and changed back to the cruel smile she had worn moments earlier as her magic faded and the blonde-haired boy caught his breath again. "Get those kids to run, wait for my distraction, then throw up an aegis around us all, including Angel. Got it?" Raven sent through their link. "Got it," Amanda answered.
Raven, why, what brings you here?
Angel said, her soft voice light and casual. Keeping behind Raven, Amanda waved to the 4 kids to get their attention before silently urging them to run with a sweep of her hand. "Legacy business," Raven said, his tone professional and detached. "We heard you've been snooping around the place." Angel smiled.
Keeping a lookout for me, have you?
Essentia flared from within Raven, and a simultaneous surge grew around Angel. Amanda took that as her cue and called on her own magic, throwing up the aegis around them all. Angel's essentia hit the inside of the aegis, but the shield held as more magic flared around the nomad. Raven's aegis sparked in her magical sight as Angel blasted him, but his shield held firm.
"What are you trying to achieve?"
Angel asked, backing up away from Raven as he stepped slowly forwards. Amanda kept behind him, pumping more essentia into the big aegis that kept Angel here. "Are they gone yet?" Raven asked her through their link. Amanda glanced back up the street in time to see the kids duck down a side alleyway. Angel would find them within moments if they let her go now. "They need a minute or 2 more," Amanda answered. "Anything that frustrates any plan of yours is a win for me," Raven said, never taking his eyes off Angel. Keeping his distance from her, essentia surged out of him and threw Angel against the wall. She hit it with a crunch and smiled again.
Wow, Raven, I never knew you could be so forceful,
Angel purred. "Get your mind out the gutter," Raven said. "What were you after those kids for?"
"Oh, you know, the usual,"
Angel said, while her magic continued to slam against Amanda's containment aegis. Amanda kept flooding the aegis with essentia, repairing the damage that Angel was inflicting, but it wouldn't last forever. Angel was a skilled magus and would break through soon. "Really?" Raven answered suspiciously.
"So what are you going to do? Kill me in the street?"
Angel asked. Amanda looked up the road. There were a few people around, but they hadn't really noticed the confrontation going on. They couldn't see the magic that they were using, To the average Raven, it just looked like they were having a tense conversation.
"Don't tempt me, Nomad," Raven said.
But Raven, dear, you know how I feel about a little temptation,
she said, breathing in and making her chest strain against her shirt. It was already unbuttoned low enough to show off her cleavage.
"Fucking nomads,"
Raven sighed. And Angel's Essentia continued to hammer Amanda's aegis. She could feel it faltering. She wouldn't last much longer.
"I can't keep her contained much longer,"
Amanda sent through their shared link as she watched Raven's magic fight against Angel's.
"Don't worry, I think those kids are in the clear,"
Raven said, as Angel's magic slammed into her aegis again and smashed a hole clean through. Essentia flared once more, and Angel poured it away, disappearing from view. Amanda glanced up the road, but no one was watching. Amanda canceled her magic and checked the street around her, wondering if the nomad might suddenly come at them from another angle, but she seemed to be gone. "What the hell was all that about?" she asked, turning to Raven.
"No idea. Let's go and ask Mr. Tavers, shall we?"
"Sure," Amanda said, and followed Raven up the street, looking around suspiciously. Today had been a day for new introductions, meeting the members of the Legacy and now her first nomad. She remembered being in the Dark Side nightclub, hanging out with Howie's friends as he worked his shift. She'd often visit and soon got to know the other security guards and bar staff. She also got talking to some of the regulars. Stuart was one of those regulars, a quiet man who said he used to be a boxer but was now working some tedious job somewhere. He lived alone and wanted to do something more suited to his talents as a former boxer and street fighter. Another of those she'd befriended, after complimenting her on her fabulous shoes, was Georgina. She came to the club early most nights and had a drink or two before leaving. And after they'd swap pleasantries following Amanda's compliment, they'd seen each other most nights Amanda was there. Georgina was friendly, but seemed kind of troubled. Amanda had no idea why. Even after they had hung out outside of the Darkside nightclub, Georgina was still something of a closed book. Despite this, they soon became good friends, hanging out regularly and enjoying each other's company. Then, one evening, a man Amanda had never seen before walked in and started to drag Georgina forcefully out of the club. Amanda had protested, but was no match for the larger man, who pushed her away and continued to hurt Georgina, only for Stuart, in his typical no-nonsense manner, to walk up and knock him out in a single punch. The police arrived and knew him right away. He was a well-known pimp, and they took him in for questioning. Amanda sat with Georgina afterwards and expressed her horror at what had happened.
"I wonder why he was after you?"
Amanda asked. "Oh, Amanda, have you not figured it out yet?" Georgina asked.
"No,"
Amanda answered. "I'm a prostitute, Mandy," she said. "He was my pimp." After becoming what she had thought was quite close to Georgina, and counting her as one of her friends, this revelation came as something of a shock. Georgina had been kind about it, though, apologizing to her several times. She'd not really known the slang that Georgina had been using and had just made some false assumptions. She remembered feeling shocked, but after a while, once she was over the surprise, she'd been more curious than anything else. Stuart had been amazing. Strangely enough, the reason he'd stepped in was not only because he was basically a nice guy, but it turned out he was also one of Georgina's Johns, one of her clients, and wanted to protect her from her pimp. After that, Stuart offered to protect her full time, and from that day forward, he was her pimp, although he was very different from many of the others out there. Looking back now and remembering Stuart stepping up and saving Georgina, she wondered if her subconscious magic had anything to do with it. Probably not. It was only a little over a month later when Howie had broken the bad news to her. Having her living with him and not contributing to the groceries and bills was putting a strain on him, and he could no longer provide for both of them going forward. In other words, Amanda had to get a job, something that wouldn't be easy given she was in the country illegally. Howie seemed like he wanted to help, but at the time his comments about her not contributing had only pushed Amanda away. She felt like he was distancing himself from her, when in fact it had probably been her own self-doubt and her feelings of inferiority that had made her retreat. She told Georgina, her only real friend at the time, who sympathized. Amanda was here illegally, and Georgina was doing an illegal job, so it seemed only right for her to talk to Georgie about it rather than Howie. Georgina even started to give Amanda money, just a little bit here and there so she could give something back to Howie, but it wasn't enough. Sitting in the dark side one evening as Georgina handed Amanda another stack of bills, Amanda found herself looking at it and considering where it had come from.
Here, take it, Mandy. I've got to hit the streets. We'll catch up later, okay?
Georgina said, standing up from her seat.
What's it like?
Sorry? Georgina asked.
Doing what you do, you know. What's it like?
Why, I've told you about it before. How come you... she said, when sudden realization passed over her face. No, Amanda, that's not a good idea. You shouldn't.
You do it,
Amanda cut in. Well, yes, but I wouldn't recommend it.
I'm sure sewer workers wouldn't recommend their job either. I'm asking you, though. I need the money. I can't keep taking it from you. It's not enough anyway. I need to start helping Howie out, so I do.
Georgina sat back down. Amanda, this is not a good thing to do. It fucks you up if you're not careful. It exposes you to drugs and worse. If the police catch you...
If the police catch up with me anyway, I'm going to be deported. What's the difference? You've got Stuart now, though, and I know you've quit the crack again with his help.
Well, yes, I have, she sighed. Look, I can't stop you. If you want to work the streets, you can come with me, and I'll show you how to do it. But I want to be clear. I don't think this is a good idea for you.
I understand. I think I know what I'm letting myself in for.
Do you? Because I'm not so sure.
I've heard your stories many times now. I'll be fine.
Have you ever actually had sex before?
That's irrelevant, Amanda blushed.
You're a virgin, aren't you? Shit, Amanda. This is not a good idea.
I'm doing it, Amanda said, feeling more resolute than before. She was convinced she'd be fine. She felt like she knew what she had to do, and she felt sure she could defend herself too. Howie had been teaching her some self-defense techniques these last few months she'd been living with him. Georgina stared at her for a long moment, and Amanda stared back, her face set with determination etched across it.
Okay, fine. When do you want to start? Georgina said.
Tonight, Amanda answered.
Of course you do.
Later that night, in the early hours, she stood in the shower, cleaning the grime and smells off her body, scrubbing herself down, washing away the taint. She cried that night, not quite believing the new low she had sunk to. But the next morning, seeing Howie smile and thank her for the rent money washed those feelings away. Suddenly, she knew why she was doing it, and she didn't care what it was she had done the night before. As the days and then weeks passed, she learned to deal with it, to cope with the feelings that this routine caused within her. But it was means to an end, and the money was good. She was quite aware that her situation was unique, though, and that nearly all the other working girls were in a very different position to her. Eventually, though, the inevitable happened and Howie found out. She never did discover how,
but his feelings were clear on it, and he threw her out. She wished she'd found another way, some other job that would allow her to keep living with him, but it was too late by then. The money was good, and Howie was unlikely to let her move back in. As she thought back to these choices and experiences, she could see her latent magical skill guiding her, helping her in making the best of her life choices. Her magical luck wouldn't turn her into a billionaire overnight, but it would affect her life in lots of small ways. As Raven led her into the magic shop, the bell above the door ringing as they passed through, Amanda scanned the interior space while Raven walked over to the service desk. She spotted a few magical items in here, glowing softly with their concentrated essentia. It seemed that the magician's hat really did serve the magical community. Following Raven up to the register, she looked up to see a man standing there who looked to be in his 50s. He was greeting Raven in the manner of a friend, his lined face smiling and radiating warmth.
"And who have you got with you today?"
Mr. Travers asked. She could see his name tag pinned to his chest. She offered her hand. "Amanda, nice to meet you," she said. He took her hand and greeted her.
"So what brings you here today?"
he asked. "Those 4 children and the blonde woman who were in here moments ago. Do you know who they are?"
"I've seen the blonde woman in here a few times recently, but I've never really spoken to her. The kids have been coming in here for a while, though. I think the blonde one is called Stephen, but that's all I know."
"Did they speak to you today?" Raven asked.
"Yes, they wanted me to translate something. I didn't get a chance, though, because the woman spooked them and they ran from the shop. I looked back and the woman was gone too. Freakiest thing I ever did see."
"And the text, did you see it?"
"Briefly. It was cuneiform, if I remember rightly,"
said Mr. Travers. Raven continued to question him, but there was little else to learn. After a short while, the pair of them stepped outside and onto the grey London street. "So what's the crike then?" Amanda asked. "You sense the essentia coming from those kids, right?" Raven asked. "To be sure. Difficult not to. I couldn't get a clear view of it, though." "Neither could I. The kids themselves weren't magical, so I'm guessing they had something on them, maybe in that one's backpack." "The blonde ones? Yeah. You'd think that woman was after it, too." "Angel. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. She's a powerful one. You need to be careful of her. But if Angel is hunting whatever it is those teenagers have, then it must be worth her time and effort." "To be sure. So those kids have something powerful then?" "Powerful and dangerous. I bet they have no idea of the shit they're in. We need to find them before they get themselves killed." London, England. Angel stood in the penthouse hotel suite she'd taken for her stay in London and looked out over the rooftops of the lower buildings around her. She'd been cursing silently to herself since her little confrontation with those accursed legacy magi. It wasn't the first time she'd encountered Raven, but she wasn't sure who the redhead was. She was pretty with a great pair of tits and had a surprisingly strong ability with magic. If circumstances were different, she'd be interested in her in other ways. But she was apparently a legacy magus, which condemned her as far as she was concerned. She'd had those kids in the palm of her hand. They were right there, and whatever the artifact was that they had on them, but now they were gone. She wanted to rip those 2 Arcadians apart for meddling in her affairs. Anyway, she couldn't dwell on this. She needed to find those kids, and right now, her best chance was the informant she had in Yasmin's coven, Xander. With a thought, she sent a pulse along her link to Cherub. It opened up quickly.
"Yes, my belle,"
Cherub said in Angel's head. "Send a message to Xander through the usual channels. Get him to contact me directly, she said.
Of course,
Cherub said and closed the link. She'd find those kids and take that artifact from their cold, dead hands. And if she saw that redhead again, she'd take great pleasure in killing her too. Chapter 15. Bloodbath, London, England. You couldn't breathe? Liz asked, her hackles rising as Stephen described the feeling he'd had when they had encountered the woman on the street.
Not at all. My lungs just stopped working, and I couldn't suck any air in. It was really strange,
Stephen said. And scary, I bet, Fran said.
Very,
Stephen answered.
I would have had your back, dog,
Ben cut in, his tone defiant.
I know, matey,
Stephen said, smiling.
Next time we'll be ready for her.
You bet, Ben said. Liz gripped Ben's hand tighter and smiled to herself. He sounded brave, but she knew he was just as scared as they had been back there. He'd never admit it, but Liz knew him well enough now to know that he was all bravado.
Any idea who those two people were who saved us?
Liz asked.
Saved us?
Ben questioned her.
You know what I mean,
Liz said, rolling her eyes at Ben. He probably didn't like the idea that she thought they were out of their depth, but she felt fairly sure that Ben and Stephen hadn't felt or saw what she and Fran had. On their way back out of town, she and Fran had used a washroom. Fran had asked Liz if she'd seen the glowing swirls of light that had been coming from the blonde woman and felt the rush of energy. In hushed tones, Liz had told her sister that she had seen it. They wondered what it meant, but guessed that they had just witnessed some real-life magic. They couldn't be sure, of course, but it was the only logical explanation.
Yeah, I know, babe,
Ben said and winked at her.
No, I have no idea who they were,
Stephen answered her.
But it looked like the blonde knew them.
They didn't look like they were friends, Fran said, offering her opinion.
No, they didn't, but they helped us get out of here,
Liz said, choosing her words carefully.
Think we'll meet them again?
Ben asked.
No idea,
Stephen said.
Do you think they were after the book?
That would be my guess, Fran said.
And mine,
Liz joined in.
Well, those fuckers can have it,
Ben commented.
Damn right,
Stephen joined in. Liz rolled her eyes again and kept quiet. Boys and their macho bullshit, she thought. They were approaching Stephen's house in North London, walking the last few meters up the street and taking their time about it. She knew, like they all did, that once they were there, they'd each start heading back home, but only once the book was safely back in Stephen's house. Liz always envied Stephen. He lived on a very nice street filled with large houses, each of which had one or more gleaming, expensive-looking cars out front. He was lucky to have both his parents still together and to live in one of the more well-to-do areas of London. She envied him and hoped to one day make a better life for herself somewhere. She didn't want to end up like her mom, a single parent living in a cheap rented apartment. They turned into the driveway of Stephen's house and walked up to the front door, where Stephen paused. He looked up, unsure what was going on. "What's the problem?" Fran asked.
"Oh, what's the matter?"
Her sister sounded concerned, which got Liz's attention. Moving forward, she looked past Stephen to find the door to the house slightly open. "Mate," Ben started to say. Stephen stepped inside, calling for his mom.
"Just hold on a second, mate,"
Ben called after him. Fran followed him inside, close on Stephen's heels. Liz hesitated for a moment and then ran in after her sister with Ben close behind her. The inside of the house was dark, and there was a rancid smell in here. Liz followed Fran and Stephen to the left and into the front room, but quickly stopped just behind Fran, looking over her shoulder into what could only be a vision of hell. The front room was awash with dark red bloodstains. Sitting around the room in the comfortable chairs and sofa were several bodies that had been eviscerated, and Liz recognized them all. Liz clamped a hand to her mouth as her eyes came to rest on the body of her mother, sitting alone in a chair. She was dead, but her eyes were wide open as if in surprise. Liz felt bile rise up from her stomach as she noted that Ben's and Stephen's parents were also in here and were just as dead. For a couple of seconds, no one said anything. Was it a dream? A nightmare? Surely this couldn't be real. She'd wake up in a second. All would be well, and Stephen's parents would greet them all warmly like they always did. Liz's body convulsed. She wanted to throw up. Movement deeper into the room caught her attention, and a figure stepped forward. He was about 6 feet tall, wearing only loose cargo trousers and boots, and his whole body, apart from his hands, face, and neck, was covered in tattoos. In any other situation, she'd have considered him a handsome man with his chiseled features and short blonde hair, not to mention his well-muscled physique. But the massive knife in his hand and the blood that covered him showed him in an altogether more sinister light.
"Welcome, friends. You're just in time. I've been waiting for you. As you can see, I got a little bored and had some fun. But now that you're here, the real fun can begin,"
he said with an American accent.
What the? Oh God, this can't. Who are you?
Stephen asked, clearly descending into shock.
"Whoa, slow down. So many questions. I think introductions are in order, don't you? So I'm Nate,"
he said. His tone was light, conversational almost. It was so alien sounding in this setting. Why was he being so friendly with this massacre all around him?
"Now come on, don't be shy,"
he said, almost laughing. Beside her, Fran pulled back and grabbed her arm, urging her and Stephen, who was at the front, to move as Nate stepped carefully up to them.
Come on, we gotta go,
Fran whispered.
But I don't. Mommy? Daddy?
Stephen said, emotion rising up within him. Liz had never heard him call his parents by those labels. It was probably the shock.
Stephen, move. Come on, Liz. Ben, move back. Ben,
she said to him. Ben shoved his way past them, rage covering his face.
Go, get them out of here,
he called back to Fran.
No,
Liz called.
Don't, come back.
Ben leaned into her.
Get out of here,
he yelled at her. His shout in her face shocked her and made her back up and follow Liz out.
"Oh, how gallant,"
she heard Nate say as Fran bodily pushed her and Stephen out the house.
We have to leave,
Fran said.
What about Ben?
Liz asked.
He'll follow, come on,
she said as she dragged them both down the driveway. The front window exploded outwards as something heavy was thrown through it. Liz looked back and saw Ben hit the floor.
Ben!
she yelled. Nate suddenly appeared out of thin air with a thwip noise, standing over Ben. Liz jumped back in shock, along with Fran and Stephen.
Wait,
Ben croaked, looking up at Nate and pushing himself up on his hands. Nate only smiled, pulled his hand back that was holding the huge dagger, and slashed it down at Ben. Blood whipped out from Ben's neck and splattered on Liz's top.
No!
Liz screamed as emotion and hate washed over her. Fran and Stephen grabbed her and pulled her back.
Let me go,
Liz called. She didn't care about Nate. She didn't care if she died. She only wanted to save Ben, even though she knew it was too late. Fran grabbed her, took her face in both of her hands, and forced her to look at her sister. Liz, he's dead. We have to go now, or we die too, she said, her voice commanding and fierce. Liz glanced sideways and saw Nate look up with a grin on his face. Liz looked back at her sister and nodded. She had no idea what to do. She wanted to help Ben, but he was gone now. She knew it, even if she didn't want to believe it. But Fran was taking charge, it seemed, and Liz was more than happy to follow. With her sister holding her hand, Liz ran. They sprinted out into the street just as two large black 4x4s barreled towards them, mounted the curb, and skidded to a stop, one in front and one behind them. Men in black jumped out carrying large guns and swords. What was going on? More men jumped out of the vehicle before them. One of them wore a long tan trench coat and looked at Liz and her friends. "Get in the car now. We have to leave," he said. Liz did as she was told, and it looked like Fran and Stephen were doing the same as they climbed into the back of the car. She could already hear gunfire coming from Stephen's front garden. The all-terrain vehicle wheels spun and turned 180 degrees before accelerating down the road in the direction it had come from. "Are you okay?" the man in the front passenger seat asked. "What the hell's going on?" Fran asked. "I'm here to help you. That was a warlock, and he would have killed you," he said. "He killed our parents," Liz said, the reality of which she was still struggling with. "I'm not surprised," the man said. "Look, I'll get you to safety. My men will deal with that one, but others will follow." "Who are you?" Stephen asked. "I'm Revito. We're part of a group called the Disciples of the Cross. Although you might know us better as the Inquisition. We fight against these evil forces of darkness. Trust me, you're safe with us," he explained. Internal message within the Black Knight's Coven. Bal Yasmin, I have just heard from Nate that he feels this is all taking a little too long to come to fruition. He sounds quite frustrated by all this waiting around for the Inquisitor to make his move. I fear he may take matters into his own hands. This may actually help us, but I felt the need to inform you of your apprentice's state of mind. Yours for eternity, Kez. Chapter 16. Ball, Paris, France. Amanda stepped out of the bathroom having had a refreshing shower and scrubbed at her hair with the towel trying to dry it. She walked around into the main bedroom and marveled at the huge suite that was all hers. She had a living space with a small kitchenette and a large bedroom with a grand 4-poster bed and ensuite bathroom. Everything was elegant mahogany wood paneling, paintings and mirrors with ornate gilded frames, porcelain lamps, and brocade flock wallpaper. She wandered naked over to her bed and admired the pretty white Xiangzam dress that Gentle Water had given to her earlier that day after returning from London. It was a long, fitted white dress with a slit up one leg made in the Chinese style. She ran her fingers over the silk, enjoying its softness and admiring the pretty pattern. "What time is it?" she said to herself. She instantly knew the exact time the moment she said it, as her magical sense kicked in.
"It is nearly 7 o'clock in the evening,"
said a voice in her room. Amanda ducked back in shock and covered herself with the towel. "Who's there?" she asked, looking all around her. She couldn't see anyone in here. Everything glowed with magic as well, so that wasn't much help.
"Sorry to scare you. I'm only here to help,"
said the voice. It sounded male to Amanda. "Where are you?" Amanda asked.
"Over here on the wall,"
it said. Amanda stepped forward, still clutching the towel in front of her to preserve her modesty. "Where? Near the mirror? She asked. She guessed it was something magical. She'd already had a conversation with the cat, so it was probably something like that again.
I am the mirror,
the voice said. Amanda looked up and spotted a small face carved into the golden frame of the mirror at the top. As she peered at it, it moved and smiled at her. "Oh, fuck!" she exclaimed. "You're alive!"
Greetings. Kind of. I'm only a mirror, gifted with a modicum of intelligence by the magi of this esteemed establishment. And I'm here to help,
it said in a jovial tone. "And you've been here this whole time?"
I've been here for hundreds of years, ma'am, but I stay quiet unless I am needed.
"Can you see me?"
But of course,
it smiled back, blinking its eyes. "Ah," Amanda grimaced. She'd been getting changed in here and had walked through the room naked at least once before as she prepared for her shower.
I understand your concern, but I am just a mirror and not gifted with belonging to one or the other gender. I have no interest in you beyond wanting to help you whenever I can,
it explained. "Oh, well, that's okay then, I suppose," Amanda said, relaxing. "I was just wondering how close we were to going to the ball tonight," she said.
I believe we're about an hour away from the start of it,
it said. She'd been looking forward to this ever since she had heard about it. She wondered what kind of affair it would be. Would she meet more magi or maybe some celebrities? Raven had mentioned it was some kind of fundraiser or something. She wasn't sure what that meant, but if there was going to be some drink and nice food, she was happy. Walking back to her bed, she placed the towel down and pulled some of her favorite underwear out from the chest of drawers and started to get dressed. Before she'd met Georgina, she'd never really taken much interest in clothing. She'd always just worn what the nuns had given her, which, looking back, had been some of the most boring and frumpy clothes she had ever worn. She didn't have the money to go and buy anything of her own, although she did steal a few bits from Lost and Found, or modify some of the clothing she'd been given. She'd either rip bits off her skirts to make them shorter or intentionally wear them wrong, like the tie that was part of her school uniform. She didn't care and often chose not to bother tying her shoelaces because she knew it would annoy the sisters. Once in New York, her only interest in clothes was that they were warm while she was on the streets. Once Howie had taken her in, he'd bought a few bits for her, and while there was the odd thing she liked and his intentions were honorable, most of the stuff he got for her just didn't appeal. Eventually, she met Georgina and struck up her closest friendship since Alicia. It wasn't long into that friendship before Georgina took her on the first of several shopping trips to some of the discount clothing stores and bought her some items. Previous to this, everything she had was either practical or modest, often both, but Georgina had other ideas in mind. She picked out everything from sneakers to high heels, fitted jeans to sexy dresses, and some of the prettiest underwear she had ever seen. Putting some of this stuff on for the first time, she felt like a new person. Howie could barely speak when she walked back into his apartment in her new stuff. He later admitted that he thought she liked the long skirts and loose jumpers she owned. Now she was skipping about in miniskirts and camisole tops and ripped jeans, pretty much the total opposite of what she had been forced to wear at the orphanage. She held up the tiny black lace panties she held between her fingers as she remembered gaining her new appreciation of fashion and the pretty things she could wear, and smiled. She'd been such a frump before New York. Stepping into them, she pulled them on and then put on the rest of her outfit before checking herself out in the mirror. "What do you think?" Amanda asked the mirror.
You'll be the belle of the ball,
it said. "Charmer," Amanda answered before picking up her clutch bag and leaving her room. She met up with Royston and Gentle Water in the entrance area downstairs. The two men smiled at her as she walked down towards them.
"Wow, you look stunning, Amanda," Royston said.
"Thank you. You look good too," she said, admiring his sleek tuxedo.
Ready?
Gentle Water asked. "Where's everyone else?" she asked.
"Most are already there. They will have made their own way over. There's a few more to follow as well, but it's better we go over in small groups anyway. Less conspicuous,"
Royston said. Moments later, Gentle Water had ported them both into a back room of the museum and was leading her out into the main hall. The building was a vast, converted train station with a huge arched roof of glass with an ornate gold clock at the far end of the building, looking over the main hall with its statues and paintings. People were everywhere, standing and talking or admiring the art while waiters weaved between them offering drinks and canapes. Everyone looked gorgeous, wearing long cocktail dresses or sharp evening suits. She picked up a glass of champagne from a passing waiter and smiled at Gentle Water. "God love ya, this is amazing," she said.
You're welcome,
he said, sipping his own drink. "I'm going to get a better look, so I am," she said, and walked over to the edge of the balcony. As she watched the people move about, she felt sure she could pick out a few famous faces amongst them, including some stars of film she knew of. As she stood there, Amanda became aware of someone stepping up close to her. "Hi there," said a soft, feminine voice she recognized as Maria from the Legacy Coven. As she moved to stand up straight, she felt Maria touch her bottom and give it a squeeze. It didn't hurt. If anything, it was kind of affectionate. "Oh," Amanda exclaimed, laughing it off. "How are you? I didn't see you there." She was blushing. She could feel the heat in her cheeks. "What do you think?" Maria asked, looking out over the museum below. "It's impressive. I've never been anywhere like this before," she said. "Never?" "No, I led a fairly sheltered upbringing, so I did. I had a TV in my room when the sisters thought I was old enough, but I had never been to a museum before." "That's a shame," Maria said, looking over the top of her glass from beneath her chocolate hair. Her soft pink lips smiled at her. She was standing quite close to her, Amanda thought, but she didn't mind and smiled back. "I'd be happy to show you some more of the world, if you like," Maria offered. "Wow, sure, that sounds great. I'd love to experience a few new things like this," she said, looking over the museum again. She looked back. Maria was closer still. "You enjoy new experiences, then?" Maria asked. "Yeah, sure, I guess," Amanda said, unsure where Maria was going with this. And then she felt Maria's fingers tracing lines over her hips. "That's a very healthy attitude, Mandy. I wish more people were open to such things, don't you?" "Heh," Amanda smiled, both enjoying and feeling a little uncomfortable about Maria touching her. "Yeah, I suppose," she said as Maria slipped her hand around, took hold of her left bum cheek, and pulled her in, pressed up against her. "Oh, I'm careful," Amanda said, moving her glass out from between them. Maria looked her up and down with a sultry gaze, drinking her in. Amanda felt like she was under a microscope, being studied and observed. She smiled at Maria, and for just a moment, she let her do it. She let Maria touch her and actually kind of enjoyed the feeling. The softness of her bust pressed up against hers, and the gentleness of her hand caressing her behind. She felt the warmth and thrill of arousal from deep within her, and for a split second wanted to pull Maria in and kiss her deeply and explore the curves of her body that her fitted dress showed off. She remembered one night back in New York when Georgina got a call from her old escort agency she was once a part of. They had a former client come back asking for her and gave her a call. It happened occasionally. Amanda had been working the streets for a while by then after being kicked out by Howie. She had her own tiny apartment in the same block as Georgina, where they often hung out together, preferring each other's company to being alone. Georgina had clicked off the phone and turned to face her, she remembered.
"You're not busy tonight, right?"
Georgina had asked. "I'm not. I have a night off." She smiled.
"I have a job offer if you're interested."
"Oh, go on," Amanda said.
"That was my old escort place. They had an old client call asking after me," she said.
"You want me to take it for you?" Amanda asked.
No. He wants a threesome, him and 2 girls," she said.
"Oh," Amanda answered, feeling shocked.
"So we'd have to put on a bit of a display for him, 'cause he likes that."
You mean you and me? We'd have to...
"Fuck. Yes, Amanda, we'd have to fuck," she said bluntly.
Thank you for thinking of me, but I don't think I swing that way,
Georgina smiled. "That's okay. We're friends, so I thought I'd ask."
"Why do you think I would be cool with that?"
"It's only sex, Mandy. You do it with strangers most days, so what's the difference?"
She thought about it for a moment. She was right, but this was different. Maybe it was precisely because she was a friend that she wasn't into it. But it was also the whole lesbian thing. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she wasn't keen on the idea. That said, after Georgina went out and did the job with someone else, Amanda spent the whole night thinking about what it would have been like if she had done it. If she were being honest with herself, part of her was kind of excited by the idea, but it scared her as well. When Georgina returned, Amanda asked her how it went.
"I thought you weren't interested," Georgina said.
I'm not, to be sure, but, she said, swallowing guiltily. Georgina raised her eyebrows.
"You are interested, aren't you?"
No, I'm not. I just wanted to make sure you had a good night, don't you know?" Georgina smiled.
"Of course."
Pushing the memory to the back of her mind, Amanda took a breath, reached around to Maria's hand, and lifted it off her bum. She stepped back a touch and smiled. "I'm flattered, I am, but I'm not interested in that," she said. "At least, not right now."
Maria smiled back. "Of course, I'm sorry. I thought I was getting signals from you. You can't blame me for trying, can you?"
"I don't mind, no. I like you, Maria, but not in that way."
"I hope I've not offended you?" Maria asked, concern crossing her face.
"No, don't worry, you haven't. We're fine."
"Good. I'm sorry."
"To be sure, no harm done," Amanda said.
Maria smiled. "So are you looking for some fun and frolics tonight?"
"Not really. I've had a crazy few days, so I just wanted to have a drink and chill out a bit," she said.
"Of course. I heard that you met your first nomad today with Raven."
"Yup, some woman called Angel, I think. She wasn't much trouble," Amanda mused.
"Well, there was 2 of you against her in a public place, so don't underestimate her. Angel is a well-known and dangerous nomad."
"I won't," Amanda said. Amanda wasn't worried. Angel hadn't put up much of a fight, so she was feeling pretty confident. The night went on, and Amanda circulated through the people she knew, speaking with Gentle Water, Raven, Maria, and Royston. Maya was there, but they didn't talk much. "Is Maya okay? She seems quiet," Amanda said to Royston partway through the night, as she looked over at the brooding figure keeping to herself. Royston looked over. "She's fine, I'm sure. She likes to keep to herself, and she has her own stuff to deal with," he said. "Her own stuff?" Amanda asked. "Does she have her own coven somewhere else or something?" "Oh,
Okay, I'm guessing no one told you. She's a scion, a vampire to be precise, he said.
A vampire? You mean she drinks blood?
That's part of it, yes.
I thought scions were all monsters, like Balor and Horlak, Amanda asked.
Not quite, no. Many of them look human. Certainly, the vampires do.
To be sure. So there are different types.
Bloodlines, yes. There's the vampires, the war creatures, the chthonic old ones, the sea creatures, the ethereal, the demons and the undead, zombies and such, he said, counting them off on his fingers as he spoke. Some are more numerous than others, and they're all slightly different. One scion is never exactly the same as the others.
But some are friendly, Amanda said, looking over at Maya. And some are not, she finished.
They're all different, Royston agreed. Some are more involved with us, with the Magi, than others. They have their own internal politics to deal with.
Good to know, Amanda said, looking back over at Maya, who was still standing before the balcony, looking out over the sea of people below. She looked lonely, but also clearly didn't need or want company either. Amanda left her alone and a little later decided to explore the museum herself. The place was huge, and many of the side rooms were deserted or had just one or two other people in them. She was admiring a painting in one of the side rooms when someone not too far behind her spoke to her.
"And you must be Amanda," said the dusky female voice.
Turning, Amanda looked slightly up into a face she had not seen before. The woman had a long black mane of hair shot through the purple streaks. It framed her angular face as she stood there in an elegant, slightly glittery black mermaid dress. Amanda smiled and offered her hand. "To be sure, and you are?" The woman took Amanda's hand gently in hers and gave a slight smile. It was as if she had just had something confirmed to her, and that seemed to please her. The woman didn't answer right away, and Amanda was just starting to wonder if she might need to ask for her name again, when the woman seemed to rise from her internal thoughts, noticing she was there and had asked a question. "Yasmin," the woman said. Amanda could feel the magic radiating off this woman. She was strong, powerful, and didn't need to switch her vision over to the magical spectrum to know that Yasmin was a magus. "Charmed," Amanda said with a smile. "Are you here with your legacy friends?" Yasmin asked. "I am. They're over that way. You could go and say hi," Amanda offered. "I'll pass. Thank you. I just wanted to introduce myself as I had heard of your arrival," Yasmin said. "I'm sure we will cross paths again soon." "It seems like everyone knows who I am," Amanda said, "but I have no idea who's who here." "Probably best that way. There could be some unsavory individuals within these walls." Yasmin answered with a knowing smile. "Perhaps. Are you sure you won't come over and say hello?" "Go on, they're a friendly bunch, so they are," Amanda said. "I'll pass. Maybe another time," Yasmin said. "I'll see you around, Amanda." Yasmin said as she sashayed away from her. Amanda couldn't help but admire the woman as she glided over the polished floor. She was a stunning and yet dangerous beauty. A passage from Royston's diary. "I got a message today. She called a meeting. It seems the time has come. Here we go." Chapter 17. Escape, London, England. Liz, along with her friends, walked up the center of the church, ushered along from behind by Vito, the man who said he was from the Inquisition. The church priest was beside this intense Inquisitor, who had saved them from the man at Stephen's house. Everything felt a little unreal, as if she were dreaming. She wondered if she might wake up suddenly back in her own bed, cozy and warm. But every time she closed her eyes, she saw flashes of her mum, dead in that chair, or Ben, his head tilting back, his neck gaping wide as blood spilt everywhere.
Yes, I got the message. You can use my office at the back. What is this all about?
The priest asked.
Vatican business, sorry. It's on a need-to-know only basis. We just need the use of your church for a night, Vito said.
I mean, okay, sure, it's yours, but wouldn't a hotel be better?
No, Vito answered, refusing to elaborate further. Liz and her friends were shown into an office at the back of the church, to the right of the altar. It was not a big room with its humble desk covered in various papers. Hymn books stood in stacks on the floor, while a wardrobe stood slightly open, revealing some of the robes the priest wore for Mass and other events. Vito grabbed 3 chairs from around the room and placed them in the middle of the office.
Sit,
he said. It was an order rather than a request. They sat down, herself and Fran next to each other, and Stephen on the other side of Fran. She held her sister's hand, gripping it tightly, as emotions and images of death filled her mind.
So, tell me what happened tonight,
Vito asked once they were settled. Liz looked up at him. He seemed a little annoyed or accusatory, and Liz started to take a dislike to him. When he'd rescued them, she hadn't really looked at him in great detail. All she knew was that he'd saved their lives, and for that she was grateful. But now that they were away from the immediate danger, and she actually had calmed down enough to assess him on his own, her opinion of him was starting to drop. He seemed to have an agenda here, but she wasn't sure what it was yet. Liz didn't want to speak to him and kept quiet. Luckily, her sister was apparently feeling a little more vocal.
We nearly got killed by a madman. You were there, you rescued us, she said, sounding a touch annoyed by the question.
Yeah, thanks,
Stephen said.
But what about our parents? Should we go to the police? He killed our friend,
Stephen said, his voice choking up as he finished. Hearing him get emotional caused Liz's breath to catch in her own throat as she thought about Ben. That brute. He'd killed him, cut his head off. The sight of the open wound on Ben's neck flashed into her mind once more. She felt sick, but somehow held it together.
Ben Marshall, yes, he did. But what interests me more is why.
Why? Fran asked.
Why did that warlock kill your parents and friend? What was he after?
Liz's mind went immediately to the one thing they had with them that might be of interest to a witch like Nate. The golden book was still in Stephen's bag. Did Vito know it was there?
No idea,
Fran said, her tone defiant.
This is ridiculous. We should go to the police and report him for God's sake.
Vito moved quickly, stepping forward, and swung his hand around in a powerful slap that caught Fran full on the cheek. The sound of his palm hitting her filled the room. She yelled. The force of the hit was so strong that she was knocked sideways, away from Liz and into Stephen. He fell. Fran fell, and their chairs were knocked out from under them. Liz gripped the seat of her chair with her hands and felt rooted to the spot.
Hey, there's no need for,
the priest called out.
Shut up, Father. And you,
Vito said to Fran.
Don't take the Lord's name in vain, witch.
He drew out that last word, filling his tone of voice with as much hate and bile as he could muster. Liz watched Stephen roll and rise up, anger erupting from his face. But Vito had seen it coming and reached for something under his jacket. He withdrew a gun and pointed it at Stephen before he could move in. Stephen froze and raised his hands.
Hey, chill out. Let's discuss this rationally.
Liz looked down to see Fran on the floor, pulling herself up, but staring at Liz, her eyes wide, asking to be noticed. Liz mouthed the word, "What?" silently. With her eyes, Fran looked at Vito and then back at Liz, and then did it again. Vito was standing right in front of her, but was only looking at Stephen, his gun pointing at her friend's head. Liz looked back at Fran, who silently formed the word, "No," with her lips through gritted teeth. Liz took a breath as she pulled her foot back and glanced up at the priest, who was opposite her on the other side of Vito. He'd seen the silent communication between her and her sister and nodded to her, urging her on. With all the force she could muster, Liz kicked out. As she attacked, the priest lunged for the gun. Her foot connected with Vito's closest leg just below the knee. He yelped as the priest grabbed the gun and raised it up, away from Stephen. It discharged once, its rapport echoing around the room and deafening Liz for a moment. Vito fell to the floor while the priest trained the gun on the Inquisitor. Liz still sat there in the chair, fear gripping her and keeping her rooted to the spot. She watched Stephen help Fran back up as she rubbed the bright red slap mark on her cheek. "Are you okay?" Fran asked. "I'm fine," Liz answered. "You guys best go. I'll keep him here," the priest said. "Thank you, Father," Stephen said. "No thanks required. I had no idea we let people like this into the ranks of the church. I will have some choice letters to send to the Vatican after today," the priest said. "Now go, before his friends get here. There's a back door through there." Stephen nodded and turned to his friends. "Let's go." Fran grabbed Liz by the hand and led her out. Liz didn't resist. She just followed, feeling ever more bewildered by the day's events. Within moments, they were out the back and walking up a service road behind the church. "What do we do now?" Fran asked. "I don't know," Stephen said, his backpack on his shoulder, which still had the golden book inside it. "Do you think he was after the book?" "I don't see what else he would be interested in," Fran said as they rushed up the road to a T-junction. "Who are these people?" Stephen asked. "I don't know, and I don't want to find out. So which way?" Fran asked, looking left and right. Busy London streets awaited them at either end of the road.
"We should go to the police,"
Liz said.
"Is that a good idea?"
Stephen asked.
"They'll take the book."
"Forget the damn book," Fran said. "I think we need to get help. We can't fight these people off. They've already killed Ben. Do you want to get us killed too?" Fran yelled.
"No, but can we just think about this for a while?"
Stephen asked. "Sure. Which way?"
"Let's go right,"
he said, and set off up the road. They had walked just shy of 10 meters when a figure stepped out of the shadows and started to approach them. Liz stopped at the same time as her friends while they peered into the darkness. As the figure approached the light, they finally got a good look at her. It was the blonde woman from the magic shop. She smiled as she approached them. Liz felt her stomach drop. Was there no escaping them? They'd gone to Mr. Travers to show him the inscriptions from the book, having copied a section of a page down on paper. They'd waited until he was free and then show him the document. He'd looked at the script with interest, but before they really discussed it, the blonde woman was there, right behind them, and peering over at the papers.
"How curious,"
she'd said. Her sudden appearance had shocked everyone, including Mr. Travers. Stephen had grabbed the papers from the shopkeeper's hand and led the sprint from the shop into the street. When the woman had suddenly appeared from the side street right in front of them, the fear that had bloomed within them in the shop multiplied several times over. But that fear couldn't stop other, stranger, and equally worrying thoughts she had felt on seeing the blonde properly in the street for the first time. She'd never say this out loud, but frankly, the woman was gorgeous. Liz had no interest in women beyond seeing them as friends. She was only interested in boys, but there was something different about this blonde woman. Something beguiling about her that overrode her usual feelings and stirred something deep within her that was both intriguing and taboo. She wondered if Fran had felt the same. She knew that Stephen had been captivated by this beauty. That went pretty much without saying, but these feelings were alien to her. She'd been at a loss to explain them, and now, as the woman swanned up the back road towards them once more, her hips swaying from side to side as she shifted her weight from leg to leg, the same longing and arousal flooded back, creating a yearning and a need inside her that she was both captivated and disgusted by. "Who are you?" Fran asked as they backed away. Good thinking, Liz thought. Keep her talking and distracted. If only she'd thought of that, but her mind was elsewhere.
My darlings, why did you run away from me earlier on? I only wished to talk to you, she purred.
Her clothing was a walking cliché, Liz thought. The sexy secretary look was so out of date and out of touch with what the world was like now, she thought. And yet, there was still something about this woman that made Liz want to ravish her and to feel those legs wrapping around her. Those thoughts and feelings hadn't overridden her sense of survival, though. While she was somehow attracted to her, she was also getting a strong feeling from this blonde that she was a threat, she was dangerous, and she should be avoided. That was the only reason she was not running up to her and begging her to take her right then and there on the street. Instead, she continued backing away, confusion and conflict filling her mind. "Talk! You just wanted to talk," Fran asked. Liz looked sideways. Stephen looked like he was in a daze. Fran was pulling him back, away from the blonde. She seemed the least affected by her.
"But of course, unless you wanted something more," the blonde asked.
Liz felt her heart melt, and the warmth of arousal build within her groin. Shit, she thought. If she kept talking like that, I'll orgasm just standing here listening to her. A strange feeling, like a gentle gust of wind, except there was none, flowed into her from behind, and she felt compelled to look behind her. Someone was there. She knew it. And, as she looked back at the blonde woman, Liz noticed she'd stopped walking too and was looking behind them. Liz turned and saw Nate, the killer of her mom and boyfriend, stalking up the street from the opposite direction, trapping them. "Angel, thank you for holding them here for me. I do appreciate it. Yasmin sends her regards," he said. He still held that wicked bent knife in his hand. Liz looked back at Angel, whose whole expression had changed from jovial and light just a moment ago to deadly serious. Nate had spoken to her in a friendly manner, and yet Liz could only sense intense hostility between these two. She was no longer interested in Liz and her friends, and Liz noticed that she suddenly lost the feeling of attraction and arousal towards Angel that had been building within her. It was like night and day, as if someone had just flicked a switch. She glanced down at Angel's body, which moments ago she'd wanted to kiss all over, and now only saw another woman, someone she really wasn't interested in.
"Go, run now,"
Angel said.
"What?"
Stephen asked. He also looked like he'd been snapped out of some kind of trance.
"Run. I'll find you later. Need to deal with this fucker right here,"
Angel said as she stepped past them towards Nate. Liz didn't need telling twice, and neither did her companions. She ran, breaking into a sprint, and running out of the service road into the crowds of London streets. Her heart was pounding, and adrenaline was pumping as it felt like Nate would leap out of an alleyway or side street and attack them at any moment. She had no idea how long they were running for, but eventually they stopped and caught their breath.
You know what?
Stephen said, looking up at them.
I've changed my mind. Let's go to the police.
Notes from the police report. These children have been exposed to horrific events over the last few hours, and I recommend a full mental evaluation to help them recover from what they have seen. Experts from the Natural History Museum will be here in the morning to take a look at the artifact the boy brought in. We're returning it to their room for the time being, as its removal seems to have agitated all of them. Chapter 18. Dig, Sahara Desert, Egypt. Amanda's boots sank into the soft sand atop the dune they had suddenly appeared on as the wind whipped about her, making her skirt and scarlet hair flap about wildly. The first thing she noticed was the oppressive heat. It felt like she stepped into an oven, and she suddenly remembered when Gentle Water, who was stood nearly 2 meters away from her, had ported her to several places to prove to her that magic was real, including Egypt.
Wow, it's hot here,
she said.
Not if you don't want,
he answered her. Amanda smiled. He was referring to that fact that she could just alter the temperature around her to suit her tastes if she wanted. He was right, she could, but she didn't mind the heat. She was wearing a short skirt anyway, so she just pulled off her sweater, leaving her with only a thin camisole top. She kind of liked the tropical weather anyway. They were standing on a dune, overlooking the remains of a campsite that was now half buried in the shifting sands. Nearby, a rocky plateau rose out of the sands a few hundred meters away, and Amanda had a really strange feeling that something wasn't quite right over there. She frowned and allowed her senses to see into the magical spectrum. Around the rocky outcrop, there was a huge sphere where no essentia floated in the air.
Jesus, what the feck is this shite? She muttered to herself.
Dead magic zone,
Gentle Water said.
Magic not working there.
Oh, that's banjaxed, she said to herself. Gentle Water was already making his way down the side of the dune into the camp, walking parallel to the dead magic zone. At least we're not heading in there.
We go in there soon,
he called back to her. Feck, she muttered as she half walked, half slid down the slope, sand pouring into the tops of her tall boots. So why are we here again?
These where Horlock was found before he attacked you in New York. Royston think important for you to know, he said.
Well, they found him here. No one's been here for ages. Look at this place. It's a right mess. Gentle Water nodded, but didn't answer her. He just walked into the camp and started to have a look around. The tents were in disarray. They were either half buried or falling apart, their canvases ripped from the sand and left to flap in the wind. Some of the ones over to the right were completely buried by an encroaching dune. There were camping stoves, cooking utensils, clothes, tools, and personal effects scattered everywhere. Even a jeep fitted with wide tires for use in the desert had been left here to be eaten by the Sahara. Where are they? Amanda asked as she followed Gentle Water around the camp.
Dead. Horlock killed them. They were hired by nomad hunting for artifact. Magic artifact. They not know who they work for.
They were working for the nomads.
One nomad, Yasmin.
Yasmin, Amanda said, suddenly remembering the woman she'd met at the ball last night. Shite. Gentle Water turned to look at her, his expression asking the question for him. Amanda sighed. I met a magus at the ball. She called herself Yasmin. Too much of a coincidence, right?
Right.
Gentlewater said with a frown and continued walking. I had no idea. She found me when I was exploring the museum. I didn't know who she was, Amanda said.
It's okay. No harm done. You alive.
I guess, Amanda said, feeling annoyed with herself that she hadn't spotted a nomad when she'd had the chance. But then, that was probably why they were so dangerous. They could hide in plain sight. They reached the edge of the camp, and Gentlewater paused to look up the dead magic zone before walking towards it. Are these places dangerous? She asked, eyeing the zone as it rose up before them while they approached the near edge of the plateau.
It won't kill. There's still a Santia there, but less, and magic not work,
he said. Amanda pressed her lips together in a grimace that hadn't really eased her fears. As they grew closer, the feeling of wrongness, of something being missing or out of place, rose up within her until they walked through the outer edge of the zone and onto the plateau. For a moment, it felt like Amanda couldn't breathe. Her enhanced senses, her connection to reality and life itself was severed, and she suddenly felt incredibly vulnerable. Had this been how it had felt before she'd become a magus? She couldn't remember feeling this vulnerable during her life as a kid growing up in Ireland, or during her time on the streets of New York, and yet this must have been how it was. It was strange just how comfortable she had become with magic that the moment it was taken away, she felt utterly defenseless. Walking on the rocks with her block-heeled boots was much easier than wading through the sand. It might be an uneven surface, but at least she was on solid ground now. Amanda stopped and sat herself down on a rock and pulled off her boots, emptying the sand out that had built up inside of them. Putting them back on, she jogged to catch up with her mentor, finally reaching him when she crested the side of the rocky incline and reached the relatively flat top. They continued walking and found more equipment up here, much of it smashed to bits and scattered around. The largest concentration of tools was sitting outside a huge hole in the plateau that had been cut into the rock and angled down into darkness. We're going in there, Amanda asked. She attempted to work some magic in this dead magic zone as they walked over here, just because she was curious and wanted to test it. But nothing worked. It was as if she was no longer a magus. The feeling was very disconcerting.
Yes,
Gentlewater said. Grand, Amanda said, with just a hint of sarcasm running through her words. Lead the way. Gentlewater pulled a torch out of his pocket and started down the passageway. Amanda followed, her boots echoing as they moved into the darkness. As they descended, the temperature dropped to a much cooler and more comfortable level. The passage leveled off, and they entered the first room. Cables ran down here from the surface to work lights and other bits of equipment, none of which was working anymore. Some stuff down here had also been smashed up. Gentlewater scanned each room, but he seemed to know where he was going. It was as if he were giving Amanda a quick tour of the place. As they continued on, a rather disgusting smell that had been in the background grew stronger the further they went. By the fourth chamber, it was all they could smell, and it took all of Amanda's willpower not to throw up. She was holding her sweater over her nose and mouth now just to keep going. Having never been in an Egyptian tomb before, she found the whole thing fascinating. And if it wasn't for the smell, she could easily spend hours down here looking over the hieroglyphs that covered the walls. In the fifth chamber, Gentlewater walked over to a hole in the wall and turned to her. Amanda stepped over, sensing he wanted to show her something.
This where artifact was found, but went missing later. Legacy is following Yasmin and Inquisition. They hunting artifact through Cairo and London. Also, maybe Angel, Nomad you and Ravensy on London streets. She hunting for artifact too. We don't know.
She seemed really interested in the kids we saw running from the shop, Amanda said, her voice muffled by her jumper.
Maybe kids have artifact.
Maybe, Amanda said, thinking it through. It was certainly possible. Does the Legacy always track the nomads in Inquisition?
Yes, Legacy Council and many other houses try to monitor nomads. It is difficult. A constant fight.
So this dig was sponsored by Yasmin, who was probably looking for the artifact that was in here. So how come she didn't get it? What happened? Gentlewater nodded.
Follow me,
he said, and turned to head deeper into the crypt. Beyond the 5th chamber was a small anteroom with a large doorway into the next room. The huge stone slab that had been blocking it had fallen out into the antechamber. Gentlewater shone his torch down to make sure Amanda didn't trip up as she stepped up onto it. As she did so, she saw some traces of blood on the slab and a few small shiny things that looked like slightly bloody plastic, about half an inch long. She crouched down to get a better look, but then recoiled in horror when she realized they were fingernails that had been ripped off. "Oh, gross!" she said.
This room was,
Gentlewater said, looking at her with slight concern.
But boys don't think you need to see.
Amanda took a breath and tried her best to compose herself. "Okay, let's go in," she said. The jumper was doing little to hold off the horrendous smell now. It had seeped through, but she kept it pressed tight to her face anyway. Stepping down into the room, Gentlewater swept the torch slowly around the room. Amanda felt very sick, as more and more of the horrors that this place contained were revealed to her. It was like a slaughterhouse in here. Dried blood was everywhere, splattered on the walls and floor, while the remains of several dead bodies lay rotting. A vast sarcophagus dominated the center of the room. It was way too big for a single human, but maybe it could hold a Balor or Horlak. The remains of its lid were scattered about the room, and inside, the body of a woman. This last sight was too much. Turning away, she vomited her lunch onto the floor. She coughed and spat the half-digested food from her mouth. But now, with the jumper removed from her face, the full strength of the smell assaulted her senses. "Oh, Jesus!" she muttered as she retched again. She stepped out of the room and sat on the edge of the slab just outside the doorway. She did her best to clean herself up and regain some control over her stomach. Her sweater was ruined, but she didn't care. "Are we done?" Amanda called out, sitting with her elbows on her knees.
Close,
Gentlewater said. With a deep breath, Amanda rose from her sitting position and stepped into the chamber again. Gentlewater stood to one side, his torch angled up at the wall, leaving the rest of the room mercifully shrouded in darkness. "What's the crack?" Amanda said, her voice croaky.
look,
Gentlewater said. Getting close, Amanda peered up to see something that had been carved into the wall on the top of the hieroglyphs in a very rough way. It was a string of words in modern English which read, "Do not lift the slab. Horlak lies within." "What the hell?"
This is mystery. In English, modern English, and yet carving hundreds of years old.
"It's a warning," Amanda said.
It was,
Gentlewater agreed. Amanda looked into the shadows again, barely making out the shapes of the corpses. "An unheeded warning," she muttered to herself. "So Horlak came from here."
Yes. We think he imprisoned here. Before this, before New York when he met you, he last seen in 4th Crusade in Constantinople about 800 years ago. He disappeared. We think he imprisoned here by someone.
"Who?"
We not know.
"So why me? Why did he attack me in New York?"
We not know also. Sorry.
Amanda grimaced. She didn't like not knowing these things. But Horlack was gone, so maybe it didn't matter. Whatever the thing had in mind for her, it had failed, and now she was a magus because of it. Perhaps it was mistaken identity, or just a mistake in general. Whatever the reason, it had all worked out in the end. "So are we done here?"
Done.
Gentle Water said, and started to make his way out. Before long, they were back out into the desert sun and within moments out of the dead magic zone. The rush of power and energy that flooded back into her as she stepped out of that area was exhilarating and very welcome. Suddenly, she felt connected to the world around her and able to defend herself again, too. "Jesus, I'm glad we're out of there," she said.
Yes, it's good to be out. Let us return to Legacy House, yes?
Amanda nodded and allowed Gentle Water to port them both out of the desert and back into the entrance hall of the Legacy House. The Aegis recognized Gentle Water's magic and allowed him through without a problem.
"Ah, you're back. Good,"
Royston said. He'd been waiting for them in the hallway with Raven.
"We've picked up some disturbing reports from London about the massacre of 3 families, including 1 child. The Albion Coven says there are clear magical traces there, and our hacker has found out that all 3 sets of parents had kids. Want to take a guess who those kids are?"
"The ones we saw being chased by Angel," Amanda stated, guessing where Royston was going with this.
Bingo! The Albion traced them to a London police station, but they're letting us deal with it, as we were already involved. I'm sending Raven there to free those kids and bring them here before the nomads get to them, kill the remaining 3, and take whatever it is they have. You went to London with him last time. Do you want to go with him again?"
Amanda smiled. "I do," she said.
"Is that okay with you, Raven?"
Royston turned and asked Raven.
"Of course. Shall we go?"
"Absolutely," Amanda said with a quick working of magic to port her dirty sweater to her room and a clean one to her hand, which she quickly pulled on.
"Okay, let's go,"
Raven said, and Essentia flared again. Internal missive within the Disciples of the Cross. Grand Inquisitor Damask. I offer my most sincere apologies. I had the children and the artifact for a short while, but I let them slip my grasp, and they are on the run. All is not lost, however. I have managed to plant a tracking device on the boy, Stephen, and its signal is clean. I am regrouping and readying an attempt to reacquire them as I write this. The nomads are proving to be troublesome, and they forced the action I took earlier tonight. I feel I was justified in my actions and in the loss of life. I have prayed for my fallen comrades. I ask that you might join me. Please find attached a full report on the night's events. May God be with you. Night Inquisitor DeLuca. Chapter 19. Liberation, London, England. The flash of light in Amanda's vision faded, and she found herself standing on a rooftop. Standing beside Raven, they were on a small flat area next to a skylight with another man close by. Around them, the rest of the rooftop was the typical pitched tile roof that could be seen all around London. The next building over was painted white and stood a few floors taller. Amanda could make out the gray water of the Thames just beyond it, looking cold and uninviting. Amanda took half a step back on seeing the other man standing before them while feeding Essentia into her Aegis to make it stronger. Raven hadn't said anything about there being anyone else here. Raven put his hand on her shoulder.
"It's okay. He's a friend,"
he said to her through the mental link they shared. The man turned. He was maybe in his 50s, with a short salt and pepper beard and a tunic that looked like a modern take on a wizard's robes. He smiled.
"Raven,"
he said in greeting. "Archmaster Trevelyan," Raven answered.
Are they in there? That's right, and I'm detecting a magical signature over there too, but I can't get a precise location, he said with a frown. The item they have is powerful and seems to have a disruptive effect on flux magic. You won't be able to port in or out if it's close to you. Gunshots, faint but certainly there, rang out from the building they were looking at. Looks like we don't have time to figure this out, Raven said. Do you know where they are? 5th floor, the man said. Happy hunting. With a sudden whip crack, he was gone. Amanda could feel the essentia flood out of Raven as he worked his magic. It took a few moments before there was a sudden rush of energy and that typical flash of light in her eyes, and suddenly they were in a stairwell next to a door that said 3rd floor. Didn't he just say the 5th floor? Amanda asked. Yes, but he also said the porting doesn't work close to it. He was right, and this is as close as I can get us. Awesome, good to know, she said as Raven started to sprint up the stairs, past people running the other way. The gunfire was much louder in here and echoed through the building. What do you think? Nomad? Probably, Raven said, reaching the 5th floor and charging through the door. People were running everywhere. It was chaos up here. Where do we go? Amanda asked as someone pushed past her. People were screaming and the gunfire seemed like it was close. No idea. I can't see any concentration of essentia apart from... shit. Yep, it's another Magi. Nomad, probably. He's on the other side of the building. Amanda saw it too, the telltale glow and ripple of essentia as the Magus used his magic. But just like Raven, she couldn't see what was generating the effect that was stopping them from porting. There must be some kind of magical artifact somewhere in here that was causing this, but she could not see it at all. So what do we do? She asked. Read some minds. Someone must know something, he said. She saw his magic reach out to anyone passing close by to find the information he needed. Amanda turned and focused elsewhere, finding someone else, and did the same. She reached into the man's head and scanned his memories of the last few hours for anything related to a group of teenagers and some kind of artifact, but found nothing. It was done in seconds, so she tried again, reaching into the head of the next person she saw and repeating the process, but still nothing. The bursts of gunfire kept going, and so did Amanda. After her 4th scan, Raven called out. Got them! Follow me, he said. Relief washed over her as she ran after him, pushing through the crowds of people as they charged up a nearby corridor. Raven stopped outside a door, gave it a look with a ripple of essentia flowing out from him before he lunged forward with a solid kick. The door flew off its hinges and clattered to the floor just inside. Gunfire sounded again. It was really close. Maybe 1 or 2 rooms away, perhaps 3 if they were lucky. Raven, we better be quick, she yelped. Raven ran into the room. Amanda followed, but stopped at the door. She saw 3 young teenagers in here, 2 girls and a boy. They were the same ones that she'd seen the other day in London, but there had been 4 of them that day. Who are you? The blonde-haired boy said, clutching his backpack like his life depended on it. I'm Raven. This is Amanda. We're here to help you get out of here, he said. Hey, you were the ones who helped us with that blonde woman Angel, right? The girl with the copper hair asked. Bang on, Amanda said, smiling. Well, I don't think we need any more help. We just need to get out of here, the boy said. Come on, girls. Stephen, I think we should listen to them, the copper-haired girl pleaded with him. I'm fed up with listening to people who think they know what's best for us.
How do we know these guys aren't going to kill us like that man killed Ben? Now are you coming or what? Stephen said, walking past Amanda and giving her an accusing glance. The two girls followed him, the copper-haired girl leading the way as she continued trying to convince him to think again. Stephen, they seem to know what they're talking about. Stephen, will you stop and listen to me? Amanda turned to Raven. We need to leave, she said as another bout of gunfire sounded, shattering glass in the windows above them. A loud bang sounded further up the corridor. Amanda stepped out to take a look and saw a tall, well-muscled, and heavily tattooed blonde man step over a police officer he'd just thrown through a door. As he stepped over the top of him, looking up the corridor, he fitted his gun into the officer's face, killing him. One of the girls behind her yelped. Amanda frowned and bolstered her aegis, staring at this new threat who was glowing with essentia. If she had to make a guess, she'd bet he was a nomad. Guys, you left the party early, the nomad said to the teenagers behind her. And who's the redhead? Have you been making friends? He asked. Amanda didn't like him, and from the scared noises the three teens were making behind her, it sounded like they didn't like him either. I don't know who you are, but they're under our protection now, Amanda said, doing her best to sound confident and powerful. She wasn't sure it worked, though. She probably just sounded pathetic. You don't, the man said. Well, I'm offended. Now sit down, he said, and with a lightning-fast move, whipped his gun up and fired several times. Amanda gritted her teeth and clenched her fists as she boosted her aegis again. The bullet slammed into the large bubble of force that surrounded her and stopped dead, dropping to the floor. Amanda looked up, a huge grin spreading across her face as she realized that her magic had worked. What the hell? She heard the boy say behind her, along with the squeals and then gasps of the girls. So you've got some skill, the man said. Movement to her left caught her eye as Raven, who seemed to have been waiting for the right moment, stepped out into the corridor. You're damn right she has, he said and worked his magic. A battering ram of kinetic force slammed into the nomad and sent him flying back along the corridor. Check them, Raven said. Amanda turned and stepped back towards the trio. You guys all right? You used. Magic, yes. We'll explain later, but we have to go. Will you come with us? Amanda asked. The three of them nodded dumbly. Raven, we're leaving, she yelled back to him. Go, he shouted. Amanda ran to the stairwell, making sure the kids were behind her before making her way down the stairs. Raven followed on behind. They wound around and around several times before Amanda spotted the big green exit sign above the ground floor door. She went for it. No, through the wall, Raven shouted at her. Amanda stopped and looked up. He was pointing to one of the walls. Amanda glanced at it and knew it was an outside wall. With a thought, she raised her hand and threw a powerful, invisible kinetic ram at the wall. Brick and mortar exploded outwards as a huge hole was created right before them. Out, Amanda said. She looked up to see Raven looking slightly shocked. How, he muttered. Everything okay? She asked. Everything's fine. I'm just impressed, that's all, he said. Amanda couldn't help the smile that played across her lips at his comment. At least she was impressing him. Come on then, Tonto, Raven said, smiling and running through the hole. They made their way out onto the nearby London street and set off in a southerly direction to the nearest bridge over the Thames. They were soon amongst people and slowed down, their run becoming a brisk walk through the crowds. Amanda couldn't help looking behind her every now and then, checking to see if the nomad was catching them up. "What is in that backpack?" Raven asked as they crossed Westminster Bridge.
"Nothing,"
the boy said, looking back at her and Raven.
"Before we get into that," Amanda said, "I think some introductions are needed. I'm Amanda. This is Raven. What are your names?" "Why should we tell you?" the boy said. "I'm Fran. This is my sister Liz. And this grumpy Gus is Stephen," she said. Stephen let out an exasperated sigh. "Why did you do that? We don't know who they are," he complained. "I think I can guess they're here to help. After all, they weren't the ones shooting at us," Fran said. "I don't like it," Stephen answered her. "You don't have to," Fran said and turned to Raven. "We found an artifact. Stephen bought it in Egypt." "Cairo," Liz cut in. "That's right," Fran said. It's a golden book filled with writing. We think it might be magical," Fran said. "Magical?" Amanda asked, looking at the backpack. Usually, a magical item would be glowing to her magical sight, but nothing was glowing in that bag. There was no concentration of essentia in there, and yet she could feel something magical. It was as if the item blocked her magical sight, but she could still feel the item's presence. But then there seemed to be a few strange things about this item, including that they were unable to port when they were in its vicinity, which meant they would have to travel to Paris the slow way. "Yeah, like what you were doing back there. We were just trying to figure it out, you know." "Fair play to you, to be sure," Amanda said. "But I think you can see that whatever it is, it's in demand, so we need to get it back to our place in Paris. Luckily, that's just a train ride away." "Can't you just, use some magic?" "Usually, but something about this book is preventing that. So if we're going to keep the book, we need to make our way home by other means," Amanda said. "Train ride it is then," Fran said. Amanda smiled and nodded. As they walked, Amanda leant in towards Raven and spoke in lower tones. "So did we lose him? The nomad, I mean." "Nate? Doubtful. He wouldn't give up that easily." "Figured as much," she said. Crossing the river, they soon made their way over towards Waterloo Station. It was busy in here with people standing, waiting for their trains, or walking through the platform, checking the departure boards. There was a Eurostar train leaving shortly for France. "Okay, let's go over there. Follow me," Raven said. The 3 teens followed Raven, while Amanda waited to bring up the rear, leaving a gap between herself and Liz, who was the rearmost of the 3 of them. Raven strode ahead, and as they threaded their way through the crowds, Stephen wasn't able to keep up with him. As another bystander cut through between Stephen and Raven, they all lost sight of him. There were stalls and ticket booths on the concourse, including one just ahead, so he'd probably disappeared around it. Stephen looked back at Amanda, but she nodded to him to keep going. Amanda hung back a touch more. Something wasn't right here. She wondered if this Nate, this nomad, would try for the kids here in this very public place. Stephen led the girls around the next stall, and as Liz turned the corner, someone reached out and grabbed her arm. She recognized that muscled, tattoo arm right away and shot forward with a burst of energy. Pulling on essentia as the nomad grabbed Liz, Amanda threw up an illusion, a hologram that hid what was happening and muffled the noise in that area. Liz yelped. Within a second, Amanda was next to Nate and drove her elbow into the man's face as hard as she could, releasing a burst of essentia as she did so. Nate's nose exploded as he fell and dropped back away from her. Suddenly, Raven was there too, catching Nate and guiding him to a chair close by. "Ace shot there, girl," Raven said.
You were lucky. I think his aegis was down.
I thought that was too easy. Why would he do that?
So we wouldn't spot him. I walked right past him and had no idea he was there. Stupid get resi Apruan. Thinks he's some kind of big warrior, eh?
Raven said. Amanda turned to the teenagers beside her. Are you guys okay? Yeah, we're fine. But how come no one's seen us do this? Amanda raised her eyebrows and smiled. Magic, she said, wiggling her fingers in the air as she said it. Come on, we can talk more on the train. 20 minutes later, the high-speed Eurostar train was zipping along the track and leaving London behind with Raven, the 3 kids, and herself on board. They found a less busy carriage and sat themselves down. Amanda sat with Raven, while the 3 teenagers sat across the aisle from them at a table, the 2 girls sitting together on one side and Stephen on the other. Do you think we'll make it all the way back? Amanda asked Raven quietly. Maybe. Nate will have to do some hunting to find us now, but it's not impossible. We're not home for yet, I don't think, Raven said. I was thinking the same thing, Amanda said. Until they were inside the Legacy house, Amanda would not feel totally safe. She'd seen enough to know that the nomads and the Inquisitors would not give up that easily. She looked over at the 3 teenagers they had brought with them. She guessed they were maybe around 15 or 16, not much younger than she was really. But despite this, they still looked young to her. Young and vulnerable. They also seemed quite nervous, which given their situation was entirely understandable. Now that they were well underway, Amanda got up, crossed the aisle, and slid down into the free seat beside Stephen. Hey, how's the cutting? Amanda asked. Sorry, what? Stephen asked. Oh, sorry, she said, realizing they probably didn't understand her Irish slang. I mean, how are you doing? We're good, Stephen said, clearly still a little reluctant to talk to her. Ignore him, Fran said with a smile. We're okay, tired, scared, but all right. Fran was holding Liz in her arms, and Amanda noticed the silent tears gliding down her face. I'm sorry you have to go through this, Amanda said. I know it's tough. I lost some friends recently too, but it will get easier, trust me. They sat there in silence for a while, each of them deep in thought. Amanda kept thinking back to her friends. Howie was still alive and living in New York. She wanted to go and see him sometime. Those early days living at his place had been some of the best she'd had in New York. He'd been fixing up his motorbike in the block's garage. She'd lost count of the time she sat there chatting with him and passing him tools as he worked. He'd even taken her out on a bike as well. She'd loved it, and she'd been starting to develop an interest and love for motorcycles herself. She'd see him again. She was sure of that. As much as she liked Paris and felt at home and relaxed in Ireland, she still knew that her heart would pull her back to the Big Apple. She loved it there. She wondered if she could return there someday. She'd have to look into it, she thought, see if it would be possible to make a home there. So you can use magic, right? Fran asked quietly. We can, to be sure, but you don't seem that surprised by magic being real. We've had some experience of it, so we knew it was a thing, Fran said. But your ability with it is frankly amazing. Well, we call ourselves MAGI, and it's what we do. MAGI, are there a lot of you around? My mentor said there were around 15,000 on the planet, split into 3 main groups. The Arcadians, that's us, Amanda said, pointing to herself and Raven. The Nomads, who are fairly horrible people, and the Inquisition, who aren't too friendly either. So you're the good guys? Stephen asked. That is my view on it, yes. We're not perfect, and conflict does arise between covens to be sure, but essentially, we have the best of intentions towards the Riven. The what? Stephen asked. Normal humans, the non-Magi people, she said with a smile. Shit, I had no idea, Fran said. Liz had sat up a little as well and was taking an interest. Amanda had noticed that Stephen seemed to be listening intently as well. Look, Stephen said, I'm sorry. I know I've been a bit, well, you know. I know, Amanda said.
I don't know. It's just a really freaky situation,
he said. I get it. I understand. We'd like to help you, but we can only do that if you help us, she said.
Okay,
Sure, he sighed, his demeanor less confrontational now. What can I do? Stephen asked. Can you show me the artifact? He nodded and pulled his backpack onto his lap. He checked around to make sure no one was looking and opened the bag with the zip, revealing the metallic golden book inside. Raven had stood up to get a look at it too and peered over Amanda's shoulders.
Wow,
Amanda said quietly. That's really a golden book. And you found it in Egypt?
On the market stall. The trader seemed keen to get rid of it, so I bought it from him. But it didn't look like this then. It was encased in a sandstone slab that was covered in these carvings. There are photos on my phone. I'll show you later, he said. Anyway, it got dropped, and this what was inside the stone.
Well, whatever it is, some powerful people are very interested in this item. So we need to get you somewhere safe. Somewhere where they can't reach you quite as readily, and I'm afraid you won't be able to keep that artifact. Not if you want to live beyond today, Amanda said. He looked offended and quite possessive over it. Amanda smiled. It's okay. You keep it for now. We can talk about that later, she said, knowing that he wasn't going to give it up easily. The train soon shot into the tunnel beneath the English Channel as they talked, and Amanda looked at the photos of the sandstone slab that the book had been encased in before they rose into France a short time later. The rest of the trip was uneventful, and they arrived in Paris without issue. On the train, they arranged for a car to be waiting for them at the station. Raven got into the driver's seat, and they started to make their way across Paris towards the Legacy Coven House. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Amanda kept a look around them, looking for any hint of danger or of any magi close by, but saw nothing. When a large flatbed truck pulled out in front of them, they were too close to it to stop, and rammed into the side of it with an almighty crunch. Suddenly, another car slammed into their rear end also, shoving them up against the truck again. Amanda pumped more Essentia into her aegis as the man in the truck before them leant out of the window holding an assault rifle and opened fire on them. The front of the car erupted in explosions of glass as bullet rained down on herself and Raven. Amanda panicked for a moment, terrified that the bullets would rip her to shreds, but her aegis held strong, stopping the metal slugs dead. Magic flared close by as more men started to surround the car. The rear passenger door flung itself open, and suddenly Stephen was ripped from the car, still holding his backpack, yelling as he went. The girls screamed, too late. Amanda and Raven pushed their aegis out to include the girls, 2 seconds before the men who had surrounded the vehicle opened fire. The girls screamed. Bullets slammed into the aegis, and although it held, for now, Amanda knew right away that these shells were infused with Essentia and were damaging their shields. We gotta go, Raven said. This is too much. Agreed. Go! Get out of here! Amanda yelled over the cacophony of gunfire and bullet hits as she looked back to see a man pull Stephen away from the car and hand his bag over to another man who glowed with Essentia, marking him as a magus. He was a magus she recognized as well. This was the man from the Inquisition who had attempted to kidnap her in JFK Airport. Shit, I recognize him. It's the Inquisition. The girls were screaming for Stephen in the back of the car. Fran went to climb out, but Liz held her back. Amanda grabbed her too. Losing one was bad enough. She didn't want to lose another of them. No, stay here, Amanda called out, but she wasn't sure Fran was listening. Raven's magic flared just beside her as the car continued to be peppered with bullets. Looking forward, Amanda saw that the truck which had been blocking them was gone, lifted away by Raven's magic. Raven floored it and sped away, wheels spinning with a high-pitched squeal as he went. Looking back, Amanda watched the truck fall back to earth just behind them and land on the other car that had been behind them. As they sped through the streets, the girls were sobbing in the back, upset that Stephen was gone. Amanda leant towards them as the car bumped along the road. "We'll get him back. We'll find him, I promise," she said. "You promise?" Fran asked, sniffing back the tears. "You have my word." Internal missive within the Disciples of the Cross, Inquisitor DeLuca. Congratulations on retrieving the artifact from the apprentice witches. Please be advised, I am in Paris and will meet you at the Gary de Bercy train station where we have an inquisitorial car to ourselves. Please make all haste. Mary Damask. Internal message within the Black Knight's Coven. Ball Yasmin, it's come to my attention that the High Inquisitor Damask has commandeered a train carriage in Paris to guard the transportation of some kind of artifact. I thought this might be of interest to you. Your loyal servant, Raffaella Tansey. London, England. Angel opened the mental link that she could sense in her mind. "Xander," she sent through it.
"What can I do for you?"
"Nothing really. Not right now anyway. It's more about what can I do for you," he said.
"Really? Do you have some information for me by any chance?"
Yasmin, it appears, had boarded a train heading south from Paris with her apprentice Nate. As best as I can find out, there's something on that train that they want. Angel smiled as Xander's report matched some intel that her coven had obtained from their contacts in the Vatican. "Do you know what it might be?" Xander asked.
"Yes,"
she said and closed the link.
"I do."
She finished out loud and started to pull on the magical energies around her. Chapter 20. Boarding Action, Paris, France. Amanda led the girls down into the basement level of the Legacy House and into a large room. There were several people in here, including Raven, Gentlewater, and Royston. There were also 2 others Amanda had not spoken to before, although she felt sure she recognized one of them from the ball. She'd seen lots of people there, though. The girls looked a little nervous, but at least they calmed down. Royston had taken the details of what had happened from Raven, while Amanda took the girls off to get them a drink and cleaned up. It would take a little while to figure out what had happened and where the book was, but they knew the Inquisition had it, and that you couldn't port with it, so it was likely to be heading to Italy somehow. Whatever the case, they had time on their side for now. It took a little while to calm the girls down, but eventually they did settle, and Amanda was able to get them showered and some new clothes conjured up for them. It wasn't long after that when Royston called her down to the operations room in the basement of the house. Like all the rooms in the place, it was a large affair with banks of computers and oversized screens on one wall with a table at the back. It looked like something out of a science fiction movie with floating holograms of light hanging above the table showing maps and other data. The girls were awestruck.
"Ah, welcome," Royston said to her. "I trust we're all cleaned up now."
Amanda nodded. "We are. So has there been any progress?"
"Actually, yes," Royston said. "Eckert Mahler over there is our resident hacker. He's been in touch with his contacts on the dark web, as well as monitoring the transport hubs. And we think we have a match," he said.
Amanda glanced over at the man sitting before a huge bank of computer monitors. She hadn't met this Mahler before or heard of the dark web, whatever that was, but she understood what hacking was, and that was good enough for her. "So where is he?" Fran blurted out the second Royston had finished his sentence. Royston smiled, ignoring the lack of manners. "We think he's on a train. That train, to be precise," he said, pointing to a screen on the wall. It showed a top-down view of a train speeding through the countryside. "A train? Okay, not what I expected," Amanda said. "The Inquisitors had the rearmost car all to themselves. It's protected by an aegis, of course, but the golden book you described is frustrating our attempts at scrying anyway. The closest we can get a look, and the nearest anyone porting in can get, would be 2 or 3 carriages away up the train from the Inquisitor's car." "It's heading south?" Amanda asked. "All the way to Rome, yes." "So what's the plan?" Fran asked. "We go and get him, of course," Raven said, stepping into the discussion. "Myself, Gentle Water, and if you're feeling up to it, you," he said to Amanda. "We'll port over there and take on the Inquisitors." Amanda allowed herself a slight smile. She felt quite flattered that they had included her in another mission. "I'd love to take the fight to them after what they did to the car." "Excellent," Raven said. "My thoughts exactly." "Are you sure us 3 can do this? What about Zane and Orion and the others?" "They're on another mission currently, but the Inquisitors have a limited grasp of magic, given how they view it as a gift from God. They tend to use it sparingly and fight with more conventional weapons. You should be able to take them on," Royston said. "Any nomads on the train?" Amanda asked. "Not that we can see," Royston said. "That's not to know," Amanda commented. "No, it isn't, so watch your back." "Are you ready?" Raven asked. "We're coming too," Fran said, stepping forward with Liz on her heels. "Excuse me?" Raven said in surprise. "He's our friend. We need to be there," Fran continued. Amanda turned towards them. "Look," she said, taking hold of Fran's hands. "That's not a great idea. This will be a dangerous fight." "And not our first. We're going with you," Fran cut in, fierce determination on her face. Amanda straightened up and looked into the girl's eyes. Fran was the more confident of the pair, but she could see they were both set on this idea. She had to admit, if she were in their position, she'd want to go along as well. How could she stop them from doing whatever they possibly could to save their friend, when being passive and not using her magic to save her friend, not doing whatever she possibly could, had lost her Georgina? Besides, they were old enough to choose for themselves. "Okay, sure, you can come," she said. "What?" Raven yelled. "Are you crazy?" Amanda turned to him. "No, but I can see it from their point of view. They're 16, Raven. They can make this choice for themselves. If they want to come, then that's their choice, not ours. They know how dangerous it will be." Raven backed off and raised his hands. "Okay, sure, but we're not babysitting them. They'll have to take care of themselves." "Agreed," Amanda said and turned to the twins. "This is your choice. You're old enough to make your own decisions, okay? It will be dangerous, so keep your distance and let us do what we do best. Got it?" Both girls nodded, Fran with more enthusiasm than Liz. "Okay, so you're ready?" Amanda asked. The twins looked at each other and then back at Amanda. "Yes," they said. "Then let's go and kick some arse," she said. "How are we doing this?" Royston stepped forward with the other man she hadn't met yet. He looked to be in his 50s, maybe, with graying hair, dusky skin, and a heavily lined face. But Amanda could feel the raw magical power flowing out from him. He wasn't hiding his strength and power at all. "This is Israel Roth, one of the Archmasters affiliated with this house. He'll be porting you all over there, Royston said.
Greetings,
Israel said to them.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Roy here speaks highly of you. It seems you have impressed everyone with your ability, young woman. I'm looking forward to watching you grow into your power.
Amanda smiled with gratitude and humility. He had a slight Middle Eastern accent, which gave him a cultured air.
Ah, well, thank you. It's not a bother. I hope I don't disappoint you, to be sure. I seriously doubt that. So let's not delay this mission any further. Are you ready?
Everyone nodded or agreed, and within moments there was a flash of light in Amanda's eyes, and she suddenly found herself stood on the train. They were in one of the vestibule areas at the end of a carriage where it attached to the next wagon with a flexible joint. There were exit doors on either side of the compartment leading off the train, and sliding doors at either end of the chamber that led into each train car. No one else was in here. Even the toilet stalls were empty.
Wow, that was insane,
Fran said. Amanda looked over at the girls, and the expression of wonder and excitement that had appeared on their previously sullen faces. It was the first time they'd experienced porting, and it seemed to have distracted them. Leaving them to their moment of excitement, Amanda turned to Raven and Gentle Water.
Looks like we made it, Amanda said.
Yup, and our target is 2 carriages lengths that way, Raven said, looking towards the back of the train.
Do you think they noticed us arrive?
She asked as she looked up the center of the carriages towards the inquisitorial car.
Only one way to find out,
Raven said, and opened the door to the carriage. Amanda followed Gentle Water, who was following Raven, and made sure the girls stayed close to her. The train wasn't busy, but it wasn't empty either. She walked past people of all ages, sitting in their seats and enjoying the ride. She didn't like the idea of them getting hurt, and hoped what they were about to do wouldn't put any of them into the hospital, or worse. The walk up the length of the 2 train cars was uneventful, and there were no apparent magical effects between where they appeared and the end carriage, which glowed with a shell of essentia all around it, the aegis that the Inquisitors had created as a defense. Amanda sent a pulse of energy through the mental links to Gentle Water and Raven, signaling to them that she wanted to talk. The communal link opened up.
So how do we do this? We have an aegis to break through up here, she asked as they walked.
I say we synchronize our attack on their aegis and go in hard and fast. We need to break that aegis as quickly as we can, though, Raven said.
That sounds like a good plan to me,
Gentle Water answered, his voice loud and clear in her mind.
Agreed,
she said, and started to pull in essentia, drawing it into her body, ready to use it in their attack. Her aegis was already at full strength, and she was as prepared as she would ever be for the fight that was about to happen. Finally, they walked through the sliding door that led to the adjoining compartment between this and the Inquisitor's car. No one was in here, and the door at the far side of the vestibule was blacked out. A sign on it proclaimed it to be strictly for authorized persons only. The aegis barrier was just outside this door and glowed gold in Amanda's vision. She felt the twins press into the compartment behind her and turned to face them, remembering they were there. She looked back into the previous carriage and saw empty seats.
Girls, I need you to go and sit in there. This is about to get dangerous, and I don't want you getting hurt, okay?
But we can help, Fran protested.
I know you think you can, but honestly, please, let us do our job, she said.
Fran sighed, but agreed, leading Liz back out of the compartment and into the first free seats they could find. Satisfied they were safe, Amanda turned back and stepped up next to her 2 friends.
Ready?
Raven asked.
As I'll ever be,
Amanda said. Gentle Water nodded.
Okay then. 3, 2, 1. Now!
Raven counted down. Suddenly, a massive rush of energy flooded out of all three of them. Essentia blasted the Inquisitor's aegis, hammering against its shell, trying to overload it and break it down. It took a few heart-pounding seconds, but it suddenly started to falter and then shattered entirely, disappearing from the aether. Raven didn't seem to take a breath before striding forward and giving the door a solid kick. Like most magi, Raven's strength was enhanced, and the door flew off its hinges into the well-lit interior of the Inquisitor's car, clattering to the floor before a small crowd of men and women in black fatigues, padding, armor, and webbing, holding various weapons, but mainly swords. They looked like a SWAT team with a fetish for medieval weaponry. Raven charged in without waiting, followed by Gentle Water. Amanda hesitated for half a second, a flicker of doubt passing through her mind when she saw the mob of people in there wanting to cut her to ribbons, but it was gone as quick as it appeared, and she ran into the carriage. One of these crusaders dodged around Raven, stepped up onto a side bench, and leapt at Amanda, swinging his Essentia-laced blade at her. It sang as it whipped through the air, missing her as she dodged away. Their weapons, including their guns, if her magical sight was to be believed, were infused with magical energy, meaning their strikes would damage her aegis and hurt like a motherfucker if they actually hit her. The Crusader man swung his blade back and forth, again and again, forcing Amanda back until she spotted a gap in his defense and stepped in with a solid jab to his face. She felt his nose crack as she landed the punch. He staggered back. 3 more Crusaders had followed the first to her, and one of them leapt forward over his falling teammate and shoulder barged her, ramming into her flank. Amanda cursed under her breath as she fell. That was an idiot move, she thought, leaving herself open like that. She moved with the fall, though, and rolled backwards, through the door, and back out into the vestibule. In a single beat of her heart, she was up again as the Crusader lunged, stabbing at her with his blade as he stepped through the small doorway. Amanda dodged, kicked out, and heard his knee crunch. The man yelped in pain. The other 2 that were after her followed their comrade, looking for a way to reach her. Amanda heard the door behind her open and looked to see Fran and Liz in the doorway. Shit, she thought. What are they doing here? She needed to get these Crusaders away from the twins. With a swipe of her hands and a working of magic, the Crusader with the fractured knee flew sideways and smashed through the side exit door to Amanda's left with a loud bang, the sound of wrenching metal and shattering glass. She looked up at the 2 remaining Crusaders. They were utterly focused on her and looked furious beyond words on seeing their companion get thrown from the train.
Come on!
Amanda yelled at them and ran towards the exit door she created as the 2 Crusaders stepped out. Amanda leapt, caught hold of the top of the door, and swung herself up and around, landing on top of the moving train. The wind whipped past her, sending her hair flying around and her skirt flapping, ruining any modesty she still had. Backing off towards the front of the train, Amanda hoped her gamble would pay off, and the 2 Crusaders would follow her up and ignore the twins. As she waited, she concentrated and used an effect that her mentor had told her was called multitasking. The magic split her mind into 3 parts, each entirely independent and able to use magic individually, while still working as a whole rather than at cross purposes. She'd yet to use it in a fight, but now seemed like a good time. Another second later, and the first of the two crusaders jumped up onto the roof, landing in a crouch. A beat later, and the second one appeared, a female crusader who looked just as angry at her. The man ran at her, holding his sword ready, but he was angry and off balance. Calmly, Amanda spun around him, dodging him entirely, flicking one of her feet out to pull one of his out from under him, giving him an elbow jab into his kidneys at the same time. She released a shock of essentia into him as she did it. The crusader stumbled and fell behind her as the woman swung at her. Dodging again, Amanda slapped the weapon away, drove the heel of her hand into the girl's jaw. Hearing an audible crack, Amanda followed with an elbow into her sternum, knocking the wind out of her. With her opponent off balance, Amanda swiped her leg. Her booted foot caught the crusader's girl's own leg, and suddenly nothing was holding her upright. The crusader knight hit the roof of the carriage face first with a grunt. She heard footsteps behind her. Amanda spun to see the first crusader run and then leap at her, sword held ready. Essentia whipped out as she bent it to her will, and kinetic energy hit the knight side on, sending him flying into a passing tree trunk with a rather sickening thud.
"No!"
yelled the crusader behind her. Amanda turned, called on her Essentia again, and sent a bolt of blue lightning at her. The powerful blast struck her in the chest, knocking the crusader down with a savage yell and grunt before she hit the roof of the carriage. Her vitals were non-existent. She was dead. Amanda just stood there for a moment, looking down at the body of the crusader knight with the huge burn mark on her chest. The bolt of powerful electricity had burnt her all the way through, turning the woman's heart to charcoal.
"Fuck me,"
Amanda muttered.
"Was it worth it?"
she asked the corpse. Predictably, there was no answer. Amanda just shook her head and took a breath. She'd better get back in there and help her friends. Amanda found the door and swung back inside, landing in the vestibule in a crouch. She looked back into the passenger car but couldn't see Fran or Liz. With a frown, wondering where they might be, she stepped into the Inquisitor's car. Fran and Liz were in here, standing between her and the fight that Raven and Gentle Water were engaged in with their backs to her. Bodies of unconscious or maybe dead crusaders, beaten into submission by Raven and Gentle Water, lay scattered over the floor, but they still had a small army to deal with. What were the girls doing, she thought? The fight ebbed and flowed, and when a gap opened up around the side, the girls, led by Fran, darted around the side of the fight. She guessed the knights didn't see them as a threat and ignored them. Moving inside, Amanda peered through the fight to try and see what the girls were doing. She suddenly spotted Vito, the Inquisitor she'd encountered before, standing alongside a stiff-looking woman with a bob of black hair in some fairly fancy ecclesiastical robes. Sitting near them was Stephen, with the golden book on the table closest to Vito and the woman. She couldn't hear anything with all the shouting and fighting in here, but she saw the girls step forward and shout at the Inquisitors. Vito immediately pulled his sword and strode towards the girls, its blade glowing brightly with magical energy in her magical etheric sight. Essentia flared from the girls in a powerful wave of energy that rushed out of the pair of them. They were standing holding hands and clearly concentrating hard, Amanda noticed. The side of the train exploded outwards, taking Vito with it and slamming the woman against the far wall where she stayed. The train braked hard and lurched to a sudden and jarring stop that sent everyone staggering until it finally came to rest. The screeching and juddering stop sent most of the people in the train sprawling to the floor, Amanda included, as she tried to keep an eye on the girls. Standing back up from the floor, after having fallen over following the sudden stop of the train, the girls ran for Stephen. Amanda lost sight of them suddenly when her vision was obscured as another crusader broke free from the fight and ran at her, his sword swinging. Having stood back up, Amanda ducked under it and slammed her elbow into his stomach before standing up and shoulder-barging him away. The man staggered back and stood up to find a gun pressed against his temple. Amanda looked on in shock at seeing Angel standing there, having just entered the carriage, taking aim at the knight. The gun fired with a powerful noise and a flash of golden energy from the Essentia-powered bullet. The right side of the crusader's face, on the opposite side to the gun, exploded out in a shower of flesh, bone, and brain before he dropped to the floor. Angel didn't hesitate and turned the gun on Amanda. Amanda lashed out, knocking the gun sideways and out of Angel's grip. The look on Angel's face was wonderful, she thought. Confusion and shock played over the nomad's features for a second. But Amanda wasn't going to stand there and enjoy it. Amanda turned and kicked out, bringing her foot up high across Angel's face. She spun a second time, getting a follow-up kick in and then another in a jumping boost as she flipped again before landing, turning and swinging her foot in once more. Angel caught it in a grip like steel. "My turn," she said, and twisted Amanda's leg. She was too strong to resist and would have broken or dislocated something, so Amanda went with it and flipped herself over, kicking out with her other booted foot. Her quick thinking must have caught Angel by surprise as she released Amanda's foot and cursed. Essentia flared, and Amanda was thrown back against the rear wall, her aegis crackling as it fought off the attack. Amanda pressed against it and finally got her feet under her, only to be knocked back and then lifted up from the floor by more magic. Meanwhile, 3 or 4 more flares of magical energy were blasting out of Angel and hitting Amanda's aegis, breaking it down and keeping her pinned to the wall. Angel looked up at her and cocked her head sideways.
"My dear, you're not quite at a level that you can stand up to me. It's been fun, this little fight. But I think this lesson will be over for you shortly," she said with a smile that Amanda did not like. Amanda fed even more Essentia into her aegis, but she couldn't build it up as fast as Angel could rip it down. Pinned up there, over a foot above the floor, it felt like something powerful was hammering against her shield, slamming it into her and trying to crush and obliterate her. Amanda did her best to push back with her own magic, but Angel was way more skilled than she was. Her own benefit was her magical strength. She might not be as experienced as Angel, but her connection to Essentia was a strong one. Looking back down, Angel wasn't even looking at her anymore. She was looking out over the room, past the fight Raven and Gentle Water were still engaged in. More Essentia flared, and the golden book that Liz was holding started to float, dragging Liz with it as it rose up to move over the top of the fight. Liz yelped. Gentle Water looked back at Amanda, doing his best to fend off 2 crusaders while he was distracted by Amanda's plight. Raven spotted Liz, and Amanda saw magic flare out of him towards Liz as they did their best to resist Angel's pull. Amanda was struggling to breathe. The attack was breaking through her aegis and crushing her lungs, forcing air out of her
and not letting any more back in, while her throat was being squeezed. As she struggled to catch a breath, her vision began to tunnel. Black nothingness crept into the edges of her sight as she gasped for air but found none. Images flashed through her mind, memories of her time in the orphanage, of her friend Alicia, who had been there for her when no one else had. Howie in New York, who had taken her in, cared for her, and given her some hope. Georgina, who had helped her when she needed it, and became one of her best friends in the process, even if their life on the streets wasn't exactly ideal. And of course, Gentle Water, who was looking at her now with desperate concern that was losing him the fight he was in against the few remaining Crusaders. Her mentor had brought her through the grief of losing her friends, and shown her the world was bigger and stranger than she could ever have imagined, and filled with adventure. She didn't want to lose that, and made a promise to herself that if she ever got out of this, she would live her life the best way she knew how. She would throw herself into the world of magic and become the best she could be. The blackness closed in as the scene before her shrunk away, fading into nothingness. Light, blinding and powerful, flared up from the darkness as she dropped to the floor, pulling in a huge lungful of air in a great labored gasp. She took another breath and then suddenly remembered the danger she was surrounded by and leapt to her feet, looking around her. Angel was on her knees, looking as if she'd been slammed with a momentous attack that had wiped her out. She looked up and cowered back as a figure in black stepped into the carriage. Amanda recognized her right away. It was the woman from the museum, Yasmin, and she did not look happy as she stared down at Angel. She wasn't in the slinky dress anymore, though. Instead, she wore a strange fitted black catsuit, or at least that's what it looked like. It had a peculiar, pearlescent quality to it, and ended at her wrists and neck as if it were liquid, with glistening black runnels of it reaching down to her hands and up to her jaw. She still had that lustrous, wavy, jet black hair with purple streaks that framed her angular face. She stopped just inside the doorway, with Nate appearing in the opening just behind her.
Yasmin,
Angel gasped under her breath. Angel, Yasmin said, always getting in my way.
my Belle, my utmost apologies. I didn't.
Shut up, Yasmin said, having turned her head sideways to look at Amanda. Amanda looked back, using her hand to steady herself against the wall as she regained her balance on slightly wobbly legs. Curious, Yasmin said to herself quietly. What are you doing here? Amanda asked, even though she knew the answer. Yasmin let out a breath and raised her eyebrows with a look that said, Really? With unsteady feet, Amanda stepped over the bodies of Crusaders and stepped up next to Liz, who had landed close to Gentle Water and Raven and was still clutching the book. Amanda put her arm around Liz as she pumped Essentia into her aegis, mending its broken shell and giving her and Liz a modicum of protection. She knew it was relatively pointless, though. If Angel could best her, then Yasmin, an arch-magus by all accounts, would destroy her. You'll need to get through me if you want this book, Amanda said, her heart in her mouth. Whoever said I wanted the book or wanted to hurt you? Yasmin said. Essentia surged, and Angel rose up from the floor in a curled-up ball to hover beside Yasmin. Amanda could see Angel struggling, trying to fight against it, but her efforts were futile. I'll see you soon, Miss Page, Yasmin said, and the roof of the train just above her exploded out, allowing Yasmin, Nate, and Angel to rise up through it in a flash, leaving Amanda and her friends alone.
What was all that about?
Liz asked.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I thought she wanted that book, so I did,
Amanda mused. The only thing she could think of was that she was missing something. There was a piece of the puzzle missing, or maybe several pieces, and she really wasn't sure which bits were which.
Well, it's not a problem to think about it right now, she said. How are Fran and Stephen? She asked, turning to see where they were.
She saw them right away, embracing each other and sharing a kiss. Movement behind them, hidden by their bodies, confused Amanda for a moment, until she spotted the woman who had been with Vito and who had been knocked unconscious by the magic the twins had used, running at the couple. The woman swung her sword, bringing it down into the back of Stephen's neck and through Fran's in a single, magic-infused slash. The woman leapt from the train in a swan dive and disappeared out the hole. Amanda ran over and stopped at the edge of the ragged hole that had been blasted into existence. The train had stopped on top of an aqueduct, easily over 100 feet from the valley floor below. The woman had gone, disappeared, but Amanda suspected that would not be the last they'd hear from her. Behind her in the train, Liz wailed. Everything she knew had been violently ripped from her life. Amanda turned and went to her. She held the broken teenager in her arms and said nothing. She would simply be there for her from this day forward. Nephilim Industries report by Michael on the missing CEO Angel Algery. It's been 2 weeks now with no contact from her, which for Angel is unusual. We are actively hunting for her now and following up on the last leads we had of her. Our informant within Yasmin's organization has also disappeared and may have been discovered, which likely means he's dead. Further reports will be made as things develop. Chapter 21. Moving on, Donegal, Ireland. Amanda leant against the fence that surrounded her cottage, resting her arms on the top beam and looking out over the hills that surrounded her little home. It was a warm day, and Amanda had broken out one of her sundresses. It was a plain white one with thin shoulder straps and thigh-length skirt that the wind caught and played with. She eventually found online where she could buy the Burton's fish and chips snack that she used to eat with Mr. Croft, her old geography teacher, and was finishing off her latest bag of them, popping the last biscuit into her mouth and enjoying the salty taste. Holding the empty packet in her hand, she worked a bit of magic and it dissolved into thin air, leaving nothing behind. It had been a few weeks since the events on the train, and they had decided that some time here at the cottage was just what Liz needed. It was calm here, away from the stresses of day-to-day life, and well away from anything that might bring back any painful memories. Having lost friends of her own recently, Amanda felt that she had at least some idea about how Liz felt. She hadn't lost a twin sister, of course, but she felt sure she could help a little bit. She remembered the day that Georgina had told her she was HIV positive and that she had only months, maybe weeks to live. She remembered the tears, the anger, and frustration at the unfairness of it. Seeing her friend go through that, and then seeing her deteriorate before she traveled to Ireland, and then the shell of her former self she had become when Amanda got to Ireland, had been like living through a nightmare. It was so unfair, and yet, with the work they did at the time, they knew the risks. Georgina had been careless and had missed a few of her medicals, which might have picked it up sooner. What Amanda did know, though, was that Georgina would want Amanda to keep on living her life. She would want her to be the best she could be, to throw herself into this fantastic adventure, and to help others whenever she could. She made a promise to Georgina the day they'd buried her that she would keep going, that she would live the best she could for both of them, in hopes she would make her friend proud of her. Her subsequent discovery of magic had only solidified that thought and promise in her mind. The knowledge that maybe if she just embraced these strange events and realized her power, that she might have saved her friend, only fed into that. She didn't want to just sit by and do nothing anymore. After seeing Liz and Fran use magic on the train, Amanda and some of the legacy magi had taken a look at her. It turned out she was a latent, untrained magus. Her sister had probably been one as well. Amanda had decided right away that she would train her. She would be Liz's mentor and hoped that the process of learning magic would aid in the grieving and healing process too. It was still very early days, but she was already confident she was seeing some progress. The woman who had killed Fran and Stephen, she had since learned, was Mary Damask, one of the Inquisition's conclave of High Inquisitors, the leaders of the Inquisition. She was a dedicated and ruthless individual. Amanda did not like the sound of her at all. As she enjoyed the sunshine, she looked back towards the home to see Liz wandering around the garden, lost in thought, kicking a stone, and enjoying some time to herself. Amanda had been careful not to crowd her, but to be there for her when she needed company. A sentia flared close by, as Amanda had expected, and gentle water appeared out of thin air with a whip-crack of air just outside the fence, which also marked the outer edge of the cottage's aegis that Amanda had been working on. "Mornin'," Amanda said.
"Hello, Amanda,"
he said, before noticing Liz off in the distance. She'd looked up once, but didn't really acknowledge gentle water at all.
"How is she?"
"She's fine. It's still very raw for her, so it will take a while, but I'm confident she'll get there. I've not seen you much these past few weeks. Is everything okay?"
"Everything is grand, as you say."
Amanda smiled. "Happy days. Are you coming back to stay with us for a bit?"
"Yes, if you happy to have me,"
he said. "Liz needs to get used to other people being around, so I think it's a good idea. But maybe keep your distance at first," she said. "So that was a bleeding full-on introduction to the world of the Magi," Amanda said.
"Sorry?"
"The train. She got crazy there for a moment," she said. Gentle Water nodded.
"It was crazy time, yes. Sorry for that."
"No, don't apologize. I don't regret being a part of it. Our intentions were honourable, and we did our best. If Fran and Liz had stayed back and listened to us, maybe things might have been different, to be sure. But what's done is done, and cannot be undone."
"Not without great consequences,"
Gentle Water said. Amanda nodded. She remembered his teachings on time magic and the mysterious weavers, beings who patrolled the timeline and stopped careless magi from damaging it. She did not fancy disappearing without a trace for doing something silly. "Exactly. All we can do is move forward and make the best of it. So what's next on the agenda for a young magus such as MAGI W?" she asked with a smile. Her mentor joined her in her smile.
"More than you could ever imagine."
Chapter 22. Epilogue. Crystal walked gingerly through the doors of the prison fortress, pushing them open a little wider with both hands. Beyond these enormous black doors, veiled in shadow, waited the vaulted entrance hall. The darkness within was compounded by the walls of black, glass-like brick that glistened in the weak light. Around the walls, corridors snaked off into the murky depths.
but Crystal's attention was focused on a mound on the floor up ahead. Using her etheric sight to pierce the darkness, she felt sure she was alone in here, with only the corpse of her friend in the room with her. Sweeping her gaze left and right, she approached the remains nervously. She'd been inside the fortress many times to monitor the inmates the prison held, but entering the building was not without risk. While the Archons did sleep most of the time, when they did wake, they wandered the halls of Tartarus freely. Many of Crystal's friends and subordinates had died over the years at the hands of these monsters, despite the Archon's magic being suppressed, and it looked like they had killed once more. She knew why they did it. She knew what they ate and the power that a Magi's anima gave them. But Crystal's mission gave her and her group little choice. They had to monitor these creatures and keep them from meddling too much. It was a balancing act, one that occasionally went wrong. Crystal reached the body. It was Warden Dresden. He'd been a young magus and probably not fully prepared to deal with an awake Archon. But none of them should have been awake. They watched them, monitored them, and tried to keep their less experienced members out when one was awake. Clearly, they got it wrong. She sighed, mourning the loss of life. There were so few of them now.
"If it's any consolation, he died well,"
said a soft but dangerous feminine voice. Crystal looked up and spotted the figure in the shadows, leaning against the pillar. Crystal knew who this was. The swell of her breasts under an old cloak, and the smear of blood on her red lips, just visible beneath the tattered hood, only confirming what she already knew. "Not really," Crystal answered. "Why, Lilitu? What are you planning this time?" The Archon only smiled and receded into the shadows. Angry, Crystal lifted the body in her arms and marched back out the door. Warden Valen was waiting outside for her, a look of concern on his face. He deflated on seeing the body in her arms.
Who was it?"
he stuttered, concerned. He'd come through the ranks with Dresden and wasn't any more experienced than his now dead colleague.
"Lilitu, she drank his blood."
Drank his blood? He sounded shocked.
"Why?"
Crystal looked up at the young warden.
"She'll have consumed his anima and used the power it gave her to contact a nomad. We can only guess at intentions, though."
"What do you mean?"
"They're planning something big. I'm sure of it."
"Like what?" he asked as they walked between Tartarus and the fortress of the Ebon Mark.
"What do all prisoners dream of?"
The warden seemed to understand and nodded.
"Escape." "God forbid they ever succeed,"
Crystal replied, her mind troubled as she thought of the possibilities.
This has been Magi Dawn, Book 1 of the Magi Saga, performed by Vicky Ring. Copyright 2018 by Andrew Dobell. Audio copyright 2018 by Andrew Dobell. You can find more books by Andrew Dobell by visiting andrewdobellauthor.com.